a falling star. If you can, once in a lifetime, it's your chance. Stars are falling across the sky.
girl, boy, your body look tight. And me and you up inside this dance here tonight. Me no see you with no partner. Hope say me right, she say no, but she still say you're forward and right. Never go in at the corner. Out of the life was let me buy you a drink, babes, if that's alright. Come back with it. Come back with it.
Every day I walk alone, I see myself on the grand old throne. But it's not true, cause it's all in my head, all in my head. Share my thoughts, see my world. I can't describe how I miss you, girl. If life goes on, I will wait until the time you reawake. Every day I walk alone, I see myself on the grand old throne. But it's not true, cause it's all in my head, all in my head. Share my thoughts, see my world. I can't describe how I miss you, girl. If life goes on, I will wait until the time you reawake.
We're live, Doctor.
Wow. Good to know. All right. Have my name got very confused. Hey, what's going on? Welcome to SouthLAnder, the inaugural Southern Coast Uni tournament. I'm Harry Dr. Evans. This is James Governor Gov. No,
James Governor. A lot of people say it Gov. It's Gove.
Gove.
James Governor Gove. Yeah, that's right. Some people call me people just call me like Gov, and I don't know whether now they mean like Gov as in governor or
Gov as in
Gove.
Gove.
Yeah.
Or just governor as in like, you're a governor?
Yeah.
All right. Well, in any case, we're diving like immediately into picks, fans. We are ready to go here at SouthLAnder. Of course, we've got Surrey on the blue side coming up against the University of Portsmouth on the red. Best of 5, real easy game. Dive straight into it. Bans, already big respect coming out from Surrey here with the target bans of Zach and Echo.
Yeah, no, both pretty strong junglers at the moment. Been rising in priority. Been pretty strong in solo queue as well, and I imagine there'll be quite strong target bans for Sammy Youngles.
Yeah, Sammy Youngles is a absolute Zach one-trick dirty abuser for sure, and likewise Rat is not so much a one-trick on the Echo, but like just do not give him the Echo like whatsoever. So these pools are starting to get pinched out a little bit. There are still options available for both sides. The other pick that sort of really Sammy Youngles likes to go for is the Olaf. Those are his two absolute favorite picks, and he really starts to fall off when put on something else. So I think we can definitely expect to see an early Olaf pick for the red side of Portsmouth here.
Yeah, I think the Olaf ban on blue side though is quite telling of Surrey. Really, that's not something that you would expect to see banned on the blue side. It's more of like a first pick, something you would ban on red side. So it shows that Surrey's not willing to pick it, but they're quite afraid of it at the moment.
It can be quite the spooky pick. We actually take a second to look over at the Portsmouth bans, and they are a little bit more out there. We see the Thresh banned away. That could be a little bit of an indication of potentially wanting an Aphelios pickup here for the Portsmouth side, although he does do pretty well with the Thresh himself, but also taking out the Thresh and the Jhin. So again, just a couple, the Shen and the Jhin. More target bans just thrown out across the board. We're looking for mostly just take away the comfort of these players, not trying to do anything that's too much of a sort of meta type draft, you know. In these sort of tournaments, it's not always about what's the best champion overall, but it's about what's the best champion for your opposition.
Yeah, definitely, and as you said, in priority, we've got two of the strongest ADCs in the moment in the meta, MF and Aphelios. Really high presence rate at the moment, and they're picked up early in the draft, as they should be.
Yeah, and now we've got an interesting situation because Portsmouth have actually banned out the Thresh themselves, but Thresh is something you really want when you have the Aphelios, especially when you run the risk of playing versus a Jarvan. If Jarvan can get in on top of the Aphelios, he's going to have a really bad time. He has no way to get out of that Cataclysm, especially if he hasn't got his flash up. With the Misfortune early pick, that does sort of tend to indicate that you're going for that dive comp. You want the Misfortune, Leona, Jarvan type situation, but never mind, we've actually gone for something very different.
Yeah, so the Talia, still a flex at the moment, can be played mid and jungle, so quite a good last pick to be taking there, just to leave things a little bit up in the air when you start moving into the second phase of bans. Makes things quite difficult for Portsmouth to try and start to target in that second phase.
Yeah, so which one would you think, looking at it as a blind pick, would be more likely to see in either the jungle or in the mid lane?
Honestly, I think it's slightly better in the jungle at the moment, but it could go either way. I've seen some national leagues be playing it in jungle and mid, so like I said, it is a strong flex pick at the moment because it's so 50-50.
Yeah, I think I personally rate it very well. As a jungler, it has a lot of ability to get that extra presence out on the map. She's just so mobile with the passive. You slap on a Relentless Hunter and a couple of ultimates here and there, you're good. We also see people pulling out in the bot lane on occasion, but with the Misfortune first pick, that one's a little bit less likely. But the response to that was going to be the Olaf there, opt in for Sammy Youngles, as we thought. And the Olaf versus Talia can actually be pretty decent because you have no way to set off her landmines, and you can ignore her disruption as well with that shift on her W. So with that in mind, the Olaf can sort of just run straight into the Talia. However, if Third or Gemtin manages to get ahead on that Talia, they're going to have a pretty easy time if Sammy Youngles on the Olaf wants to run the straight line towards them. They just run the straight line backwards, throwing out threaded volleys. So I feel like there could be a little bit of a snowball element of this matchup.
Yeah, certainly. It will be worth seeing where each jungler can end up tracking each other. But
I have to take a look to see what the final ban is going to be. We've seen mid lane bans thrown out, trying to get Rat his lane kingdom here in the mid lane. Obviously, being the red side, Portsmouth probably going to look to see if they can get themselves a nice counter pick in that matchup. So we'll probably see a blind pick top lane here. And this is looking pretty rough for Rhydona because there's a couple of options in the top lane. Usually you obviously want something like the Ornn. That's been banned away, so now your options are sort of tending towards the Set and the Mordekaiser. Very strong top lane picks, very much in Rhydona's wheelhouse. However, they are open to being countered pretty aggressively. If you lock in the Set, they can go for Aatrox. If you lock in the Mordekaiser, pretty good chance that you're going to see something like a Fiora that can just run him down and really just duke all of his skill shots, hard clap it in the 1v1, and then Portsmouth are going to have a really rough time if that's what happens. So the Mordekaiser was locked in. Let's look to see what Surrey want to respond with.
And that was the power of the Talia pick, really. It makes things a little bit more difficult. You can't just straight up counter the mid laner if it was picked there. So taking the top lane, allowing that to get the counter matchup in for Surrey, so that'll make things a little bit easier for Hurrier into that matchup. We're going for Karma potentially. We did see Hurrier in his last series pick up the Maokai, so tending towards that sort of low econ style.
Low confidence style.
What? I said low econ.
I know, I said low confidence. You're locking Karma? Come on, man.
There's nothing wrong with the Karma. It's just a nice supportive top laner. Maybe actually, who
You've
knows,
just said there's nothing wrong with it. It's a supportive top lane. That's an oxymoron and a half.
Hey, you're speaking to someone that qualified for their first UKLC split playing just Maokai nearly.
Oh no. All right. Okay. It's. Oh no. I mean, the Karma. You can't lose to the Mordekaiser.
Yeah.
That's always a nice option. So you can just sort of look to go even. But what I want to know is, what does the Karma actually do if she manages to go even in that lane? So yeah, you can kind of half neutralize the Mordekaiser, but what's actually really happening there? Because if you have the Karma up in the top lane, and the Mordekaiser, she's just going to get, Iceborne Spirit Visage, she's going to get tanky and whatnot. Not really going to achieve a lot, whilst the Mordekaiser is just sort of going to get a bit of a free lane, and then is going to have the ability to, gets his 3 items, just locks down the ADC and runs them down. As the Karma, yeah, you can try and peel for the rest of your team during that, but when I look at the comp, with a Nautilus, Misfortune, Evelynn, Talia, this isn't really a sort of run-at-you Karma comp. This is sort of sit back, land the one wombo, hard burst. So, interested to see how the Karma does turn out in that one.
Yeah, I think it was more possibly an issue of champion pool as opposed to anything. We've seen the Set go completely through.
Yeah.
We've seen the Aatrox not be picked or banned at all. So I feel it's just more appealing to his comfort rather than anything that's necessarily like strong in the meta that would be good against the Mordekaiser. But I mean, it worked for them against Southampton, just playing to their strengths as opposed to what the meta might dictate. So we'll see how it matches up here.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a bit of a worrying sign if it is a champion pool issue, because so it takes a second to think that there weren't really a lot of top lane bans. There was the Ornn, obviously banned away on the red side, as you do, and then
it was banned on blue side.
Yeah, you're right. It was
actually.
banned.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. It's a worrying. It's worrying that you're having to ban Ornn on blue side when you should really be in a position to pick it or forcing the red side to ban it.
Yeah, so there was only one ban realistically levied against the top side for Surrey. That was the Shen. And now you find yourself relegated onto something like the Karma. So again, there's just sort of an interesting question of what is the aim of the Karma here? What's it going to look to achieve during this game in both the lane phase and when they go on into the team phase?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, maybe we're just looking at a very bot-focused game here. We did see, so the Talia ended up going in the mid lane.
Oh, yeah.
So the Evelynn in the jungle as well. Very showing of someone that wants to be putting a lot of pressure on that bot lane. We know Harry the Machine. I've seen him in Belong Arenas playing pretty well. So they'll definitely be looking to target him to try and shut him down. On the Aphelios as well. Incredibly strong champion at the moment. I definitely don't want to let him get ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Harry the Machine, in the history of the Portsmouth organization, it's a city. It's been around for a while. But Harry the Machine, as you said, in Belong, has always sort of been the staple of the team. It's always, okay, get Harry the Machine ahead. Let's try and funnel into him and see if he can 1v9 the game. And that has sort of been the plan for Portsmouth Pirates in Belong in the most recent split. Speaking from personal experience on that one. But what is heavily underrated is the presence of Rat in the mid lane. He is very much a really strong mid lane. He's a good, stable Rockford team, and he works well as a secondary carry to sort of back up Harry the Machine in that situation. But to bring it back a little bit, like you said about this sort of bot lane focus, I really do like now. If the aim is purely okay, well, there wasn't even an Evelyn. All right, okay.
Oh.
I was about to say if the aim was purely to go all in on the bot lane, Evelyn Talia, you have a lot of surprise factor. You know, all you have to do is control just a few small areas and make sure there's no pinks there, and then the second that Talia ever walks out of your lane, you are very quickly risking a 4v5. Sorry, 4v2 if you are on the Portsmouth side. But there was in fact no Evelyn. It was indeed a Trundle lock in.
I think that does a lot better for their damage composition as well. If it ended up being Karma, Evelyn, Talia, I would be very worried
You
that...
think Trundle does damage? Somebody has not been watching Jungle God Doctor in Belong Arena Clash last Thursday. Okay, let me tell you a little something about Trundle. I was having this conversation in the car with the Portsmouth boys on the way over here, and they were flaming me. They said this guy's going to go off on some tangent about Trundle the second he sees it locked in, and they were right. I've really been falling in love with Trundle again recently, but what I do is go for full support Trundle jungle. This is something that Nidhogg, the American Challenger player and streamer, likes to do, where you go Aftershock, you max Pillar, and you rush CDR. Very much an option. Yes, you'll be lacking damage in this comp, but you have the misfortune, you have Talia, they have Burst, and you can lock someone down with the ultimate to make them very, very squishy. On top of that, you are running very little risk of ever dying to the Mordekaiser in his ult, or getting run down by the Olaf because you go so tank. The downside is that you do lose essentially any damage that you could ever dream of having once you hit basically level 4. At level 3, it's still a standard Trundle, but the second you start putting extra points into the E and then into the W, it really goes downhill from there. So I want to see how Third looks to build this, because I think that the tank Trundle has a really good time in competitive, because he's also very low, very, very, very low economy. You just sort of need to get a little bit of CDR, and you don't even need levels. Once you hit level 9, you're like, okay, you can take all of my camps, funnel it all into the Misfortune. I've got what I needed. Obviously, you don't want that, but if that's the way the game plans out, you're significantly more okay with it on Trundle than you might be on someone else. If he wants to go for something a little bit more damage focused, like the Warrior, like the Triforce that you would sort of normally see from a Trundle, that can still very much work because you now have the Karma to enable it. So knowing this is a Trundle, this Karma starts to make a little bit more sense.
Yeah, definitely. So we see Karma and Trundle, like you were saying, if he does go for that low econ build, we could be looking at, again, a very bot mid-focused team. We'll be expecting to see the junglers path their way towards there and putting a lot of priority on that as well. Oh. Lysandra being locked in for Rat as well. I mean, you're the Portsmouth expert. Why has this pick come out here? I mean, it's not really been a very high solo queue or comp focused pick.
The pick has come out here because I am up here and not down there. Rat is an amazing Lysandra player. He's really, really good. He has huge control of the lane, really strong engages. The problem I have with Lysandra that I've been finding is that she sort of doesn't just have enough damage, when you look at other things. Yes, of course, she brings a huge amount of utility, but when your comp is built around Harry the Machine being your one sole carry, you usually want someone who can just eke a little bit more in. However, when you pair it up with something like the Olaf, as more of a damage jungler as opposed to running something tanky, then you can have a bit of a better time using using the Lysandra. So keep your eyes on Rat in the mid lane. He's not really going to be looking for solo kills on that Lysandra, though I wouldn't be too surprised if some came out. But once we get into those sort of mid-late stages, he's going to be looking for those roams, getting the invades on with the Olaf. Of course, Lysandra, really easy to get invades in onto something like chickens. You can go from river, just Eon into the chickens. You're instantly there. You can collapse fast. But she's up against a Talia, that's the one, who has her ultimate. It's a little bit longer range than a Lysandra claw, so
just a little.
It's something that can match that sort of roaming potential that Rat will be looking to put out. So let's keep our eyes on that mid lane matchup to see how Sammy Jungles wants to play around that.
Yeah, I think one of the changing factors in this game will be how Rydonna is able to apply that pressure on the Mordekaiser. Really, really strong pick at the moment. If he's able to take advantage of this low champion pool, not so necessarily a very good pick in the meta at the moment, Karma, be able to hook that in and try and apply some pressure through the top lane, then you could start to see Surrey's comp start to crack.
Oh yeah, if you assume that the Karma plays it sort of perfectly and plays it very safe, it's going to be really hard for Rydonna to get a lead, but it's not impossible. But even if he doesn't, you're having a fine time because Mordekaiser scales really well, and he has a very strong spiking on sort of 1 item, 2 item, 3 item. It's really sort of good across all stages of the game. So he's happy to just sit back like, yep, just gank bot, power clear, I don't care. I'll TP to a Drake at some point, it'll be fine. You know, he's very happy to sit back and do that. Even if he does TP down to a fight, you're not running the risk of a Karma taking anything in the top lane. You know, it's not like a Camille
Yeah,
that's going to just decimate your tower on the
certainly.
spot. So a lot of opportunities for Rhydona in this game, but I think for the most part, minus a few TPs here and there, it's probably going to be a 4v4 for about 20 minutes.
I love the farming top lanes. That's all. That's all.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
all we want to see. That's all we want to play. I mean, if I had directed camera and I was just going to pick one lane, it's just got to be that bot lane. We just got to see how it's going to pan out. We'll be watching that mini map to see where those junglers are starting, what their clear is going to be, how they're going to be transitioning that. I mean, who do you think would win the 3v3 bot side? So we've got Trundle, MF, Nautilus
Yes.
into
Into the Olaf
Olaf,
Braum Aphelios.
Braum, Aphelios.
I think a lot of that will end up being on who engages first, and if you can try and get that burst down so much, it's going to come onto Zomimi on that Braum, because if he can sort of jump in, land a slow, and then the Olaf comes in, you get the instant stun, you can burst any one of those three. Even the Olaf, you can take him down. Sorry, even the Nautilus, you can take down pretty quickly. If, however, the hook is found out onto Harry the Machine, and Zomimi isn't there to be able to start blocking all the damage, it can go downhill very quickly for the Portsmouth side. That said, I would still give a slight edge over to Portsmouth. However, there's a common running theme with Harry the Machine in the bot lane, and that's that he likes to fight, always. And you'll see that some people might say he's a bit of a coin flip player here and there, and the reason that that happens is because he will always look for the 2v3 no matter what. And that is kind of a questionable move, obviously.
Yeah.
But the thing is, he will win it. However, Zomimi is a support with a brain, right? And this is a problem that many supports...
The leash for the dog.
Yeah, exactly. Many supports have this problem trying to play with Harry the Machine, where he goes for the 2v3, you're like, right, that's a 2v3, I'm out. And then you see he's now 1v3, and you go, huh. But if you actually commit to the fight with him, it can start to go really well. So again, let's see how that synergy has built up, because Zomimi and Harry the Machine have been playing in Nil together for quite a few weeks now since the start of this split. So I'm interested to see if Zomimi is starting to trust Harry the Machine more. I say it's not trust like, I trust that he knows what he's doing. It's I trust that he's going to do it. So.
I trust that his mechanics will prevail.
Yeah.
I mean, Aphelios is the champion to do it on, especially if, I mean, I'm still no expert on Aphelios. I sort of stopped playing when he came in, and I don't really understand what his, but you can help me with the little icons for his guns.
I know what the gun names are, I think. I'm pretty confident enough. I think he actually is almost balanced now. Now that they've just added that second icon and changed the color of his ult, he's a significantly more balanced champion that you don't have to do so much guesswork as to what's about to happen.
So which ones has he got now?
He has right now got Calibrium and Severum. Everyone starts with that, but let's keep our eyes on the Trundle. There was no vision started up for the Portsmouth side. No defensive wards placed down, and third is going for an early aggressive invade. He's going to be able to take away this red buff pretty easily because Sammy Youngle's on the other side of the map looking for that standard Olaf full clear. And then the question is going to be, what will third look to do after that? He's only going to be level 2. Is he going to look for a gank? Is he going to retreat to his own jungle? Or do you think that he's going to look to try and steal another camp?
He's stealing more camps, and Olaf hasn't noticed it. Sammy Youngles is going to be floating into the red side. He'll spot that his red has been taken, but I think third's going to be able to clear this before anything happens.
I think third wasn't spotted by that wave. I didn't see any pings coming through, so he's actually going to be able to get out this Krug camp, and now he'll be able to get a gank onto Rhydona if he wants it. They're not made of damage with this top lane pairing. However, it's still a level 2 Mordekaiser. He's pretty low and he's pretty pushed up in the lane. Third moves on forward. Sammy Youngle's close behind. The pillar comes down and Rhydona has to flash away. Looks to get the grasp under the tower and brings third low, but the kill secured by Huria in the top lane. First blood to Surrey.
Yeah, first blood to the low econ, low confidence top
lane,
as he said. But he's gone for the Doran's ring. He's getting a little bit of damage. The Karma will be able to pump a decent amount out at the moment. And as you see for the rune choices as well, although Trundle does have that early aggression with the PTA, that phase rush is going to be adding a lot of mobility to that Karma, so making it even safer. And now, if they manage to get a lead in that matchup, you could see the Karma actually really taking advantage of the Mordekaiser here.
Yeah, see how this one pans out. It looks like there's just mostly pushing coming through from Huria here. Not too much you can threaten right now without, of course, having recalled and spent any of that first blood gold. Meanwhile, Sammy Youngles has sort of just ran back into his bot half of the jungle and looking to at least take away one crab here. But all in all, that was a very successful invade for third, as he managed to get 2 camps and a kill out of it. However, Sammy surely has to know when he found third there, he had 12 camps. 2 buffs and you're seeing him on your Krugs, you know his red isn't up. I feel like this could have been a good opportunity for Sammy to look to try and find something, especially with Rat close enough by, admittedly a little low on mana, but Sammy not looking to take that opportunity there, and so yeah, we'll start to fall behind to this Trundle.
Yeah, unfortunately the Lissandra just isn't going to have that wave clear power that you would want if you're going for that red side invade. It's not going to be able to push up, so there's always that risk that Talia could come in with the passive. Does move a lot faster as well, so you want to be careful of that.
Right, well, a bit of aggression in the bottom lane here. Nice combos coming through onto the Nautilus, taken down pretty low there, and just a nice bit of harass synchronized up there from the Portsmouth side. However, third is on the bot half of the map. Will not be able to cross over that Scuttle Crab though, as he now looks to maybe path on down to the Tri-Bush, but there's a ward in the bush, and they synchronized the clearing of that one pretty quickly.
He hasn't been spotted there, I don't think. Was just out of vision. Maybe if the Nautilus can bait it in.
Well, Portsmouth should know he was there from hitting the blue plant, but like I said, Harry the Machine, he wants the 2v3s. They're playing pretty safe right now, looking up to get some wards, but third is biding his time. Of course, he can always just go to do the Krugs and try it again next wave, but that doesn't look to be the choice here. Easy Game GG does have the flash. He's going to look forward and see what he can find. Moving on in, looks for the hook onto Harry the Machine, but the pillar denies it by his own teammate. Will not be able to find out the kill here. Now Harry the Machine looks for the 2v3. He's turning towards the Surrey bot lane, but they have this double heal set up, so they should be able to play this one relatively safe. Now Talia coming on in at level 5 as well. And the Misfortune is low, but Zomimi is low. He's gone down. Harry the Machine is flashing in. The heal not enough to save the life of Nautilus, and here comes Rat. He's level 6. He's teleported in. He's found himself 1 kill. Keep your eyes on the Lissandra Thralls. Not quite close enough to keep Rat alive, but they find the kill. Now onto the Karma. It's a double kill for Harry the Machine. He finds out the triple. No flash, not able to secure the quadra, but that is 3 kills into the coin flip ADC of Portsmouth. I don't know if it's heads or tails, but it's the right one.
And that's definitely what Portsmouth want to be getting out of these fights. Everything was going to be going down into this bot lane. It was telegraphed by both teams in their drafts, and Harry the Machine on the Ophidios now with 3 kills in his pocket. He's going to go back here, and he's going to have so much gold spent. He's going to have 2.4k, 2.5k now actually in his pocket to be allowed to spend, and that bot lane gap, I can just tell, is going to get even bigger.
That is an absolutely massive amount of gold. All exactly where you wanted it, right onto Harry the Machine there, and the hook. Actually, he was recalling on a ward, so now it's a nice amount of gold going over to Misfortune, picking up the shutdown there, but not going to be able to spend that one quite yet. We'll have to recall first, of course. Now Rat, a little found in the mid lane, but he's safe enough. He knows that something's up. He's going to be able to get out of there, but in that fight down in the bottom lane, we see that Easy Game GG still has the flash, and both heals were used, and you have to think there must have been some miscommunication here with this double heal setup. You know, you're an aggressive bot lane, you're Misfortune Nautilus, so why does the Nautilus have heal here? If they had the Ignite, Harry the Machine surely would have died.
Yeah, surely. He did end up getting pretty low, and I mean, Harry the Machine there, a little bit of a greedy backspace, wasn't sure that it was warded there, and that is going to steady the storm a little bit for the Misfortune in that lane. Is going to be able to go back, and as you see, can pick up the double Dorans and the BF sword, so still going to be reasonably even on damage so far.
Yeah, just getting that kill just gives you an extra Dorans there. It really helps you out in the lane. It's not quite the same as having the core fields, of course, but it's nice enough. Meanwhile, Sammy's red taken away once again by third, finding that one out, and also find a bit of a ward here, because now the Infernal Dragon is gone, so the Rift Herald will be the first objective that third might look to secure. He's already up on the top half of the map, where he does have that advantage with the Karma slightly ahead, pushing up in the lane. However, meanwhile, Gemtin playing towards the bottom half of the map on this Talia. He's getting a little forced out of lane, but now he has the Weaver's Wall, and there are no teleports on the side of Portsmouth if they want to look to collapse and make something happen bot.
Yeah, fortunately the Lissandra with that kill will be able to pick up a little bit of extra damage, so we'll be able to wave clear decently, as you can see, pushing it in now, so the Lissandra is able to move before, but still, as you said, that Talia ulti is going to be moving them a lot faster than Lissandra can walk.
And well, speaking of going fast, here comes Sammy Youngles on the Olaf. Does have the Ragnarok available. Have to see how far they want to go onto this kill, and the answer is not very far at all. They're very scared of the Karma there. No attempt at a dive being made, but like you said, yeah, you don't have to be able to outpush the Lissandra if you can just overtake her with the wall there. Now, Easy game GG looking to turn this fight. Here comes 30's level 6, going to throw down that subjugation, but Harry the Machine trying to find the snipe on the back. He's not quite found himself a kill just yet, but Zomimi still stands. Harry the Machine is on full health, but Third is close enough as well. The hook comes through, and Easy Game finds the kill onto Harry the Machine just in time to knock down some plates with their jungler.
And that's the problem with Sammy Youngles being in that top side. You don't need to be ganking this matchup, like we're saying in the champ select. This is a farm matchup. Your priority lane is this bot lane. They've already gotten a little bit ahead, but they need that assistance to get even further ahead. And Surrey able to take advantage of that now, putting 3 members in that bot lane, and they managed to pick up 2 kills.
And like I said, Sammy was on the top side of the map, but he's maybe coming bot lane now. He's just running straight in, finds the first kill onto the Mordekaiser, and now looks to get the third there as well onto the Misfortune. Okay, Sammy Jungles just walks. Okay, all right, calm down.
I think he's showing off a little bit now.
Just finds himself a triple kill. All right.
I mean, unfortunately, wrong place at the wrong time to enable the 3v2, but he comes down and more than makes up for it there. And Olaf is an incredibly strong early game jungler, and being able to pick up 3 kills there, that's a huge gold injection coming into him, and that will just add another threat now for Portsmouth to waggle about.
Yeah, basically just picks himself up a Phage for free there, what with the shutdown on the Misfortune being secured as well. And like I said, he's sort of a little late to the party, and the onus of that is on Surrey, very overstaying and not sort of respecting the Ragnarok there. But I do want to still draw back to the point that Sammy was on the top half of the map, trying to get something happening with Rhydona. Probably shouldn't have been, but, it is what it is. But then when the play happens on the bot side, there's no response from Sammy. He's not looking for something like the Herald. Instead, he just recalls and runs down bot. It takes you, 40 seconds to recall and run down to bot lane.
Extremely risky move, yeah. If he didn't get anything there, he would have ended up being very far behind, and it would have seen Surrey try and take the lead here. Now, we've got the Dragon coming up in 30 seconds, and that's going to be the next objective these teams are going to look for. And now that the teams are in a more of an equal scenario, we'll probably see both of them contesting it.
All right, well, keep your eyes on the Talia. She's moving down, does have the Weaver's Wall, so even though the Scuttlecrab has been secured by Portsmouth, she can glide over that one pretty quickly. Sammy seems to realize that Drake is the next objective. He's not going to look to trade it for the Rift Herald. Instead, he's going to reset. However, Trundle is already bot lane, sitting in the bush looking for a lane gank. And again, Talia is moving. She has priority over Rat in the mid lane, and so Easy Game looks for the fight. He flashes onto Harry the Machine, who has to flash away in return. Zomimi trying to peel out, see what he can do, and he will get out alive. The flank is here from the Talia, and Rhydona throws Trundle into the Death Realm. Zomimi and Harry the Machine just buying time for Rat on the flank. Rhydona should be able to find out the first kill of the fight, and Rat goes in. He's locking down the Nautilus, and it's a double for the Mordekaiser. Now Harry the Machine is knocked up and taken down by Gempton. So low, as is the Misfortune, who's able to find out 2 kills, and now the Karma's here to match the fight. She's moving on forward, but Sammy Youngles has turned up as well, and Horia immediately regrets this decision, trying to flash away, trying to not get stunned up by the Braum, but the claw from the Mordekaiser will be enough, and the fight still goes in Portsmouth's favour.
And now they'll look to transition that into a Dragon as well. They've got the 3-man advantage here. Sammy Youngles still very healthy on the map now, and he is now 4-0, incredibly strong at the moment. Going to be picking up that Dragon for free, I think, here. Nothing they can really do to challenge that, and that's going to be, I think, a pretty good trade for Portsmouth. They die a couple times, but overall, I think taking the advantage there, especially with that Dragon now on 2 souls, and the Mountain Drake is what we're going to be looking at this game.
And I think the Mountain Drake could well be the best possible soul Portsmouth could have asked for here. When you're up against something like the Misfortune, Nautilus, a lot of burst on that. Same with the Talia, just having that extra shield so Rat can look to engage. Harry the Machine is just a little bit safer if he gets caught out. Same for Sammy Youngles running in a 1v5. That's something you really want to see, but we're now approaching up towards this 14-minute mark, and there's still quite a lot of plates left on the map. The Rift Herald has been secured by Third, so we'll have to see if he's going to try and drop that one down early, try and get some plates, and if Portsmouth will respond, because here they are in the mid lane, forcing the double summoners out from Gempton, who's very low and sniped out by Harry the Machine. Gempton trying to trade a little bit more damage back there. You have to think maybe if he just ran in a straight line and accepted the Deeps was not going to come out onto Rat, maybe he could have made his way out of that one
Possible
alive.
Herald play here, but Portsmouth looking to move up through the jungle. They're going to leave it.
But just drop the Herald anyway.
Yeah. Maybe you could have. I mean, maybe you could have. You want to really be using it when it's on those last few plates. You've still got a decent amount of cooldown left.
The plates are gone.
Oh, the plates. Oh, yeah, it's 14. Oh,
Yeah.
no, it's 14. Oh, yeah, no, definitely drop the Herald then.
Yeah.
That seems like a little bit of a misplay there. They did have time just to drop it. Now that the Herald is almost instantly spawning from you, would have been able to clear the wave out, especially with the Karma now on their one item spike. Would have been a very fast wave clear into tower push, but going to be securing that. Maybe trying to save it potentially for the mid tower would be a bit more of an important objective than the top lane tower.
Yeah.
So still an option there for them.
Yeah, of course, it would have been pretty safe for third to drop up there. You know, they had enough vision, and when you're Trundle, you have the subjugate with your, frozen domain with the W, and you've got the Karma there to get you out with her shield as well. So pretty safe to walk up into tower range and just drop it. But yeah, like you said, they might look to say, no, we don't actually just want for 240 gold. We'd rather use it to knock down the mid towers. But if they want to knock down the mid towers, they're going to have to look to do something proactive in that mid lane. We're going to have to see a fight initiated in there, try and get a collapse in, bring in the Trundle, see what happens. Because right now, all the focus has been on the bot half of the map. However, third is now finding Sammy Youngles in his Youngle, who just goes straight on in for the kill on the Olaf, actually making it out alive through the Triumph proc after finding the kill. Meanwhile, Rhydona is looking to dive the top lane. It's a nice juke from the Karma, but it's not enough. Harry the Machine has also died in bot lane. That one was probably to be expected at some point, as Zomimi left to go roam into the mid lane, see if he could find a little something there, but that is a 4th kill for the Misfortune here in the bottom lane.
And that's just 4 kills that really didn't end up needing to happen. The Misfortune, especially after the start that they managed to get for Portsmouth, it's not a threat that you should be looking at the moment. And going back up to the top lane, as you were saying, Rhydona on that one item power spike now, really taking advantage of that, went straight to level 11, popped the ulti on Horia, who's now 2 levels behind and is able to pick up a kill off that. And as I was saying, it's starting to show the cracks in Surrey's comp now. They now not only have a very difficult bot lane to deal with, but Olaf's getting strong. The Mordekaiser is someone that you're going to have to be looking at and trying to stop in this split push now as well.
Yeah, Mordekaiser's starting to become a pretty hefty threat after picking up those kills, because we see the Herald did take down that bottom lane tower, and I have to say it's not the most efficient use, because they'd already won the fight. You already have the Misfortune down there. She could have just walked up and last hit the tower. Maybe she felt a little bit scared, but it's relatively hard to catch her out as long as you know where the Lysandra is, because she's so fast. Speaking of Lysandra, Easy Game GG might look for a little something. And the pillar was there to try and knock down Rat, but yeah, that tower feels like it could have been taken without the Herald, so probably should have just used it for those plates top. Now Gempton actually had the element of surprise there on Harry the Machine. Could have looked for the solo kill.
Pushed up here. We got the Nautilus moving in. Easy Game GG heading down there. That's going to be a pretty easy burst.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a solo kill when you can bring in the Nautilus, and the immediate response of the TP from Rats there. So teleport's not available for Portsmouth right now, but Rhydona's will be coming up soon enough to enable him to split. And split, that's exactly what he wants to do. We've got a dragon spawning in 30 seconds. It's going to be the spooky third Drake, because once you take the third Drake, you then run the risk of a 4th. But Rhydona not quite caught out by that pillar there. A little bit of a threat of a hook from the Nautilus perhaps, but not today, as the Portsmouth side just look to get control in and around this dragon to set up for their first Mountain Shard.
And unfortunately, an issue that Surrey are going to have here is now without the Herald, there's almost no way that they're going to be able to clear that mid tower. The Sandra wave clear at this point is just a bit too strong, and Portsmouth are going to be able to flex their legs a little bit more with their vision cover now that they have taken the mid tower themselves.
Okay, well, a fight could be brewing. Rat is on the flank, and there's no vision of him from Surrey. He's taking the claw in, but actually just trying to bait a little bit. Now Zomimi has no shield. That one could be pretty big. Keep your eyes on Vitilia as well. With this mountain rift and that wall, you could see a very effective Weaver's Wall come out from her. But the dragon has been started up by Portsmouth. Rat once again hanging on the side out of vision. The dragon's at 3k, so it's now or never. Rat going on in with Zomimi, and Flubber is throwing out the deeps at the back of the fight. Meanwhile, the Olaf running down on into the 1v2, but Harry the Machine flashing forward into the 1v3, finds himself a double kill. Now looks to see if he can pick up the third, and he will, but third himself will get out of that fight alive. Portsmouth a-okay with that one, as they pick up 4 kills for nothing and a Mountain Dragon.
And it really was Portsmouth's fight to lose there. They had the control of the Drake pit. I thought maybe with the MF ulti just being able to get off there, that Surrey would be able to put up enough damage to try and make things a little bit more even, but a pretty clean sweep there from Portsmouth to be able to take the Dragon and take a huge amount more gold in there now. That's now a 6k lead for Portsmouth, and they're going to see them really dominate now.
Yeah, there was a small window in that fight, I thought, where a lot of cooldowns were blown by Portsmouth, most critically of all Zomimi, with the Braum Wall, using that one early, and you think, okay, maybe this is a good chance. You get the Nautilus engaged, throw out the Misfortune up, but Surrey spent so long respecting Rat on that Lissandra, and then the one time that they all group up together, of course, that's when Lissandra's going to go ahead and take that claw in and clean out the fight. And it's like I said, Rat, very good on that Lissandra. You're usually just lacking a little bit of damage, but with a 6-0 Olaf, you don't really have that problem.
Damage is not an issue for Portsmouth in this game. Now you've got a triple threat in terms of damage from top, jungle, and ADC now, and as you saw in the end of that fight, you, the Portsmouth expert, perfectly predicting the Harry the Machine 1v3 at the end to finish it up.
Yeah, managing to self-sustain for damage. Of course, he had the Severum, he had the right gun for it. You know, he had the lifesteal there. Anything else, you're having a bit of a risky time, but you just have to make sure you keep your eyes on those guns from the Aphelios and plan accordingly as to what you think he'll do. Now the Rift Herald taken once again by Portsmouth, and with the Baron spawning in just 10 seconds, they've put it on Rhydona. He has TP available, so he can go and split with the Herald and create a huge threat whilst Portsmouth look for Baron. Never mind mid lane.
Just going to use it for the power. But another comment is, you could see how easy Portsmouth were able to just take that Herald. It was a very casual push. Surrey not in a position now to be challenging for any objectives. It's not what you want to be doing right now. You just need to try and sit back, scale, take the right fights. There are still chances for them in these fights to be able to get perfect ultis off, but at the moment, as we said, Portsmouth very much in control.
Yeah, the Herald not doing the most it could, but again, you knock down a tower, you're pretty okay with that. And the Weaver's Wall was burnt to dissuade the siege there, so that one will not be available for any potential Baron fights for quite some time. And it looks like Portsmouth are going to go ahead, reset, get themselves off the map, and then look to move in towards that Baron. And with that, they can look to end the game. And if they can't end the game, they'll just be heading straight down towards that juicy Mountain Soul.
Yeah, Portsmouth, huge amount of options right now. They don't really have to worry about finishing the game too early. They've still got decent scaling in a lot of these champions with their items. And they've got the Dragon Soul potential. Like you said, the Baron coming up next. But it's really whatever they want to do here. They have complete control of the game. Whatever they want to do, they can go in and try and execute that. We do see, as you said, Rhydona moving down into the bot lane now to try and execute that split push. Does not have the Herald at the moment, so slightly weaker, but could certainly 1v1 I think any member on Surrey right now.
Ah, yeah, that's all he needs to do is go down, draw a little bit of pressure. Of course, if multiple people go for him, the Baron will be taken. If one person goes for him, they will be taken to throw down the ult. Now third, looking to see what he can do with the pillar, and Easy Game might be fishing, but again, when you don't have vision on Rat, you're so worried. I say that, they did have vision, there was a ward, so they were respectively worried. They knew exactly where he was and said, you know what, we don't want to be hit by that flank. But now, Portsmouth calming it down a little bit, just trying to suffocate out some of the vision here from the Surrey side as third walks up, and I think he didn't know just how alone Harry the Machine was. And that is because, of course, that vision being closed out. But now Sammy has a reset, and he's running his way down towards the Baron. No vision, actually, on the Braum there, not spotted out by that pillar, so he's able to pretty safely recall there, and now the vision that was just so hard fought for is now being reclaimed by Surrey.
I think we'll start to see this Talia pick start to be utilized a little bit more in this split push. I think it does give Surrey an option there. If things start to get pressured a little bit, there's a potential for the Talia to roam down. Still has the option of walling to the Baron pit if need be. It will be difficult with Rhydona popping the ultimate on one of them, but if it ends up going on to, say, the Karma, especially with that phase rush, could be in a position where you can kite that out a little bit, stall for a little bit longer, and does have the TP as well. So it's not game, set, match at the moment. Surrey still have options, but the strength of Rhydona right now in this side lane is going to start to show itself.
Yeah, and again, it sort of all goes back to the draft, isn't it, of the Karma pick. It's Mordekaiser, a champion that has so much potential to take over a game, and or at least take over his lane, and draw so much pressure as he does, but picking up the Karma, not really something that's going to be able to shut him down. It's not something like the Fiora or even like a Kled or something that can just really look to punish him in the 1v1. Because of that, we're seeing Surrey struggle. Now they have no control over this bot half of the map, and they were fighting for control of the Baron. The Dragon is going to be secured here by Portsmouth, so they will pick up that soul, and you have to wonder, well, why didn't Surrey look to maybe just try and rush the Baron or something in this situation? Because you have no control of bot, you spent all this time getting vision of topside, you know they're not top, so they must be on Drake. At least just try rush
Possible
it, but
pick here, though.
they do find Zomimi. He is, of course, playing the Braum, so he's pretty safe. Harry the Machine throws out the stun. Oh, and Rat is on the back line. Zomimi has gone down, but Rat does not care. He's trying to find other kills, but he's not able to, and he will go down now. Sammy Youngles is looking for the 1v2. Actually, it's not a 1v2 because the Misfortune is dying in Rydona's Death Realm. He'll find out that kill, and Harry the Machine is still alive to pick up the final hit onto that Karma. Once again, third gets out alive, but Portsmouth do not care as they move to the Baron.
Yeah, and as you said, you do need to be moving in and trying to take these advantages when you're behind. You need to be trying to trade it for something else on the map. If the enemy goes down to the Dragon, you want to be trying to take the Herald or the Baron. Equally, if the team moves to the Baron, you want to be trying to take something on the other side of the map where you can try something.
Well, Portsmouth able to pick that Baron up. And with the Mountain Soul, I think we won't be seeing an Elder this time around. Just going to make a pretty easy work of this one and move down the mid lane. They could, of course, always go for a 1-3-1 as they do have double TPs, but I think at this point you sort of don't need to.
Yeah, no, Portsmouth, I would be very surprised if they lose right now. They're in full control of the game. Everyone's got so many items over their counterparts. Even the comps, just so much dominating force coming through there. Portsmouth will just look to try and close this game out with that Baron, hopefully. And if not, I don't see there's much that can be done afterwards. The Dragon Soul, pretty cleanly taken. Surrey, so far behind, not just in terms of the gold, but the objectives as well.
Yeah, Portsmouth, like I said, probably not going to lose this one. They're, think about Portsmouth, they're a very snowbally team. And not in how they play, but also in mental. Yeah, so if you get an early advantage, everyone's like, yeah, okay, we're doing this, we're doing this, we're doing this, we're going to cut down these towers, we're going to play for Drake, we're going to get control here. But if they are behind, it's just like, yeah, you know, it's
yeah, whatever, bro.
it's all, yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, well, don't you care, bro, CBA. So it's all about getting that early mental snowball. Portsmouth, because of that, they're very unlikely to sort of throw a game. If you're in this position where you're ahead by this far, you're usually feeling pretty good about yourself. Harry the Machine, though, actually caught out a little bit. The pillar, not all too much going for it, as Easy Game loses a lot of health off of that attempted engage, but the Talia might be able to find something here with the Earth Disruption. Harry the Machine does walk over vision here, and Talia's trying to chase him down a little bit, but these turrets are just too scary for the Talia.
Do you think that mentality then of the snowball will be coming through for the rest of the series as well? Then will you expect them to still continue this domination? Do you think it would have gone the other way potentially if Surrey took this game 1?
I'm speaking from personal experience here. Lose the game 1, yes. Win the game 1 does not mean you're winning game 2. It's very much on let's call it a game by game basis, but as it stands right now, this is mostly a formality for the Portsmouth squad. They're moving on in, looking to secure down the bot lane inhibitor. Harry the Machine throwing out the ultimate just for a hefty amount of poke. With that Calibrium, getting the extra range on those autos with the Hurricane, of course. And it goes pretty well. They've now got 2 Baron minions pushing on in towards these Nexus Towers, and Harry the Machine, you can see he is playing so far up. Massive shields, has the Guardian from Braum as well. Absolutely no fear as the mid lane wave collapses, and they'll be able to get down another inhibitor. At this point, Surrey are just bleeding out their base. I think they have to look for something, and this will be it. Easy Game GG goes on into Harry the Machine, but the Misfortune ultimate is blocked by the Braum. Olaf gonna go down, but doesn't have the Guardian Angel. Cannot say the same for Nautilus, and now Harry the Machine is able to clean it up. He's found out 1. He will not be able to get the Penta, but he could well look for a Quadra as he finds out the triple, and Rydona slams down for the final kill on the Mordekaiser. The rest of the team still standing, and they move on through to the Nexus, looking to take out this game as 1-0 in the best of 5.
Yeah, I think there was a chance there when you got the hook onto Harry the Machine, but the Braum being able to just slot in there and give him so much peel meant that there was no chance Portsmouth were losing that fight, and they managed to take the game pretty convincingly.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you pick the Braum, of course. When you're up against the Misfortune, you go, yeah, we'll just deny her entire champion
just block it
as it exists. So, Portsmouth picking up that first win, but it looked very dominant sort of for the sort of last 20 minutes, but actually for the first 10 minutes there
Very
was
even.
a little bit of questionability, especially in those sort of early bot lane skirmishes. It didn't always look like Portsmouth 100% had the ball in their hands down there for the first sort of 10-15 minutes of the game.
I think the first sort of 10-15 minutes where we saw that even situation was more due through to mistakes than any team making a massive stellar play.
Yeah.
It was more people being on the wrong side of the map when they were, people overstaying a little bit too much, and that's where a lot of the kills ended up coming through really in the early game. And once Portsmouth were able to sort of discipline themselves a little bit more, I feel they really managed to take control of the game.
Yeah, I think discipline is sort of the good word for it, because it started out that we had these sort of kind of questionable fights, and Sammy Youngles was sort of always on the opposite side of the map, but not really capitalizing. So that's something I definitely want to see more from the Portsmouth side. Is Sammy doesn't have to be with them all the time.
Mm.
He just has to be doing something. If
Yeah.
Trundle shows up bot and you're on your red, it's fine. Go take Rift Herald, and that's actually a common issue for the Portsmouth team. Is that obviously they always play around Harry the Machine. And it can be very hard to deviate from that. And Harry the Machine's like, yeah, come gank my lane. And you're like, okay, whatever. Just you go for it because it works, and it can end up losing a lot of tempo for the jungler. So I want to see Sammy try and be a little bit more proactive, but also just in how those bot lane fights went.
Yeah.
Portsmouth were Harry Machine. He's playing very aggressive, and I think that's something you can look to punish if you just have a little bit more coordination in your bottom lane. You can't really get more of an aggressive lane than Leona
Yeah.
Misfortune, but
I
Leona, no, Nautilus Misfortune.
yeah.
That's the one.
I think that was definitely what they were going for, especially when you saw the Talia mid pick. That's something you would expect to be roaming down the bot lane. Maybe in next Champs Select we're going to see a Twisted Fate or something. I think
Actually,
they understand that's where the priority needs
yeah.
to be, but unfortunately the execution was just off that game. Especially when Lissandra was able to pick up items, as I said, just able to wave clear and match the timings there of the Talia, so it made it very difficult for you to get a real man advantage.
Yeah, that was sort of thing about Stairs. It does take that sort of coordination to make sure you're pushing right and using the ult right. And there was this sort of window where the Talia had lost chapter, but the Lissandra rat had gone for Blasting Wand and then Amptone and Mana Crystal. So he had a lot more AP, but he had nowhere near the same level of mana sustain that the Talia had. And in that situation, you go, okay, fine. We'll just play this lane even. Everyone just respect him for a while. If he wants to keep trying to hard shove and roam, he'll eventually run out of mana, and then we'll have the advantage. So I'd like to see a little bit of a change, I think, in the jungle and mid there. Just see a little something come through, because there wasn't seemingly quite enough damage sort of from the sort of Trundle come through. You think maybe if that's like a Jarvan or an Elise, those bot lane fights are going a lot better. And again, in the mid lane, someone who can consistently get prio a bit more, or even just look for solo kills, I think could go a lot better.
Yeah, definitely. I think that the lack of damage did end up being an issue. If I just have a look at the
Oh, we got the
damage
chart
that-
up.
We do have the chart,
Ooh.
and look at that, Harry the Machine. That's a huge.
Don't stroke his ego. Don't do it. Of
I-
course.
I'm
What do you
gonna
mean
get
that's a huge damage? He's playing Aphelios with a hurricane. What else is going to happen? All right. Honestly, I think it should have been higher. But in any case, ladies and gentlemen, that is our first game of the day in this best of 5. So we're going to cut to a short break, but we will return for game 2 with Surrey versus Portsmouth here at SouthLAnder. welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are right into Champ Select here in Game 2 of the inaugural SouthLAnder Finals. Portsmouth currently leading 1-0 up against Surrey in this best of 3. I'm, of course, Harry Dr. Evans, and once again, it is...
James the Governor Gove joining him on the cast as well.
Oh, excellent, and we are just diving right onto the Pixel Band. So, what are we seeing here? No visible changes from Portsmouth quite just yet. They're going for Thresh, Shen, and as they banned last time, the final pick was indeed that Jhin, taking that away. However, alterations from Surrey, this time leaving open the Zac in favour of banning out Olaf.
Yeah, I think it was a huge, strong presence in that last game. Managed to get such good early kills off and managed to dominate quite heavily across the rift there on that Olaf.
Okay. Good early kills.
Oh,
you walked into three people.
He came in. If that was me, I'd be seeing 3 people. I'd be like, nah,
yeah,
it's not for me. I'm not an Olaf player.
I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
I mean, he knows the limits of his champion. You got to be limit testing. That's how you improve at the game.
I've seen Sammy Youngles limit test quite a few times in my life. I don't know if that's what's going on here, but he did manage to get out the kills, and now they have locked in that first pick Zac for him, and not too sure how I feel about that, because yes, Zac is his only other champion, but is it that hotly contested, and is it better than something like picking up the Aphelios in the first rotation?
I think it's still quite a good pick. It does have the flexibility still, can be played in top lane. It is a relatively strong pick, actually. I think it goes a little bit undervalued, really, especially if maybe they're just not willing to be playing the Aphelios right now, as being dictated by the Caitlyn Morgana pick straight away, but that allows Harry the Machine to be able to potentially get his hands on the Aphelios again.
Yeah, it's basically his favourite champion right now, and Harry the Machine has 3 champions. They're Aphelios, Xayah, and Caitlyn, and always happy to play those no matter what meta it is. Caitlyn picks away, Xayah will be the lock-in. So expect Harry the Machine to know how this Morgana-Caitlyn matchup goes. I'm sure he's played it a lot, so we now have to wonder what Zomimi is going to look for, and maybe we now see something like the Karma switching over onto the Portsmouth side, as you don't really want to be picking hard engaged supports up against the Morgana. You want someone with a little bit of extra magic damage oomph, and nailed it. Karma locked in to break that Morgan.
Very good into that just to try and counter it up. But Surrey clearly very confident still within their bot lane just to be able to take that double pick straight away. Obviously must have practiced with this Caitlyn Morgana before.
Oh, yeah.
Very happy to take it up straight away. But Karthus.
Okay. Alright, I like what I'm seeing, because Karthus obviously runs a pretty heavy risk when you're up against something like an Olaf. When you're against a Zac,
not so much.
Yeah, he's not really going to run on in and invade you too much, especially after what we saw from Sammy Youngles in the last game. So there is a good opportunity for Third to really snowball and get this game going. It seemed like he was doing a really good job in the last game. He was always in the right place at the right time, but he did sort of have that downside of, he's going for the sort of the Trundle here, but because he's a plebeian, he's not going for full tank Trundle. So, he starts to fall off a little bit, and maybe you think if there's just something that we could do a little bit more, it would go really well. So he's locked on in the Karthus. Excited to see what happens there. Now we have to look towards the solo lanes for both sides. Counter pick being given over to Surrey as they are here on the red side, and with a tank jungler and basically a Karma support, you see that the Portsmouth side is currently lacking damage. So what can we expect to see them use to fill out the rest of their comp?
For Surrey or Portsmouth?
Either one, really, to be honest.
I think
I
Surrey,
said Portsmouth, but
I think Surrey here will probably try to blind pick that top lane. I think that's what Horia will tend to try and do. The Yuumi actually being picked up.
That is a proxy pick? Mayhaps. Potentially. Lads!
if I was Horia and I was this low econ blind top laner, I'd probably be... They've banned out the Mordekaiser and the GP, so it's nothing that can really take advantage of it. So it'll allow something to be taken there that's not going to be taken advantage of by these scaling picks, like the GP, like the Mordekaiser.
Okay, just waiting on confirmation for what the Yuumi is. Could it actually just be a Yuumi itself, and you put in the Morgana?
Could be Yuumi, Morgana mid lane.
In the mid lane.
Does have pretty decent wave clear.
The thing with the Yuumi, of course, is that she's pretty useless in lane. I think we can all agree, which is not really what you want with a Caitlyn. Obviously, you're looking to dominate that lane, and then she does very well to enable a sort of melee hyper carry. Some of Bruiser just really get in their face with the attack speed and move speed, and that's not something that the Surrey side have right now. However, Portsmouth do have something that can do that. They've gone ahead and locked in the set, but it could be blind. There is potential for something like the Aatrox to be picked up here by Surrey, and We've seen Rhydona play Set versus Aatrox before in the old Arena Clash last Thursday. It did not go well. It's a rough matchup.
Unfortunate. No,
But
sets.
okay, we got a lot of proxy picks coming through here. One can only assume.
I think that Surrey though have tended towards this late game priority in this one. They've got the Karthus, they've got the Caitlyn slash Bard slash Morgana slash
They've
Yumi,
got
whatever.
something.
They've got
Okay.
something in there with the Caitlyn, so they will be going for that sort of late game scaling. I think it will be quite a lot on Portsmouth here to carry that momentum they had from that first game,
Yeah.
keep the pressure on early, and try and close things out before that Karthus and that Caitlyn become too worrisome.
Yeah, so be interested to see what those picks are going to be. It looks like, yeah, we're going to throw in the chat there. Yumi is Narazir. Okay, so the Bard was Anazir, so that was a blind pick,
Hmm.
and Rhydona was happy to take the set up into that. That sounds to me like it could be a kind of risky matchup for the set, but it is one of Rhydona's favorite champions, and obviously he doesn't want to play it up against something, like the Aatrox, like the Aurelia, when he knows he's going to be against the Gnar. Could go pretty badly, but also if you get the advantage, you can really just start to run him down.
Yeah, due to the low range from Gnar, Set is actually able to take advantage of that with his E. Gnar's E as well, his jump away, is
Yeah.
also very easy to take advantage of if Set is able to channel the stun into Gnar when he has tried to hop away.
Oh yeah,
That not only keeps him in, but it stops him from having any escape at all.
for sure.
And in just a fist on fight, Set's going to dominate Gnar.
Oh, absolutely. And then you think when it comes to also the Mega Gnar as well, huge advantage for Set right there. Of course, he has the percent max health, so he doesn't really care that Gnar gets stronger. And then you think when Gnar looks to try and engage team fights later on, if he goes for that big hop crunch combo to then get the massive Gnar ultimate to engage, he jumps in, you just jump back into him and use him to engage onto his own team, starting the fight and really denying the priority engage they might have been looking for. Now, the other pick that was locked in was Azir, and that was picked into the Orianna there. And Orianna, you can never really go wrong with blind picking Orianna, and
Yeah, it's a good
it's
strong
close
one.
enough to Lysandra. We think that this is a comp that
Hmm.
was lacking a little bit of damage because they had the Zac jungle, and yeah, in my mind, if I think, okay, I want Lysandra, but I want to trade a little bit of CC and engage for damage, I think Orianna is 100% the next best thing, if that is what you're looking for. So maybe we can see some nice, interesting combos, with the Zac and the Ball and the Set and the Ball. There's lots of good opportunities there, again, for Rat to still get those big, strong engages that he was finding in the last game.
Yeah, so I think it's a difference between a team that's going to be looking to team fight you, going to look to try and get as many combos and one more combos off as possible, and another one that's just looking to scale for that late game, try a bit of safety. On the note of the set into the Gnar, the advantage that Surrey will have is the Morgana shield could protect the Gnar from something like that, from some sort
Sure.
of counter engage, can give them a bit of safety there. But
But then you have to think you've thrown the Morgana shield onto the set. Sorry, onto the Gnar. It's like, well, yeah, you've stopped their big engage and you've guaranteed your engage. Is that worth it? And I think it probably could be because you have Karthus who, you don't care if he gets CC'd, his defile's still going. He
yeah,
dies, yeah, whatever. It's fine. Just ult.
just ultis,
It's fine.
just press R.
And the Caitlyn probably going to be out of range of anything too risky. Likewise with the Azir. So it actually is a pretty good point that you could be throwing down the Black Shield pretty offensively, sort of onto the nut if you have to. But I do want to talk about the Azir a bit. We don't see Azir very often in the meta right now, and this was a pick they chose into the Orianna. Now, the main issue with Azir is that he really needs levels, and not like points in skills, but he like actual just champion levels
Yeah.
he scales with. And do you think that Surrey are going to be able to have the time they need to ramp him up, especially in this Orianna matchup?
I don't like the way that Surrey have angled this champion select now. We've seen how strong and dominant Portsmouth can be in the early game, and with that kind of comp, and now going for a full late game scaling comp,
Mm,
you're putting a lot of risk onto can we survive this early game? Can we weather the storm and get to that late game? Because if you get to 40 minutes in this game, yeah, great for Surrey, but it's going to be the transition to that
yeah.
and how they're able to pull it off.
All right. Well, the way they would transition out, of course, is they do have that Caitlyn Morgana bot lane, a lot of pressure there. So what I think we can expect to see from that side is, yeah, you just have the Caitlyn and Morg shove in, look for plates. You can bring in the Karthus to get some early dragons. Not really going to be looking for dives with that kind of setup. Maybe he can get a few good counter ganks here and there because you know that Sammy Junglers is going to be trying to camp that lane. Alternatively, if you know Sammy Junglers is going to be down there, you can just send the Karthus to full clear his top side in 10 seconds. He'll probably pick up a Rift Herald as well. So I really want to see how they sort of work around the bot lane with the jungler, even if it's not necessary on the bottom half of the map, because we saw in the last game that was an area that Sammy Youngles was struggling in and could be sort of pretty punished in that regard. You know, if he's spending all of his time down bot, he's not looking to make these cross-map plays, and third it could go very poorly. However, we've got Azir in the mid lane, Karthus in the jungle. Is that really the sort of champion that you want for that 2v2, the Azir?
No, I think it's going to be dictated a lot by this jungle position. As you said, Sammy Jungles wasn't doing so well at that, but it wasn't just that. Third was where he needed to be at the right time. He was able to go in and steal red buff not once but twice, was able to put enough pressure down bot lane and still go away and farm his other camps as well. I think if we see a similar thing there, that could be a way that Surrey is able to transition a bit more. But as you said, if Sammy Jungles is able to improve on that a little bit more, maybe that's the way that they dominate the early.
Okay, well, a little bit of info for you guys. Apparently there's maybe a miscommunication with the proxies or something, and the set pick is going to be changed. So I assume we'll run through until the Gnar was locked in by Surrey, and then Portsmouth probably going to obviously change the set pick. That's what they said. You can still blind pick the Orianna. That was fine. And then we'll see if the Azir changes after that as well. Of course, Surrey should have that opportunity to change it if they want. If they think, there's now some crazy top laner that completely ruins Azir conceptually across the game, we want to change the pick. I don't think that really happens, but you know, that might be an option. But yeah, the Azir in the mid lane. Right? You've got the Karthus, like you said, not the strongest 2v2. You can't really go up and get those, you know, the aggressive moves that you might want, the aggressive invades. However, from what we saw in the last game, I don't think that Sammy Youngles is going to be in that position to make the aggressive plays happen himself with Rat. It's something that we haven't really seen from him a lot across NSE, across Newell, and in that game just now. So if he's not able to punish the way that sort of Third and Gimpton have the weaker 2v2, then they will just be given a free time to scale. So definitely need to see some early proactivity from the Portsmouth side with their jungle and with their mid lane. Even if it's not up on invades, maybe we just see constant roams down to the bottom lane whilst that Azir tries to scale.
Yeah, so we see the Gnar and the Karthus being locked in there. So the same picks for Surrey and just changing things out for Portsmouth maybe? Are we just
so Portsmouth are changing the set for something else. I don't know why they're sort of picking like this, and they don't really have to. We never draft already, but whatever. I think they will have most champs anyway. So
because when I saw the Zac and then the Gnar, I was like, oh, they were taking the Zac like into the top lane maybe to change that out potentially.
And Xayah jungle, okay.
that's when my thoughts sort of stopped. But I think it could have been a good rotation. I don't know. The Zac could take advantage of the Gnar decently.
Ezreal mid. Ezreal as a replacement for the Azir.
We love Esmid.
That's not sure quite what's going on there. I mean, it does seem that Surrey are picking in the same order they were picking in before, and that's why picking in a role order. They do have the the right to change their mid laner if they want.
It's something that was strong in the meta maybe like sort of 2 seasons ago, quite a ways ago, maybe even more than that. If paired up with the Yuumi, if they're going to pick that here, is something that can really scale into that late game like we talked about. It's still a similar comp from Surrey, looking to scale into that late game with the Yuumi, with the Ezreal, with the Karthus.
So Kate and Morg were the proxy picks, or... Alright, well, not sure how's there, but we'll get that one confirmed sooner or later. But in any case, yeah, it looks like Ezreal Yuumi in the bottom lane, which would be...
That's another Karma pick again. I mean... there's no still for the support, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like... So obviously Portsmouth, the one pick they really wanted to change was the set. They picked set at the same time. Let's see what's going to be. Ooh, Yasuo, okay.
Now this is getting interesting. So Yasuo, a traditional counter into Gnar in that matchup. So Rydonna really looking to make his mark on this game. He managed to do quite well in the 1v1 once he managed to pick up items last game. In this matchup, I think we can see a similar thing coming out. If Hurrier, the low econ, is able to weather that Yasuo a little bit, he will help his team out a lot. But I'm going to be paying a lot of attention to Rydonna on this Yasuo here, seeing what he can do.
Alright, we have a, what can only be described as another draft remake. I won't lie to you, I'm big confusion. In my eyes, what should sort of happen here is that This was also initiated by Sorry. Sorry are the ones that quit the lobby, as we can see now as they get back in order. I feel like what should happen here is that you just go through the same draft again. So Portsmouth go for the same. Zach was it? Yeah, was it the don't pick a top laner, but then they change their top lane to whatever they want in regards to the Narpic. Basically, run the whole thing through the same. So you have Caitlyn, Morg, and the what's the other? Karthus.
Carthus, yeah.
And Portsmouth still have Zac, Xayah, Orianna, and the Karma.
Hmm.
And then you just change those 3 picks that haven't happened, and we'll see how that
Or we
one.
could just be looking at a whole different draft, and we
Honestly, well, the bans are the same. I'm a pipe down until I see that thing say 3 minutes on the top and we get a draft locked
we
in.
just don't know. I mean, that gives us, if the draft did change again, you know, that would give us more time to talk about a whole new draft phase.
A whole new draft. Oh, fantastic picks! I never knew. I don't actually know the words to the original song, let alone this
No,
version. So
Aladdin, great film, but
the whole new world, new fantastic point of view. Is that it?
so they are just picking for their champions now. Okay, cool. So we're going to get to see all of these confirmed there. Still the Gnar and the Karthus, still the Yasuo, and as I said, that's something I'm going to be wanting to highlight quite a lot. If Rydonna is able to press his advantage in this matchup, that could be another pressure point he could still exploit as last game.
Alright, so the Victor locked in here for Game 10 as well, that's fine. And obviously he had the counter pick, so yep, just remaking the draft on those sort of last 3 picks as it were, and then we will see the Xayah Karma locked in, and of course the Caitlyn Morgana as well. And actually the Victor, definitely a much preferred pick here. This is something that goes very well, not very well with the Karthus, but definitely stronger than Azir, while still filling the same kind of niche and still being able to push through the Orianna. Now my question is, the Victor was changed from Azir in response to Yasuo. You have to think, how much of that plays an impact? You know, is it they're like, well, Yasuo's going to win to all my soldiers? Or...
Yeah. I mean, there's still sort of similar problems there. Does the Yasuo wall? I assume it still blocks Victor E.
Yeah, I think it
because
it's
not like
stops the E in its tracks. So it
Yeah.
will still do the aftershock as well once you've upgraded it, but only up to the point that it made it to originally.
Okay.
I think. And as far as obviously the Siphon goes, it will block the first half, that Q thrown out, which I think if that gets blocked, you don't get the second part. You don't get the empowered auto, I think. But if he throws out the Q onto something else, yeah, he can still just get the empowered laser straight through that shield. But probably not 2 champions we'll see facing off against each other in the 1v1 for quite some time. Maybe if they go for a sort of 1-3-1 split, both these teams. But yeah, the Victor definitely much preferred over the Karthus here in the middle lane. And because hopefully we now have 10 seconds left in the ladder. I think we're good. I think we've made it.
We're good. I think when we were talking earlier about Portsmouth's draft, I think rotating the set out for the Yasuo actually makes it even more of a wombo combo, team comp based fighting style. And we'll be focusing on those for where a lot of their strength is going to come out.
Yeah, so the Yasuo, like I said, it's just a lot more damage. There's no sort of 2 ways about it, and again, said it before, you've got the Zac in your jungle, so you're really lacking damage, and you have the Karma. So yeah, just slap in something there. You don't really need more tankiness that you would have with a set when you've got something like the Karma. And of course, Karma going to be getting an Ardent Sensor almost definitely, and that's really going to be benefiting the Yasuo as well. Set, he likes it, but Yasuo really going to get on board with that item. So we have to think, what are we going to see over the course of these games? Well, like I said, get the pressure down on the bot side for Sorry, really get in onto those plates, abuse Caitlyn Morgana, maybe bring your jungler down, or maybe don't, as he can look for 2v2s in and around the mid lane. I really want to see how Third and Gemtin work together. It can be around the bot lane, they can be looking to get Drakes, they can be looking to get kills bot, or they can be looking to take Rift Heralds and invade blue buffs on the top side. They just have to do something, and then they can start to capitalize on some of Sammy Youngles' weaknesses, whilst getting their team further and further into the game, which is exactly what they want to do.
Yeah, Surrey are able to fix their mistakes from last game, where this comp they are going to be behind in that jungle position. It's just the Karthus isn't going to be as strong early as the Zac, and if they're able to go around the map and make trades on other sides of the map where they're not as strong, I think that'll give them that slight edge they need to make it through to that late game, try and put their comp into some sort of fighting shape.
Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, it's been a little bit of bounce around on this one over the course of the day. We said it was best of 5, then we said it was best of 3 last game, and that's best of 5 again. We've had some sort of like scheduling things, like can we fit in a best of 5? Are we gonna make it? And we've decided, yep, we can fit in the best of 5 here. We've got time before, of course, the Counter-Strike will be starting up later on in the day. I think that's starting up at around 2:30, 3 p.m.
I think
type.
it's like 3 p.m. Yeah.
Somewhere around there. So of course, stick around. That's something that interests you, but we've got about a minute left on this. So we've spoken a lot about how the Surrey side want to play this one out. Kate Morgana, Karthus does Karthus things. Nah, kind of vibes in the top lane, as top laners tend to do. What do Portsmouth do in response?
I think, like you said, we're going to be seeing a lot from Sammy Youngles and where he wants to put his priority. I think he has a chance here to really dictate where this game goes. And I think if he can control the early game, put the pressure where it needs to be, then that's how they want to do it.
Okay, so where's he going to be looking to put that pressure? Does he want to snowball the Yasuo up in the top lane and say now that Rhydona has played Yasuo before and he
Yeah,
does pretty well on it, but he's no Yasuo one trick, and Yasuo is really one of those champions that he just has such a steep curve of sort of skill to basically skill to DPS, skill to ability.
yeah.
Is that there's such a massive difference between a 2 million mastery Yasuo one trick and an Iron player first timing. Not only in how the champion moves and plays, and obviously how you stack up things and play around your passives, your wind wall, the sort of small mechanical things, but also he has so many cancels in his kit. So many things like, throw out a lot of words here, but the Keyblades, the Air Blades, all those sort of things that Yasuo mains know and love. If you're not someone that plays an obscene amount of that champion, you are going to be losing a lot of potential DPS. And Rhydona doesn't often pick this champion. He does it in sort of games that he thinks he can flex a little bit. He'll play it in some of sort of like the earlier rounds of Newell where the seeding's a bit more random, things like that. So to pick this now up against a sort of confident team, in the finals here at SouthLAnder, University of Surrey, no pushovers as they showed in the early stages of that last game, he might get a little bit exposed.
Yeah, I think if the Zach's able to make a couple of trips up there early, if Yasuo does get an early kill or two,
Oh,
that's all that he needs. If he's able to get that early advantage, that should be a really dominant lane for the Yasuo. And if, like you said, if he has played a little bit, likes to flex a little bit, that's the kind of situation where if you get a couple of kills on them, we could look to have, yeah.
Okay, well, a couple of early kills. You might find one of those in a 5-man invade. Morgana moving first, but nobody on the Portsmouth side to be found around this area. But Yo's going to get some nice vision, and in my opinion, the best early game ward you can get is going to be sort of right there on that sort of pathway up from the wolves to the blue buff. But Rhydona, no, no, don't go in there. Oh, Rhydona caught up by the binding, and the first blood goes to the Karthus. That is massive. He's not going to be able to get the recall off to buy something like a Dark Seal. The creeps have spawned by now, but off of a poor point defense from Portsmouth, yeah, the side of Surrey are able to get that first kill and that first Dark Harvest stack of many handed on over to the Karthus.
And every time that happens, the timer's just going to get lower and lower for Surrey, and that Karthus is going to come online just that much earlier, and it's going to give Surrey a little bit more breathing room where they don't need to worry too much about that early game if things don't go their way.
Yeah, I mean, we said Karthus want to, Karthus included in this list, but Surrey want to go late as this game goes on. They want to bring it out, and yeah, getting a nice early kill on your Karthus definitely going to do that. Of course, nothing burnt by Rhydona, and nobody has actually spent any of the money there. The XP lead is slightly negligible because it was split between so many people as well, so it's not, atrocious for Portsmouth. It's not like, Rhydona's out of the game. It's just not great that 400 gold is handed over to the Karthus there, but right now we see Sammy doing this puff that he actually does this very common on Zach, and I should probably ask him why, because I actually don't know, that he does this sort of red and then blue and grump at the same time as Zach's do, and then clears full back down to bot, and I think he likes to do it because I've only ever seen him do it on blue side, so I guess it's just a way for him to finish off at his bot lane. Of course, you don't really want to start blue when you're playing Zach, because then you can't do it at the same time as the Gromp. So expect to see him path on down to try and find something with Harry the Machine and Zomimi, who right now are doing a very good job of pushing in the Caitlyn and Morgana, because they chose this lane. They knew that they were against Caitlyn Morgan. How do you beat them? You just have to be able to outshove them and pick someone who doesn't get completely denied by a black shield. And looks like they're doing a good job of that so far.
Yeah, and if they're able to push that wave in, possibly. Oh, do you see a fight in the jungle though?
Third moving in and actually smites away the big Krug, oh sorry, the big chicken there as he is found a little by Rat first on the play, but not too much in it. Now the bottom lane could be moving, and Third is actually happy to recall here, I think. At least hit the cone down. No, he doesn't see Sammy Youngles on the Krugs. You have to wonder sort of why would you not angle that more towards the Krugs? You don't really care if there's a ward in Tribush. You're not too excited to see that. But he cancels the recall, so he will get the crab here. Could actually look for a double crab or maybe even a gank on into the mid lane. But again, he's not 100% sure on where Sammy is because of that blue plant usage.
Yeah, and as we said, there wasn't actually enough time for Third to go back and actually spend that gold. So he was able to... Oh,
okay, yeah, so Third moves on in, blows the flash from Rat pretty early on and gets the Dark Harvest proc as well. But now Sammy Youngles is in his favourite place to be. It's the bot lane. Harry the Machine, he's done it again. He's flashing forward. And now the root comes through onto Morgana as well. Nice coordination there from Zomimi, and Harry the Machine put the root down onto Morg, so she has to flash right into the feathers. And that is a kill. It does go over to Zomimi's Ignite, but Portsmouth are doing what they want to do right now.
Yeah, so the wave able to bounce back there to give them a bit of an opportunity. But as we were saying before, Third managed to actually get that chicken camp off without even going back and spending gold. So he was a level up on Sammy Youngles, able to go in there and still cause a ruckus, which we weren't really expecting actually. We were thinking that Sammy Youngles and Rat, how do you say it again? Rat.
So I was a little concerned for Rydona's safety there, as we did see Third on the top half of the map, and a very big wave was being slowly built up by Huria. He had the Mega Gnar coming up soon as well. You have to think maybe there's risk of a dive, but Third wants to make sure he's on the bottom half of the map when that dragon spawns, so he gets the reset. He's coming through, so much AP picked up already. He's got the Stalker's Blade, pretty easy to hit his Qs, and now picking up a Darkseer as well, trying to stack that one up. So down to the bottom half of the map he farms alongside his bot lane, who, despite being actually down in that trade, they've gone for the double Dorans as opposed to the two longswords here picked up by Harry the Machine. So actually, right now, the Caitlyn is a little bit stronger, sort of overall in the lane, but of course, once Harry the Machine starts to stack up the extra items, turns those longswords into something, it could be pretty rough. Now Rydona gets traded on a little bit by Huria, who's able to dodge out that third tornado, and this is what we meant, that this is a counter matchup for the Gnar, and sorry, for the Yasuo, but Rydona maybe not that comfortable on the champion.
It was a little risky eating forward. Oh.
Should be okay here, but can't say the same for Sammy Young because he's just got his Aftershock blown, and Rat has no flash available. Is going to go down once again to Third, picking himself up another kill and also pushing through the wave. A lot of XP being picked up here for the Karthus, and that is important. Rydona is not made of health right now, and a level 6 Karthus ult could be very scary. Of course, the Dragon is also on the table, but the Portsmouth bot lane are pushed up. Looks like Third doesn't want to try it.
Third actually quite aggressive up here in the jungle, is going to be looking towards...
Oh! The Karthus has used his ultimate ability. And as such, Harry the Machine has quickly perished. We were watching the Victor, so we don't even see it. I was like, why is he standing still?
Yeah,
is he waiting to take the blast cone or something?
Yeah, I thought he was going to like go into Sammy Youngles on his golems and like try and steal them, and I was like, why are you doing that? They're just going to back off and then come and kill you. But
I was saying like maybe he's sneaking the blast cone into the pit.
Dominant from an early game Karthus. 3-0, manages to get a kill on their first ultimate, takes the Infernal Dragon as well, which is going to be hugely beneficial for him. This shouldn't be happening. This Karthus should not be this dominant early. You can't even blame the early invade for it, because he wasn't really taking all of those advantages when he had the gold lead.
Yeah, now we can see the Runic Echoes finished as well, and Sammy's trying to gank a lane but has no people in it. As he pings his way on into the bottom lane. I have to see how long he wants to wait down there for them to arrive, and yeah, you hate to say it, but there's a light amount of jungle difference in this game here, because yeah, Third is out on the map. He's making moves, and Sammy Youngles is always just lagging behind. He's trying to be very reactive, but he doesn't anticipate those moves, and so obviously he was always just a little bit too far behind. You see now he does come into the bot lane, but is very quickly warded out. And again, this is a lot of wasted time, and that's part of the pressure of playing with someone like Harry the Machine, who we'll say is a vocal player. I think a lot of people would describe him as such. But
That's a nice way to put it.
when he's your star carry for the team, when he is the guy you're looking to play around, when he's the guy that's going to 1v9 your game, you want to gank his lane, you want to get him ahead. But meanwhile, Rhydona is actually fighting in the top side of the map, and he's used his ultimate, but Horia has one of his own. He's looking to get the Gnar into the wall, and it's a lovely stun on the corner of the wall there, coming through from the Carthus as well. So he's able to secure himself a nice kill, and he's just in time for a Rift Herald as well.
This is perfect timing from Third here. He's exactly where he needs to be when he wants to. He's not wasting any time. Sammy Youngle's not really able to get anything off with the time he's spending around these lanes, but Third just walks up. The stun comes in at the perfect time from Horia. They're communicating that well, and he's able to just go up and get the kill straight away. Go back, start farming more, pick up these objectives.
Yeah, and Gemton trying to find a little damage onto Rat, but he has to be careful. He's not got the most mana, but he's got enough as he finds that kill with the flash and the siphoning strike, picking up a solo kill in the mid lane. We do not often see Rat getting solo killed, but Gemton on the most minuscule amount of mana makes it happen. And this game is going the opposite of what we expected, but hold the thought, because Sammy Youngles is charging up a slingshot. I don't know if the collapse is going to be there from Portsmouth. Yeah, Harry the Machine flashing very far forward, taking a few tower hits, has the ultimate to drop the aggro, but he's low and he's got Ignite ticking. There's no ace in the hole available. Scratch that, it has just come up, but let's just wait. There's a Carthus in this game. Third in 3, 2, 1. Not quite going to drop down the ult because Sammy Youngles going a little bit
Manages to
further,
dodge it out,
but
though.
Sammy Youngles is smurfing. He's over the tower to dodge the Carthus. So of course, easy game. GG finds that kill. Harry the Machine cannot recall in time, and it's more money onto the Carthus. He's even able to come down and counter gank from the Sam. He's now cancelling the recall as well from Zomi. So even though Third makes the play happen top, he gets the Rift Herald, he is still in the right place. He's still bottom lane, cancelling out Sammy. Rhydona so low, and the flash is up for Horia, so have to assume the wind wall was there, because otherwise that is a cheeky solo kill for the Gnar.
Almost everything that could be going wrong for Portsmouth is going wrong. They're losing both solo lanes, despite having the counter matchup in the top lane. Third on the Carthus, who's a late game scaling pick, has been absolutely dominant. He's 5-0 in 10 minutes. He's got 8 stacks on his Dark Seal, and he still has the Herald to pop off, which he might use now in this mid lane.
He's got a lot of time to use the Herald. Of course, we're early days still. 3 minutes till those plates drop, and something you were alluding to in the last game. You do want to use the Herald later on in the tower's life, because Sammy Youngles tries to come top for must be the first time in his life, and they're not able to find out the gank. Horia very able to dodge out away from that one, and this is the thing. This is what happens with Sammy Youngles, as he gets very like, oh, I have to gank, I have to do something, and he goes and tries to force all these ganks. And yeah, whilst he's doing that, Third is walking in and taking his jungle. It's just like we said, Third is someone that will capitalize on the mistakes of Sammy, and Sammy will not do the same to him. So this Carthus pick, I really like it. It's so huge that it's just absolutely plays to the team's strengths, and now
Harry the Machine.
It's playing to Harry the Machine as well. He has no summoners and no ult, but look at the amount of damage coming out from these Skittles. Harry the Machine goes low, so Mimi is able to block that, and the Requiem is not up, but you have to think that's going to be the bot tower falling. Sammy Youngles is lurking nearby, but what can he do in a 1v3?
Not a lot.
Not a lot.
That's the answer to your
Well, he's going to try.
question.
Sammy, you're not playing Olaf this time, man. He throws out the let's
He is
bounce.
actually able to
It's
delay
putting
that
out
quite
a heavy amount of
significantly.
damage, but just
Oh,
down
the little minion.
the smallest slither.
Oh,
Oh, there was a
no, the
creep
minion!
auto! Sammy Youngles falling down, as does his tower as well. Actually, the wave, not quite as big as you'd like it to be, and that's why you drop the Herald later, but still, 4 plates, another kill, and a Cloud Dragon as well. That's something that Surrey are very happy with.
I feel like you said Portsmouth.
Oh, he's dropped his ult. Oh, someone's dead.
Oh,
Oh, Rhydona, no!
No!
Oh, another Dark Harvest stack, another kill. 10 stacks on the Mejais now, but Rat might want to change that as a fight's breaking out, but Zomimi is just going straight down, and Rat is turning out of that one. And this is good because now we're seeing kills out onto other members. Caitlyn got one, Gemton got one, and Carthus is big enough at this point. He's fine.
He's on his max stacks of his Dark Seal, and may even look up to pick up the Medjais if he's feeling a little bit flexy at the moment. I mean, you said Portsmouth are a team that can tilt. and they're very headstrong. And this is unfortunately the other side of the coin when you're in this situation. And once one pillar falls, they all seem to start tumbling down. And
Oh, pillars. That was last game.
ha ha ha.
No trundles here.
Ha 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 ha.
Comedy. Oh, good lord. But that's a good point. As you say, they are a very sort of mental momentum team as stands, but that momentum doesn't always come from having a strong early game. You know, they can find that momentum even if Harry the Machine goes for that sort of 2v3 and they go 1 for 2. He chalks that up as a win, you know. That's the Machine. It's like, yeah, 2v3, I got a kill, easy, and he'll take that momentum. Likewise, as a team, if they get one good team fight, they can start to roll with it. And now Sammy Youngles, well, this might be the fight, but the Black Shield should be enough to cancel the engage. And now it's just 3 hits. Oh my god, that is a crit and a half coming through onto Harry the Machine. And meanwhile, Rydona might look to throw out some crits of his own, but losing half of his health bar to this fed Karthus. Now the bot lane tower should fall, top lane alongside it. 7,000 gold lead at just 14 minutes for Surrey.
This is an insane lead early coming from a late game scaling team, and I mean,
and Sammy is, sorry to cut you off, he was trying something mid. He is very low, but no Karthus ult there. It looks like he was going for a gank onto the Victor. Did blow the flash, but please continue.
And bless him, Sammy Youngles, he's going and he is trying to make things happen, but now when you're even losing on your strong side of the map where you have the 3 members, it's starting to feel
another go.
doomed.
He's trying again, but Karthus is hanging around the corner and the bottom lane as well. Rat is very low and will be found by third. Just one skittle is all it takes as Sammy Youngles goes out into his passive. Who will they hand the kill over? It's going to be Natenav on the Caitlyn, getting that one. And again, another tower. We said, sorry, play through your bot. Oh, Harry the Machine's flashing in. Oh, he's all right.
Oh dear.
Yeah, so Surrey snowballing this game.
Yeah, a little bit, and I mean, Rydona, they're still going for these plays, they're still trying to make something happen.
Rydona actually playing around this windwall pretty nicely. If he can find the Qs that he needs, he should
behind.
pick up the kill, but the Requiem is coming off cooldown in just a matter of seconds. There it is. He is not going to make that recall. Third is legendary on this Karthus. 25 stacks on the mesh ice. Oh, this is obscene for third as he picks up once again another Rift Herald.
That pick's getting banned next game. Like, straight up. Like,
perhaps, but it's not the Karthus is the thing, because he was doing this on the Trundle.
True.
This is, yes, the Karthus is definitely the strongest way they could go for it. I love this pick so much. This is really strong drafting coming through from Surrey, but even if you were to ban the Karthus, and we're 15 minutes in, we're talking about next game, but even if you were to ban him out, just pick something like Nidalee, same thing.
Yeah, true. I think the way that third's been able to do it, not just last game, but this game as well, just be right place, right time, able to telegraph where Sammy Jungles might be, and then try and make plays on the other side of the map as well, and just being so efficient with his time and where he needs to be, popping into the lanes, not spending too much time there, whereas on the other hand, Sammy Youngles might be hanging around there for a bit too long and just get nothing.
Yeah, I mean, right place, right time. It's all there is to jungling. If the Dark Harvest proc and the Ludens are very close for third, but not trying to play too int here, but he is playing far forward. He is knocked up and will go down. It's a 1,000 gold shutdown for Rydona, and there's no Requiem to clean up the fight. However, Caitlyn finds out a very fast double kill, even without the big Karthus. Surrey are happy to push forward. The binding will not connect, and Rat is trying to disengage with the hose. The creep wave too low to push forward onto the tower, but Horia is down in the bottom lane. The dragon spawning in just 20 seconds as well, so Surrey are okay to back off and look to make the safe play and extend their lead even further.
Yeah, huge lead coming out here, and that dragon's just going to be, I would imagine, not going to be contested, but oh, interesting. Yeah, we do see the stopwatch coming out.
He's not letting that happen again.
No, it's certainly
One
not.
death was more than enough. He's got a family to think about. Those measure stacks, you can't risk them. But
he can't lose them again. I mean, good on Portsmouth to still be trying to sort of make these plays, and they did try and make something happen. That 1k gold lead will have some sort of effect on this game, and it will make things a little bit easier, but it's still a little bit of a ways to go for Portsmouth.
No, I see. this is a smart move from Portsmouth. They've put the 1,000 gold funnel into Rhydona. He got the shutdown, and he's waiting for the 1 and 10 Yasuo power spike.
Oh,
Everyone knows it's one. It's not
true.
0 and 10. They always get
It's
one kill. 1 and 10, and so Portsmouth have made sure that it's the most valuable kill possible. Really min-maxing the build here on the Yasuo. So, you know, maybe. But we said earlier on that Yasuo is something that Rhydona picks to flex on people. He picks it in games that he thinks are going to be easy when he's up against a strong team. Yeah, these are plays you have to respect. Third and Horia did a really good job of shutting him down in the top lane, and we see that he isn't able to play the Yasuo at a high enough level to pull it out in this tournament. It's a huge disrespect, and the team is very much punished for it. Now Harry the Machine is locked out of this fight, but it doesn't matter. The Karthus is taken down, but here's the Requiem! Double kill! So Mimi falling to the headshot as well. Never mind, it's the final Skittle that will secure the last kill of that fight. Third with his dying breath takes down Harry the Machine, and now the carries can move on forward to this tower. Of course, the Caitlyn still standing, knocking down the inhib, but Horia looking to knock down Rat instead. He flashes forward and finds the extra kill to accentuate this push. And not going to be able to find too much more, but you're pretty happy with 4 kills and an inhib.
And that was almost sort of best case scenario, sorry, for Portsmouth there. They managed to get a decent wombo combo with the Orianna, the Zac, and the Yasuo as well, but it still amounted to nothing really. They still got taken down pretty easily, and their base is so far cracked.
Now we're going to try it again. Sammy Youngle's jumping on in, but he's only found Vanar, who does have the Rage stacked and the ultimate available, but everyone from Surrey happy to disengage. They can get Vision down in the jungle and move on towards the Baron. And like you said, Portsmouth did hit the massive wombo there, but Harry the Machine was completely out of the fight. He got hit by a max range binding. You have to assume a fair number of points have been put into that one by this point, so lasting a real long time. If maybe he had been further up, he could have maybe done a little bit something with that combo. Of course, he is still most of the team's damage, but even then, even if he goes for the sort of the Feather Storm and ult flashes forwards to really guarantee it gets the 5-man route, he's got just an Essence Reaver at 20 minutes into the game. It's not the worst build you could have, but it's probably not enough to swing that fight.
No, it's still a little bit far off. Like, every single lane here is at a deficit in terms of items. It's extremely difficult, even if they get these massive wombo combos off, to make anything happen. I think Sammy Youngles will keep trying. Maybe they get a really, really lucky team fight off, but as long as Surrey are still able to keep members alive, even if the Karthus goes down, the sheer amount of damage coming out of his ultimate at the moment as he picks up more and more items is going to be extremely dominant, and it's just unavoidable.
Yeah, at this point it doesn't matter if the Karthus dies, he's happy with it either way, but Sammy might be looking for a steal. He lines up the slingshot and jumps in, but this Baron is far too high on health. Sammy has smited to stay alive and gone into the passive. Now Rhydona's in the team, but this is a bit of a miscommunication here. I think 3 members clearing out the waves, and so maybe he thinks he's alive, but no. There a massive amount of damage coming through from third. I think even the shield wouldn't have been enough to save him through the Dark Harvest proc as well. It's an extra kill and the Baron for Surrey.
Harry is just going to look to end the game by himself, maybe, if he gets the wave here.
Oh, he might. Well, he's baiting out the ultimate from Harry the Machine, now looking to find a stun. He gets the knock onto the wall and goes for the solo. However, the heal should be enough to keep Harry the Machine alive, who's flashing forward. But even though they found the kill onto Vanar, the rest of the team are looking for the inhibitors. Sammy Young was just spawning. He has the ultimate. Cannot say the same for Rat, but Rhydona's here as well. So it looks like that push onto Vanar in the bot lane has actually been enough to dissuade the Surrey squad. They are happy with the 2 inhibs and 4 barons they have. Again, they play it safe. They know that they cannot possibly throw this if they just go for the small advantages that Portsmouth cannot contest. They've got 2 inhibs, and the Soul Dragon will be spawning in 40 seconds.
How can they stop this? I mean, it was great to stop the split push from Horia, and that does delay things a little bit more, but it's just a matter of time now, really. The Soul will be going over, and that will make a huge difference as well. That teamfight sustain coming out will be huge, and we don't really see any Executioner's items on Portsmouth. It'll be pretty silly to even pick one up. There's no real other healing on the other side, so...
Yeah, it's very rare that I say that you can't afford an Executioner's calling.
Yeah.
Obviously, Morello's is more expensive and Bramblevest is more situational, but anyone can drop the 500 effective gold it costs to get the Executioners. But Not today. Not on the
No,
Portsmouth
you're just too
squad.
far behind, and that's the advantage when you do have that sort of healing. Like, if you're ahead.
I really like this ward 1 second, because there it's gonna find out Sammy Youngles, and
Oh,
he should just go
just gonna
down
get
to the crit.
popped.
The ward is so good when you're versus Zac, because he can jump from the Krugs into the Dragon Pit. So if you know, just drop the ward there, you know that's where he's going to look for the steal, because
Nicely
that's where he
spotted
feels
out.
most safe, and they'll find 1 kill. Now we see Ace in the hole being used for a bit of harass, and maybe going to find the kill onto Harry the Machine.
Oh,
I thought
no.
he'd made it out, but oh, that Inspire Shield is nowhere near enough. Huria pushing forward onto Rat in the top lane as well, blowing out the shockwave there, and this should be it, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, looking to turn this one into a series as they move on to the Nexus Towers of Portsmouth. Huria looking for a little bit of final glory, only finds the one-man ult on that Gnar, but from this point, Sorry are just farming kills in the fountain. Sammy changes his mind on the slingshot, thinks maybe let's get a little bit of KDA going here, lads. Let's try and save what we've got, and the Nexus does therefore, Sorry, in absolutely dominating fashion, pick up that game.
Yeah, dominant performance from third there, being able to come in and just from minute 1 almost by
Yeah.
being able to take that kill on the invade. And after that, it was just the third show. He managed to go in there, constant domination, not just in the jungle, but in the lanes as well. Extremely efficient with his time,
Oh yeah.
able to just be there exactly when he needs to be. Just like last game, but this time he is rewarded.
Yeah, and you say he's efficient with his time, and that is, of course, the thing that Karthus is best known for, is basically just full clear very speedily and then get out onto the map where he needs to be. And we saw even on the Trundle, it wasn't like the most efficient he could be, but he's still doing a very good job. And this is such a great style to use versus Sammy Youngles, because that is his core weakness. We said it many times that he really doesn't sort of take the opportunities that might be given to him by the enemy jungler, and then also that when they start to fall behind, he gets very much like, okay, I've got a gank, I've got a gank, I've got a gank, and you're saying in the game that he was just constantly looking for stuff as they were losing. It's like, okay, well, maybe I can find a fight here.
Yeah.
And yes, at some point when you hit so far behind, you do have to do stuff like that. But Sammy will do that in the earlier stages of the game. He'll be doing that at 10 minutes. He'll be doing that for ganks. And in the current meta on patch 10.4, ever since 10.3 really, the way junglers work is that ganks are so much more quality over quantity. Yes, if you're getting successful ganks off, like third was, you're going to get really ahead. But if you're trying these ganks and failing, even if nobody's dying, you are falling behind so much XP because of the camps that you are not only losing to them farming their own jungle, but also if they look to counter jungle you, and nobody is going to punish that better than the Karthus.
Certainly. You saw it every time Sammy Youngles went into that bot lane. The Karthus immediately moved into that blue side, was there to take the entire side, and then went up into top lane or went into mid lane and was like, I clear camps so quickly now, I've got extra time to spare. Let's just go and give my laners a little bit of assistance. And I mean, most of them were winning on their own most of the time anyway. To be fair, it was quite an easy game for the Karthus to be able to move into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because we had the opposite of sort of what we thought would happen. Was we thought, okay, we get the bot lane ahead, and then you sort of ignore the top lane. Yeah, you play a little bit of mid, get the Karthus ahead through bot. It was completely the opposite because of the counter pick from Portsmouth. They were pushing in the Cape Morg. Cape Morg not able to get the strong lane that they wanted, but that's fine because third was farming kills top lane. It was all up there in Rydona's face, and then as we said he had to do, moving through the jungle, getting that countering. So really strong play from third. Like I said, I don't think we're going to see that Karthus come through again, but I'm really excited to see what he pulls out next.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be cutting to a short break, but right now the series is 1-1. It is even for Portsmouth and Surrey, so we definitely got a game on our hands. Don't go anywhere. Tune in just a few minutes for the third game of the inaugural SouthLAnder Finals.
Just listen. That's the way computers talk to each other.
On the outside looking in, not knowing where I've been, traveling through
Just get
God that the brothers on the rise now. Endless celebrations all in my house. Levitating now, I'm super duper fly now. London boy, but DC where I reside now. Put the time in while you always yelling time out. And for quit it, cause I know I'm coming with it. You were sitting, you were wishing I was handling my business. Now I got the ball like Harry Potter playing Quidditch. And my business so humongous, you would think that happens in there. Damn man, I'm all that, yeah, I'm all that. Looking for that whip, yeah, that what you call that. I'ma blow up in the summer, have them yelling fall back. And I've always been ahead like an effing ball cap. Man, I came in the game like, whoa. Got a couple chains on me cause I like like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah. Going mainstream. Damn. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Woo. Going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the SouthLAnder Finals League of Legends edition. I'm Harry Dr. Evans. This is James Governor Gove. Real quick before we dive on into this game, so there's been a sort of a little bit of You know, we've said some interesting things about the number of games that will be taking place in this series. You know,
Yeah, a
we've
little
had
bit back and forth.
some changing times about is it best of 3, is it best of 5. The initial plan was best of 5, but unfortunately, due to El Coronavirus, we've had to sort of drag that one down to a best of 3. You know, no one's dying here, you know, on stage, or if they are, they're hiding it very well. But what happens is the CS:GO team have to go all the way back to Swansea at the end of this, and you know the trains have been impacted a little bit. So in order for them to be able to make their train, we've got to be able to pull the CS:GO forward, and as such, to do that, we're going to be turning this one into a best of 3. Now we are straight into picks and bans of this third game, and it is 1-1 for each team.
I mean, Sammy Youngles did look pretty dead in the last game from coronavirus. I mean, maybe he could be
I think
claiming
the whole
that as an
team
excuse.
from KDA looked pretty dead.
I mean, yeah, I think that's a fair comment. I think we could have pinned that one on anyone.
They keep banning Shen. If only they could pick Surgeon Shen. He has the face mask.
True,
He'd be
that
ready.
could protect us all.
Okay, who else has a face mask?
The Nurse Akali.
Kennen,
Kennen
I think he doesn't wear it. Don't quote me, but
No,
I think he has
I'm
one
pretty
like
sure
on
he
his
does.
chin.
I mean, Kennen has like a cover up anyway because he wears like
Yeah.
the hoodie.
But no,
so we
'cause
just
I
have to
think you
think
can
of like
see
the
his
ninja.
face when he's in that skin for some reason.
You can see like his eyes.
I think in the splash it's his whole face. Who knows? But there's probably some other champions with some sort of respiratory systems. But
And we see the Karthus ban coming in. Had to be done, I think. It just matched up with Third's playstyle so well, and he was able to really put that pick to its best.
yes and no. So obviously Sammy has to pick Zac here, right? Of course, because the man is a 2-trick. You know, it is what it is. But that's pretty acceptable. The thing is, the Karthus wasn't like the major issue. It was definitely the best way to abuse Sammy's playstyle. But there are other champions that can do that well, and Sammy may be hesitant to pick up the Zac here first because you do have a slight issue. It's like, think, okay, well, we know they're not going to pick the Zac away from us, so maybe we don't pick it. The issue is, if you don't pick the Zac here, then Surrey can pick something like Set or Mordekaiser or Aatrox, whatever, that's something you want to get a hard counter on. And then you're really stuck. So let's see what Force will do. Yeah, they've locked in their bottom lane here, so now this is very troubling. It is dangerous to first pick a lot of the really strong top laners because they have hard counters. But if Portsmouth want to take that counter when it's Rat's turn to pick, they will lose the Zac to a ban.
I mean, is there anything else that Sammy Youngles would then rotate to? What would you
Okay, good one.
If you had to put money on it, where would you place the next champion?
I've seen
in the
him
line?
play something else, and I don't remember what it was.
Nunu?
And
That's like always something that.
Nunu with Ghost and Cleanse, yeah. Oh, it didn't go well. What was it? It was he's not a fan of the tanks, not a fan of the Sejuani. I remember him outright saying that. Could put him on something like a Jarvan, but that's not really his style. Really not sure. He's been trying a lot of Nidalee, and trying is the operative term. You take a look at the account that he plays Nidalee on.
I think Jarvan would be really, really good into this so far. You've got the Jhin and the Morgana so far locked in for Surrey, so if he has a bit of experience on that, I mean, it's been a pick that's been relevant for so long now, but is going to default back onto that Zac, going for what he's comfortable with.
Yeah, Zac Nautilus, very strong. Obviously, Harry the Machine is a big fan of the Caitlyn. It's his favourite champion. Even when she's not in the peak of the meta, he's still trying to pull that one out. And of course, it does counter away the Morgana hit. However, because of that Karthus ban, the first change in bans that we've seen from Portsmouth, the Jhin was left open, and that's why they first picked the Morg, because the Morg is going to go well with the Caitlyn if they want it, but it goes well with the Jhin as well. I think the Azir didn't really have to be blind picked right here. You could have gone for a jungler, or they could have taken something that would then pressure the Zac in the way we spoke about earlier, but Gemton wanted that Azir last game, ended up performing really well on the Victor, so we'll see now what he does when he's actually on the Azir today.
Yeah, it shows how important comfort can be for some of these players here, and picking the Azir so early shows not only a lot of confidence, but maybe they're not too worried that Rat is going to be able to pick something that's going to be able to do very well into it. We saw Lissandra coming out from him in the game one, not something that would be too hard pressing on an Azir. I'm not sure what's really in his wheelhouse to be able to do that, and the Set being logged in as well.
Yeah, that was not what I was expecting, because as I was saying earlier, Set is very counterable, and we have seen Rhydona hard lose the set matchup in various games across Newell and Belong when the counter is taken. So I was thinking maybe, yeah, like blind pick for Lissandra. It's not even blind pick, you know exactly what you're into. You're up against the Azir, so we don't know what the matchup will be in the jungle or the top lane, so not 100% certain on why the set was picked there. So let's take a look to see what Surrey go for as their final 2 picks. They still have jungler open. 2 junglers banned, but I think something even like Jarvan is going to do really well with this Morgana Jhin setup in the bottom lane.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I slightly disagree on the set point. I think that Hurrier has shown in previous series and in this one as well that he is a low econ top laner. And I think that a set is really punishing for those kind of picks. He's picked the Maokai in the past. I think the Nai would do quite well into. You can really take advantage of set's overpowered strength at the moment.
Okay.
In those kinds of matchups. So I think he's just trying to sort of call Hurrier out again. Just trying to see if he can go toe-to-toe with him there.
So we see that these 2 proxy picks here, the Annie and the Amumu, have been locked in. Those are Sejuani and Maokai for the Surrey side. So they've chosen the Maokai into the set top lane, and I think that that's kind of a rough matchup for the Maokai, no?
As I was saying, Rydonna there, he's picking the set because he's like, this guy plays low econ, he's played the Maokai before, he's probably going to do it again. I'm going to get a really advantageous matchup here. I can blind this now. And I mean, we saw the Maokai be pretty useful last time Surrey played, even though it was into not the best matchup in the world. So maybe we could see that again, but it will be on Rydonna there to try and take advantage of that.
But why blind the set when you know you
I know,
have the counter
I
off
know.
Maybe it's something like Rydonna's like, okay, if they pick the set, I'm not comfortable playing the Aatrox or the Aurelia into it. Possibly. That doesn't sound like Rydonna. He does like Aurelia a little bit. His Aatrox is not the cleanest, you know. Certain people have been quoted as saying he makes Aatrox look balanced. You know, true on occasion. But yeah, not too 100% certain about how the set match up. It is going to go up there, but we still once again have the Azir back in the mid lane, and Sejuani was for lock-in for the jungler. That was the proxy pick there, so you do have a lot of dive potential now with this Sejuani, and then Morgana and Jhin. Obviously you put the black shield on Sej, you have a good time, put it on Jhin so he doesn't get engaged. There's a lot of long-range engage when you factor in things like Sejuani can dash, flash, and then throw the bowler as well. Dangerous times to be a Caitlyn in the bottom lane.
Yeah, certainly, and I think we've seen similar sort of team comps from Surrey throughout their entire play in SouthLAnder. They maybe not have as strong of a bot lane as Portsmouth might have with Harry the Machine, but it's shown a lot of success. I mean, it wasn't really why they won the last game, but certainly the last series, it played a massive part in it. But if Third is able to continue this jungle dominance he's had so far in the series, we'll hope to see that outcome again.
But again, we're going to have the same problem that we were thinking might occur when Azir was in the draft last time round, which is the Sejuani Azir, it's not the best 2v2. The other thing is you have a so you have a ranged mid laner, and you also have a ranged support as well. On the Sejuani, yeah, you have the Maokai, that's very nice. You usually want at least your mid laner or your support to be melee. Someone who can go with you to really start to rack up those passive stacks and get the stuns out in the team fights. And without that, Third's ganking ability is going to be a little bit pinched on. But really, I think the main issue for the Sejuani here is just that with the Morgana and the and the Jhin so far behind you, there's a lot on you to go hard forward and get the dive in, get over the support and onto the carry. That's something that Jarvan will do very well. It's not something Sejuani can excel at.
Yeah, certainly. And I think the problem for Surrey could come here where this draft is very reminiscent of the first game. We have low econ top, low econ jungle into strong meta top for Portsmouth, and then we have the Lissandra in the mid lane that can go down and roam and help the bot lane. And a lot of pressure is going to be put on this bot lane for Harry the Machine to try and carry on this preferred Caitlyn pick that he has. And if things end up trying to be played like game one, maybe that's how Portsmouth can come back in and finish off this series with a 2-1.
Yeah, I'll see if that's the way it pans out. And like I said, there's so much on the bottom lane. Of course, low econ top, Azir has to scale. Low econ jungle, So both teams looking to make a strong 3v3 happen down there. And we do see the Morgana against the Nautilus, which is something that you would usually think to be a pretty Morgana-favored matchup. You might think that that's the counter. But from my speaking with you sort of UKEL players, UKC players, is that actually Nautilus does well into the Morgana, and we can see that's probably why Zomimi has locked it in after the Morg first pick. And the reason for that is that, simply put, the Nautilus hook is a shorter cooldown than Black Shield. So you will jump in, and she will block the hook with her Black Shield. But after that, you're just like, okay, cool, let's back out. You can tank her Q, it doesn't matter. You have the Titan's Wrath shield, you're fine. And then you just come back 10 seconds later when you have the hook and she doesn't have the shield. So there's a lot of pressure on sort of Zomimi and Harry the Machine to play that lane as aggressively as they can, which is Harry the Machine's favoured style, but is it something that Zomimi can do?
I think the issue will come in there as well with double range matchup into range melee. They will have the advantage there, and I think it's just going to come down to the junglers and where they're going to be positioned.
Jungle diff.
Jungle diff. And I
Jungle
mean,
diff.
that's kind of been how series have been determined so far. Matches have been determined so far for us today. And it could well
And
be that
every
again.
solo queue game, of course. Yeah.
Every solo queue game.
Yes, that's what
it's
my
not my
teams
fault.
keep telling me.
It's always the jungle diff.
Jungle diff. All right. Yeah, but so that, I mean, actually, it's jungle diff, right? So we saw Third completely dominate the last game on that Karthus. He's now the Sejuani. We were saying there are picks that are like the Karthus that can punish Zac in a similar way, like Nidalee. You know, he's like Graves. And Kane could do pretty well. Just someone that can move up in their jungle and really power farm. Sejuani, you'd think, doesn't really fit that description. But as far as tanks go, she actually has a very fast clear, you know, relatively speaking. And she is kind of safe. You know, you can slow people and dash out on your way out. It's like, you know, it's not like you're playing. It's not like if you're playing like Maokai Jungle, for example, right? You'd be very doomed if you try to go for something a bit more aggressive like that.
Yeah.
But because she can kind of quickly take those camps, and she has a decent enough solo on Rift Herald and on Dragon because she gets infinite procs on her passive, I think that we can still see Third play the same style, just with a few less Requiems this time round.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's now the added terrain scaling that Sejuani does have. Helps sell out a lot more if you suddenly get pounced on if the lanes aren't in your favor necessarily. And I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Third to be moving into those advantages now when you compare what the lane states are going to be like. That set is going to be pushing in the Maokai early on, especially when they pick up a couple of early items. The Lysandra is also going to be pushing in the Azir. That'll sort of even out a little bit more, but in this early game that we're looking to, where Third tries to be pushing for these invades, the laners could come and make his life hell.
Yeah, and something I want to bring up a little bit is also this Zac lock-in. Of course, it's Sammy Youngles. I was sort of expecting, especially if we're playing Maokai top, that we could see something like a Poppy can really hard deny him while still being a very strong. You know, she's strong as a tank, but she actually does a lot of damage as well. She can take over a lane if she wants to, but even without the Poppy sort of type lock-in, we do have champions that are very capable of cancelling out the Zac engage, and we see Sammy has spent sort of over the course of this tournament over here today, he's been trying to force a little bit too harsh. You know, he comes to these ganks and is like, okay, I have to get something going here. Something that Sammy does quite often when he's playing Zac is he'll just hard force a slingshot, and even if it doesn't hit, he'll look for the stretching, whatever, yeah, the Q, the one where he you know, claps them together, hits them with the now Kith. And the problem that happens when you do that is that you've now jumped into the mid-layer team and you haven't procced Aftershock. In the early stage of the game, that can be very deadly. It's something that Sammy falls victim to quite a lot. Of course, if you do manage to land the Q, you're good to go. You're fine. But it's just a little bit of an extra risk. Now, when Sammy wants to jump in on these fights, which he will be trying to do, trying to force on these fights, there's a big problem that A, you obviously have the Black Shield to defend Jhin if he's trying to throw down the curtain call, but also Maokai, Sejuani, and Azir can all cancel the ult. You know, obviously Maokai and Sejuani do it with their Qs. Azir, sorry, not the ult, the slingshot.
Yeah.
Azir will do it with his wall. And it's not like the optimal use of a Sejuani charge or an Azir wall, because, you know, you want them to be throwing themselves, so you want the Sejuani to throw herself forward to engage, you want the Azir, maybe he gets a shuffle, maybe he wants a bigger disengage or big damage. But it's enough. If you're negating Zac, a champion whose sole purpose to engage, from engaging, the Portsmouth team could have a really rough time. So I want to keep an eye on that throughout this game. As we sort of go into these mid-game team fights, if the game is very close, or if Portsmouth are even slightly ahead, there is a chance that we could see that just completely denied by the Surrey lineup.
Brilliant, and hopefully we'll be getting into it here, seeing the early game defense.
Oh, not again!
I mean, hopefully Portsmouth have learnt from their mistakes and they'll be looking out for it.
Might turn around, see how tilted the members of Portsmouth look. Ooh!
Nice little dodge out there. Just going to retreat.
Okay. Whew.
no mess ups this time.
Nobody died
And
today.
they're able to
Look.
safely fall back.
So, okay, so you see Rat actually moves forward and gets that chicken toward here. This is a common theme for Portsmouth, as they don't, at least when I'm not playing, you get the early vision down, you know. So Rat adapting in this one, moving forward, getting that vision out because he knows it's free. I'd like to see Sammy doing the ward trick more often. It's something he never does, and it's just free vision, you know. It's very low risk, especially when you see 5 members move in onto the bot side. You can do the ward I was talking about earlier, which I like to go for, which is warding sort of just on the cusp of wolves. So you'll see as they start wolves, but do you also get the full vision if they skip straight through it to go to blue. That's something that Sammy could have had, and bearing in mind the problem is that he's sort of being aggressively out-tempoed by third across these games. Having that extra early vision, there's really no downside.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I hope during the break your little pep talk with Sammy Youngles will be helping him out a little bit more. Just
Like pep talk as much as flame.
I mean, hopefully he's been able to reset now. He, as we said, he likes to be just going in with those E's, trying to still get the Q off if he can. But if he can just sort of calm himself down a little bit with these engages, try and make sure he's being more efficient with his time, a bit more like third has been in this series so far, I think that'll even things up a lot more.
Yeah. Right now it's pretty slow starts from both junglers. We see Sammy is not doing the usual clear he does where he goes for the, like I said, that sort of red to blue, then full clear back down. It's because he's on the red side this time around, so looking to get as much XP as he can, doing the red and chickens. Not taking the Krugs though, so not going to be hitting level 4 until he moves onto that Scuttle Crab, and if he's not able to get that one, could be in a bit of a sticky situation. You do not want to be a level 3 Zac, and you don't want to be tagged up like that either in the bottom lane. Harry Machine losing a lot of health, and they do still have the push, they have the prior, so should be able to contest that crab that Sammy so desperately wants, but meanwhile third is slowly but steadily farming down towards this bottom lane.
Yeah, and we do see both of these junglers pathing their way towards bot. It is the focal point of this game. What are you flaming me for?
What is it? Oh, you people can't see the way this man's sitting. Please continue.
But the focus of this game will be the bot lane. We see a similar team comp from that they've had most games where they have a low econ top. They'll be trying to put as much pressure down there as possible. The mid laners will be looking to roam down. We'll see this game play out quite a lot in the early game, I think, like game 1.
Okay, well, with Portsmouth having the prior in bot lane and pretty neutral mid lane setup, Sammy Youngles was able to secure that crab. The gamble paid off, and now he's level 4 third. Should respect this as a possibility and will be coming into gank. He actually spots out Sammy, so Sammy jumps on in. Isn't able to find any engage there. Nice timing from third to match that Rome, who's a little bit low on health and slightly behind in XP, but should be able to hit a fast reset and run up to grab that crab to compensate.
Now, with these team comps comparing them, I think delaying the game does benefit Surrey a little bit more, but
oh yeah,
if you're Portsmouth and you're thinking Harry the Machine is our carry here, the late game, it can be very much dictated by an ADC's positioning, AD's carry mistakes, AD carry performance, and if you have confidence in him, you shouldn't really be too worried about getting to that late game stage. You still have options when it gets to there, so no worries if you can't force things out too early.
Okay, well, we've seen pings coming through from third. He's now moving in towards the top lane. It's not a huge amount of damage between the two of them, but Rhydona isn't made of health, and he doesn't have the flash either, so Hurrier goes on in. He's throwing out the CC onto Rhydona, and this should be a pretty easy kill, but maybe not, as Hurrier goes down low. Third finds the kill, but Sammy Youngles is nearby. He's not going to look to dive too hard to find any kills there, and third won't be chasing into the jungle there, and we spoke about Sammy Youngles' tempo, okay? He saw this coming. You could run bot when you have the bot pro. You could go for the Drake, but he says, no, I'm going to go top. That seems like where the gank is going to be. But he was like 3 seconds too slow on the reset, and it cost him dearly. Now, though, he's moving into the mid lane. Gremton is going to be able to get out of that one. Taking TP versus Lysandra, that could be pretty greedy, but as the Azir, of course, all he wants to do is just farm and scale. But with that flash down, could be dangerous, but...
And as you said before, third is looking to be roaming into this jungle. He's actually going to be going for a gank on the top side now, and be looking to revisit that.
Oh no, we call this one Dust Tilter, where you go for the loop around. Comes up, Rhydona does have the grit stacked up, but this is not enough to do any sort of damage. And like I said, there's not a lot of damage between these two champions, but they don't need it. Rhydona has no flash, he has no way out, and they give the kill to Huria there. Maybe Third could use it a little bit better on the map, but really, if Huria is just getting gold funneled into him like this, then sure, he'll be able to start getting a huge lead up in that top lane, even as the Maokai versus set. Because look at this. This is a massive wave lost by Rhydona, and if Huria can take this wave on top, he should be able to get a sort of 2-level advantage there.
Yeah, and that more than makes up for the unfortunate matchup that Maokai has picked himself into. But now with that extra support from Third,
Sammy looks for this, but he has the ultimate available, so he shuffles Sammy Youngles under. However, the CC is there from Rat to keep Sammy alive. Gempton needed just a little bit more damage to find that one, and both junglers showing in the mid lane, so we see some aggression down bot, but not too much. Sammy, however, able to get off what are now, thanks to say, some pretty competent ganks. We saw in the last games, all the ganks seemed sort of, you know, I was like, oh, reactive, oh, I've got to get something done, and they were very forced. But these are the ganks where he's like, okay, I'm going to come in, we blow a flash, what's this? We both have ults, okay, cool, I'm coming again. He's playing proactive, he's getting a tempo advantage on Third, and we're starting to see this turn into an advantage for the team.
yeah, and with the Drake still being alive now, neither team really putting too much priority towards it, but we could see that change in the future. We do see Harry the Machine and Zomini still pushing up this bot lane. They've been pretty dominant in that for quite a while now.
Yeah, they're just looking to chip away at plates, as Caitlyn is one to do. This is, of course, a cannon wave, so they might not go for the plate here on the end, but they do have a little bit of vision, so maybe they feel safe enough from the Sejuani to go for it. However, with the Azir missing, it could be a dangerous move, but like I said, jungler's not really focusing on the Drake right now. They both path back towards the top half of the map, and I feel like it's because both bot lanes are really looking to reset. They're sat on a lot of gold, as you can see. There's only 50 gold in it, but both of them are on 2k on the carries, so you want to get that reset first before you go for the Drake. Meanwhile, Rhydona takes a bit of damage up top, but is able to trade it back with the grip. However, Huria heals right through that one. But keep your eyes on the minimap as Azir and Sejuani move down.
Yeah, and they'll be just taking a ward, moving it out. And I mean, now in this top lane, you saw it in that trade. Maokai is able to sustain through this damage that Rhydona is able to pump out with the set.
Third is moving in. He's on a ward, but he does not care. Harry the Machine has to flash away. That's not the move he usually likes to do, but it will keep him alive this time. We cannot say the same for Zomimi. Brought down low and should fall to Third. Meanwhile, Rat with the solo kill. No, it's actually Sammy Jungles was involved in that one, but they found the kill in the mid lane, trading that one back. And now what are both teams going to look for? We see Third maybe positioning to get out a dive, and Harry the Machine, that is a greedy recall, but the wave isn't there, so Third doesn't look to dive. Meanwhile, Sammy is taking away the Scuttle on top side, and Third is continuing to pressure. And this is what we mean about tempo. Sammy takes Scuttle, Third takes Sammy's camps, and now threatens to dive. However, Sammy moves in onto the top lane, but looks like there might be a bit too much health on Huria here.
Yeah, this is a pretty pointless gank to go for. We talked about taking stuff on the other side of the map and trading when you can, and Sammy Youngles just had almost a minute there where he could have taken the Herald pretty much for free. There was no vision there. You don't have to worry too much about a Maokai. You've just killed the mid laner. Rat could roam to you if you needed, and Third's just going to take the dragon. Is going to survive.
And he's getting out. Oh. He's got the Hunter's Potion ticking. Just ran out at the end there, so definitely saving his life, an early pop of that one. The refillable potion.
But I mean, that's Third taking the objective lead again, and Sammy Youngles placing the gank, choosing to place his gank top lane as opposed to just taking the Herald, which could have turned into a few decent plays.
A common thing for Sammy Youngles, not only the sort of not making the cross map play like we're talking about, but also Scuttle Crab. Just puts a huge prior on it. It'll be things like, we saw it in, I think it was in game 1, I think it was, where Third gets a gank out top, and then Sammy's on the bottom half of the map and he takes Scuttle Crab. It's like, no, if you take the chickens first, you can get Scuttle Crab on your way out. But if you take Scuttle Crab first, you can't get it. It's like there, Third shows bot, Sammy takes Scuttle Crab. And this is the kind of tempo that's really getting Third an advantage across this game. He's getting all this extra stuff done. We said, even if he's not on the Karthus, it wasn't so much the pick as it was the style that was getting him and his team the lead, and we're seeing that in this game once again. Sammy Youngles, however, moves for a gank. Could turn into a 2v2 pretty quickly, but Gempton should be rather safe here.
Oh, another combo out.
Yeah, once
Saw this
again,
one
we've
last
seen
time.
this one before. He locks Sammy Youngle's under tower, but Rat locks him down, but the
Ooh.
final tower hit is actually enough. Now Third has come on through, smites out the Bloblet and moves onto Rat. There's no other melee here, but it doesn't matter. Third has more than enough attack speed to lock down that stun, and we see the Claw just not up in time for the Lissandra there. So it is a double kill for Surrey off of, again, a sort of forced gank from the Zac.
I mean, Sammy Youngles knew what was going to happen. It happened before the Azir ulted him straight back into the tower. Unfortunately, this time, Third was there to pick up the pieces. He manages to move in, and they managed to take a pretty advantageous trade out of that. And now Third, because that Rift is still up, is going to be able to take it.
Yeah, I mean, that gank worked last time for Sammy, the exact same gank. And even if Third hadn't been there, you could think it's like, oh, well, he would have just died to the, like, he would have lived through a tower hit, he would have died. The crucial difference was that Gempton was able to flash slightly safer just before Rat's ult came through. And because of that, he's able to put out a little bit more damage onto Sammy. The fight goes on a little bit longer. Sammy loses his Aftershock. Then you look at his build, he has absolutely nothing defensive. But hold that thought, as Third should get, he gets the Rift Herald. It's not contested too heavily there, but yeah, it's just that little thing made Sammy stay there a little bit too long, and he ends up going down, losing the passive as well. Now, it's another forced gank onto the bot lane, and what's Third doing? He's making moves up top. Now he's just walking straight into the lane. He does not care about Rydona. Yeah, Third has a... Oh, I thought Rydona was level 7 for some reason there, but Third's just throwing out deeps, pushing Rydona out of the lane. There's no threat of a kill, but we should see the Herald top.
Unfortunately, it's sort of been the story of this series, so
I said there's no threat of a kill, but I've changed my mind as Rydona tries to keep himself alive. A nice dodge on that, and the suplex keeps him out, flashes forward, and Huria takes the extra tower hit off of the face breaker. Yeah, like I said, no threat of a kill. Rydona knows what he's doing.
he just turned around and just said, no, I know what I'm doing here.
Oh, absolutely beautiful. Dodging out the ult from the Sejuani, and that suplex just to buy time waiting on that Haymaker cooldown. You know, it looked sketchy when he used it very early, like, oh, this is enough, but he's got enough points in there. He's got the CD, able to turn that one around. That is absolutely huge. The Herald isn't dropped, so that tower will still stand, and nice bit of extra gold put into Rydona.
For the flank, though.
Flanking
Rydona
his
is
own
a
lane.
bit low. Just picked up the Sunfire Cape, so will have a decent amount of damage to pump out.
That's hefty burst. You don't have to worry about losing the vision here because Huria does have the saplings. We got the classic ring around. I can hear Rydona from here 3 minutes ago going, Sammy! Sammy, come top! Sammy, save me!
If he can delay long enough, it's going to be a 1v2.
Hang about. Okay, Huria now has the ward. I think he's realized this is a little doomed. He has the Q to disengage Sammy if he needs it. I think Huria shouldn't be in too much trouble, but they won't turn it around because Gempton is coming through. His teleport was, however, cancelled in the mid lane, and Rydona isn't able to connect the Haymaker. Huria won't be able to find that kill, but meanwhile, mid, Gempton and Rat are fighting. Both have blown their ults, and Gempton goes down very low. Rat has the flash if he wants to look for something extra there, though. After having taken that claw forward, I think he's going to have to spend that flash here as Third moves forward. But it's so greedy!
No.
And Third just slaps him down for that kill.
And that play actually came out of Gempton attempting to make that TP play top to make up for Huria. Rat was able to go in and take advantage of that, but it actually ends up turning around just because they were able to use the damage that they had to turn it around. But
yeah, and there was a bit of a hefty misplay actually from Huria there, is that he had a sapling in the sort of bush, and he knows that he's running around the alcove circle, sort of around that pillar with Rydona. And then he throws a second sapling into the bush. And at this point, no, you throw the sapling straight over because then you get vision and you can W in and you can start the fight how you want it. But because of that, it takes a little bit too much time. Sammy Youngles comes in, and we saw how that played out. And now
potentially come out here though.
Yeah, Sammy cancelling his slingshot very early, actually. He knows it's like, okay, it's not happening. I want to get the cooldown up ASAP, but he is on 2 wards there. So Surrey do have the advantage here. They have the element of surprise as Third walks into the lane. They know Sammy is coming, but do they care? Third able to zone out Harry the Machine on the back, and Easy Game GG will flash in. The stopwatch not used, and so they fall. Now Third will be the next to follow. Harry the Machine flashing back in just as he is used to, and now the hook lands onto the Jhin. Gempton has arrived, but so has Rat, who does have the Frozen Tomb, so they look for the dive. He tries to disengage with the wall, but it's not enough, and once again it is a triple kill to Harry the Machine.
Unfortunately, it's happening 10 minutes later than it did in Game 1, but that's the 3-0 on Harry the Machine out of the bot lane play, and this is what should have been happening earlier for Portsmouth. Too much time had been paid attention to this top lane, and now once they've moved things down into that bot lane, gotten Harry some gold in his pocket. Hopefully we can see him start to take control of the game.
And there was sort of a bit of overconfidence, I think, from Surrey there, maybe disrespecting Sammy, because they knew he was in the area when he tried to line up that slingshot on those 2 wards, and then he walks up sort of towards the blue. And I don't know if they thought they could take the 3v3, or if they thought, whatever, it's Sammy, he's just going to go farm. But Sammy's going to look for the gank, okay? So when he comes back in, I think Third in the squad were a little bit more surprised than they should have been, but maybe they could turn it around, and there was just a bit of a mistake when it came to Easy Game GG flashes forwards, isn't able to get the stopwatch off, and does end up falling. But off the back of that, I think that this is the very first game that different teams have taken dragons. I don't think we've ever had a one-to-one dragon here, as we now see.
Even in this final game.
Rydona tried to keep himself alive, but he will be locked down by 1 stun from Third. Now, we do have the Frozen Prison available for Third, however, and it will be used here. He's going to tank up the tower, and Rydona has the grit, but he has no ult. He is getting bounced about. Gemtin, not quite made of cooldowns right now. He doesn't actually have the Q for the soldier reposition, but there it is, the final one. Now Zomimi might look for an engage here. There is no binding for Easy Game GG, but they're not looking to dive too hard. Harry the Machine not putting the DPS out onto the tower, but looking to bait it, play it slow, wait for Sammy.
This play needs to happen so much sooner though. You see 3 men in the top lane, you need to be trying to think, okay, we need to do something in mid lane now. They're going to attempt it now with the gank.
Okay, well, they move on forward, and the shield was used on the Morgana, which means it is not there for the Jhin. He will fall to Sammy Youngles, and the Morgana dies as well. Third now moving forward to find out the first kill for his team onto Sammy, but he's gone into the Bloblets now. Rat has turned up. He's not going to be able to save that life. But Gemton has the double buff, he's level 11, does not have the wall, so won't be able to turn this one around too much, but can dissuade the push.
Yeah, ends up being a pretty good play for Portsmouth, but like I said, if it happened just that little bit earlier, there wouldn't have been that 1-for-1 trade in the end, and they wouldn't have lost that Zac passive. It's going to be on a pretty long cooldown now of about 5 minutes.
Yeah, you need to play just a little bit more aggressive. I'm not too sure of what it was that they were quite scared of. You see Harry the Machine was not hitting the tower. It's like, well, people are top, you've seen them already, so you don't have to be too worried in that regard. But yeah, they get the tower, they get the kills. No harm, no foul. They've managed to find a little bit extra on the map for themselves. However, we're just 18 minutes into the game, and this game is still very close. 3,000 gold lead for Portsmouth, but realistically, I feel like it's a lot less than that right now. But something important to note, I think, is that a very tanky lineup for the Portsmouth side, and
certainly
Jhin is not a champion known for his ability to deal with tanks.
No, I mean, you've got the Set, the Zac, and the Nautilus as well. Especially when they start picking up maybe one more item, you're going to really see this Jhin struggle to take down those high priority targets. Even the Lysandra is going to be extremely difficult. You're going to be relying on Azir really for this comp, and if the Azir ends up making a mistake or getting caught out, then you're going to see Surrey really struggle for damage in these team fights.
Yeah, it's a good point, the Azir, because he can still be putting out the damage, but Jhin can't sustain DPS onto the tanks. So later on, you might expect to see the fights start with Jhin sort of lining up, engaging the fights with his ultimate. That slows people down, so Hurrier and Third can go in, and then Gemton gets them low. Jhin finishes them off with the 4th shot crits. But right now, the position is on the Rift Herald. Both teams looking to try and fight for this one. Rat and Hurrier both have their teleport, but Hurrier actually recalling first. He knows he's not threatening that tower. Wants the item advantage when the fight starts.
Sammy Youngles, though.
It does. Sammy Youngles jumps in, and immediately the TP is from Rat, but he's not able to find anyone. And the teleport is completely baited out from Rat, and now Portsmouth are pressured. They have to start up the Rift Herald here. Otherwise, this TP was for nothing. Will Hurrier match, or sorry, okay with that advantage?
They'll just look to take the mid tower here, really, and I think it's a good play. They don't really want to challenge this at the moment. Taking that cross play into taking that down that mid tower will be really important for them to try and establish vision cover. It's extremely difficult to try and move around these neutral objectives and try and move into that enemy jungle and make rotations when that mid tower is still standing. So
yeah, now they can move from the mid tower down to the Drake area. Of course, the Dragon not spawning for 40 seconds. There's more than enough time to reset, but they can get a little bit of light control. And the most important thing is that Hurrier holds onto the teleport. Gemton has it as well. So they can look for something like a 1-3-1 or just have one of those two split, and Rat is not going to be able to match it. Rydona will, but even having Rydona in the side lane alone, is that okay? He's gotten a little bit more gold now. He's a little bit more back into the game, but you could actually send both down. You know, Hurrier's there, Gentin comes down to roam, get the kill, you both TP up for the 5v4.
Yeah, and nice little goal graph here. We'll get to see what the advantages are. And the real big difference in this game is Harry the Machine. He is, let's have a look, let's do quick maths, 2.3k up, I believe. So most of that gold lead is indeed on him, and that's exactly what Portsmouth want.
2.9k.
2.9, okay.
Actually, 2.8.
Okay, my bad maths.
Wait, 3 point. No, it was just under 3k. But in any case, Dragon being started up, and no, Vision is in the pit for the University of Surrey, and the TP does come through third, dashing in, trying to find out a steal. Is he going to be able to get it? Yes, he will, and the disengage is there from the Azir Wall. Rhydona now looking to find the flank on the set, and it's a pretty big face breaker if he wants it. He finds the dunk and gets the great true damage out as well, but members of Portsmouth all still standing. Gentin trying to throw out a little bit of DPS, but he's not able to secure off the last hit, but the Jin still stands as well. They're not able to find out anything extra though on the University of Surrey, so they get the blue, they get the
Cloud.
Drake, that's the one, Ocean Drake. It's
Drake.
blue enough, it's turquoise, and they trade it 1-for-1 in kills.
Yeah, I think they'll be pretty happy with that. I was surprised that Portsmouth didn't take a little bit more on that fight. Harry the Machine did have to blow both of his summoners, but after that still remained relatively untouched. They will pop in the Herald here, and I think it'll just about take it.
It does, yeah. I didn't think it was going to be able to get that, but that's nice that they can knock down that T2, but also it's not that useful. They're not really gaining too much from having that, at least whilst the top lane outer still stands. And Third's moving forward pretty aggressively. He might want to fish for something, but he doesn't have his ultimate available. There's really good zone here, though, from Surrey. Like I said, they're getting control of the mid lane and moving in to try and put some damage out onto the towers. There's no ultimates available for most members of this game, so they're not too worried about an engage, but the wave clear is there. Maybe the tower doesn't fall. At least they get vision control top.
Yeah, this is the advantage they can have. They managed to push Portsmouth back slightly, so they had to back slightly later. So now you'll see Surrey take that full vision control around the Baron. They'll pick up the skull. They'll place a couple pinks down if they have any. They have a couple, yeah.
If you... I think about that fight of a dragon, the huge thing was that, yeah, it looked like it was going to go really well for Portsmouth. You know, Rhydona almost got the sort of perfect showstopper. It wasn't quite at the right angle, but it was good enough. You know, he managed to get the priority target, which was the heavy health stacking Sejuani. And, you know, if anyone's coming towards you with a haymaker throwing a boar onto you, you're probably sweating a little. But both teams coming out of it so low, and I think that the Jhin wasn't really able to do anything in that fight. And so let's keep our eyes on Nathan, because I think if you get a little bit more gold into that, get the rapid fire cannon, or even instead of using the Jhin ult to initiate the fight, which is often what we'll expect in these long range encounters, you think if it had been up there, you could look to try and snipe out kills, and whilst people are splitting or trying to body block from each other and moving around, you're getting that disruption effect. Then the Azir can come and try to do a little bit more damage as well. So I think that fight was actually a lot closer for Surrey than it should have been, and if they make a few small adjustments or just get a little bit extra gold onto the Jhin, they can have a really good time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if that fight had extended a little bit longer, we could have seen Portsmouth maybe taking things, but Surrey definitely knew when to get out, and they did. So they managed to take the Dragon. We'll be seeing the next one coming up in about 2 minutes' time. Both teams just keeping their priority on the Baron for now, just checking the vision out for that one.
Now, something very important to note that was picked up after that final fight is that Gentin has now got his 2 core items on the Azir. He hasn't opted for the Ludens, but instead just going straight for the Nash's and Liandry's. And again, the Jhin is not doing the most sustained DPS in a fight of any marksman, but Azir with that build definitely is, especially versus this beefy front line. Rhydona, Sammy Youngles, Zomimi, even Rat, all good targets that you can dish out this high DPS AoE out as the Azir. So teamfight's looking a lot stronger for Surrey off the back of that. And
spots it out.
That's Spidey senses if I ever saw it, but it might not be enough. He's actually going to knock Sammy Youngles back towards his tower and then get engaged on by Zomimi. The Black Shield isn't quite going to be enough, and Gentin will fall down. Now third is here as well. Sammy Youngles getting locked up, and the Jhin ult will come through, but I don't think it's going to be enough damage to hit any of these tanks, if it even hits at all. As Easy Gaming GG is brought pretty low. Harry the Machine forced to dash on out of that fight, but Jhin takes so much damage, and Rat looks to go on forward. He finds out the kill onto the Morgana, will fall himself, but watch the passive, it will secure the kill onto the jungler, and now Baron is the target.
That is huge for Portsmouth. Before that, the game was still pretty even. You know, we were chatting about how Surrey can still win these fights and can make some advantages, but Portsmouth with that are going to be able to take the Baron here. And a really convincing fight, actually. A few mistakes there from Surrey. Jemtin did manage to spot out the trap they were setting for him, but it didn't matter.
Yeah, Jemtin knew something was up, but then isn't able to get the dash out away from under Sammy Youngles in time. He still gets hit by the knock-up, so he's a little greedy with the ult there, but then isn't... Once he has the ult, he uses it to push Sammy back towards his tower. Cool, that's an aftershock full tank, Zach. He doesn't really care about being under your tower. There's no one there that he'd also be hitting or anything like that. So really, you've zoned yourself by now putting a Zach in front of you, the direction you want to go. And then after that happens, it is easy pickings for Zomimi to land that hook through. And then Rat, so much damage with that Lunes, with that Proto Belt. Likewise for Harry the Machine, 3 items in that fight. Just able to absolutely one-bang the Jin, the Morg, even the Sejuani to an extent.
And as you said before, Jemtin on that power spike, he was not the member that you wanted to be going down there. He's the one that you need to be killing the tanks.
Well, Sammy Youngles now jumping back onto the back line, trying to see who he can find. Easy Game GG will be able to get that ult down, but the steal comes through from Sammy. And now Harry the Machine trying to put the damage out onto the front line. Gemtin is untouched, however, but Rat looks to change that. Rhydona gets the suplex over the wall, and we'll find out 1 kill. And now Rat is dashing down onto the Jin. He secures himself a triple kill, and Gemtin is still alive. Rat looking for the claw, takes it forward. The flash comes through, and he's still alive. It's the heal from Harry the Machine. Will he steal the Penta? Rat not going to be able to go far enough forward as Harry the Machine secures the ace on the Caitlyn and moves into the base.
And that's a huge team fight for Rat. They'll look to just end the game here, but amazing play from him to be able to go in there, using that team fight Lysandra to its full advantage.
Okay, well, he's looking to recall now because he does have the teleport up. But the effect of that fight, it's so staggered that the refills, the resets, and the respawns aren't happening at the same time for Surrey. It is just Easy Game and GG here to defend. Now the Maokai and the Jin are here, but the Morgana isn't. She's been taken down, and the Nexus is for target. Harry the Machine throwing out hits onto it, and there is nothing that Surrey can do. Portsmouth take the game, take the series 2-1, and they are the first SouthLAnder League of Legends champions.
Yep, congratulations Portsmouth. A dominant last 2 team fights there that managed to close it out for them. And I mean, that game just exploded in the last sort of 5 minutes or so. I mean, I couldn't have called it 5 minutes ago, but suddenly Azir gets caught, they managed to take the Baron off that, and Portsmouth, just like in game 1, when they had that advantage, you know, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and they managed to close the game off it.
Yeah, it's just massive from the Portsmouth side. Yeah, they close it out effectively. It's just off of those 3 fights, really. Rhydona's able to get the good suplex. Sammy finds the engages that he needs, and it's a little bit too split from Surrey. I thought in that final fight, second to final fight in around the Drake pit, that was going to be really good because you had the Azir over the wall, just free hitting, completely untouched. The Jin as well, but again, there wasn't respect for Rat on the Lysandra. He was so fed, almost had the death cap, almost on 3 items. Big burst that they weren't anticipating, and with the team a bit too split, the frontliners being hit for free and the backliners not then having the peel, Portsmouth are able to just completely roll over that fight and end the game insanely quickly.
Yeah, I mean, like we say, keep saying, it was such a quick end, and we will get to see the damage there. Harry the Machine.
Harry the Machine!
Harry the Machine carrying most of that game, I would say, for the damage. There was amazing play from the Lysandra in that last team fight, but huge damage coming out from him there.
So that's the thing, that is underappreciated damage. Still second most in the game on Lysandra, a champion that I was saying earlier, you know, known for not being the most damage. Still a lot, but not a huge amount. But Rat, Turbo Smurfer on the Lysandra, as we all know. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have an interview set up real soon with the Portsmouth side, but we're going to take a quick break. Whilst we do that, we'll be back in just a minute, so don't go anywhere if you want to tune in for that. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here after the final match of SouthLAnder League of Legends. We're here for a nice little interview with Surrey's top laner, Hurrian.
Right.
They're playing the Karma in game 1.
Yep.
The Nara in game 2,
yeah.
popping off on that one, and then the Maokai in game 3. So obviously it's a very close series. You know, game 1 feels like it could have gone either way. Game 2 was, to be honest, a little bit more of a clap from you fellas. And then game 3, you know, it really seemed so close up until that last like 5 minutes. And did you guys think it would explode like that?
I mean, I feel like in the game 3, since the Caitlyn triple bot lane and the Morgana flashed in and missed stopwatch, I feel like the game was a bit downhill from then. I was playing around Drake, because we had 2 Drakes at that point. Ocean Drake would have been really good for our team. I feel like they didn't have the burst potential to get us down in time if we had the Ocean Soul. So we're playing around the Dragon, so we weren't too defeated even when they got the Baron. But after we lost that last fight in the last 5 minutes, it was kind of over from there. The Caitlyn got a bit too big. We didn't have the backline access with the Azir Jhin. Like, we don't have backline access really, so to shut down the Caitlyn we couldn't really do it.
What was the thought behind the priority that you ended up putting into the top lane? So it obviously was great to help you out early against the set, but then when I saw the Sejuani come up a few too many times, I thought that's not really where the priority should be going. So what was the thought behind that?
I do agree. I feel like once I burnt the set flash at level 4, I think it was, I hit him on the tower, got his flash. It was kind of a free lane get from them. It's set, he's pushing, he's playing aggressive into the Maokai, which he should do. It's a good matchup for set. But so I feel like we could have pushed the advantage there, 1 or 2 ganks, maybe over-committed to the top lane a little bit, especially with the dive. Dive was a bit scuffed. I mean, the main reason for that is we had the Herald, we had the down to 3 plates in top tower, so we could have looked for an early first tower in top and then rotate the Maokai down to the bot side afterwards.
Yeah.
But obviously the dive scuffed, which means we're delayed on that play for the first tower, and so that game plan kind of fell out the window. So the time invested into top lane was wasted after the dive failed.
Yeah. So you said that right then the Maokai was a bad matchup into the set. Yeah, it's a pretty advantageous set. So why'd you pick it?
So I mean, in our team we have really talented AD carry. We're a really talented mid player. They both have great champion pools, and so I'm more than happy to play weak side.
Okay.
I'm happy to play what the team needs. Like a lot of the time, that is front line. I'll play Maokai. The Null is fine blind pick as well. I'm happy, and all the Karma. Like we brought the Karma in. It's decent. It's not as good as anymore. We used to play it a couple of patches ago before the Sunfire buff came in. Karma was quite good in that meta. But now the tanks have come back in, I've gone back to just playing weak side. It's fine. Normally wouldn't invest too much jungle resources up there and look around bot, but obviously because I got the flash early on set, it was more spend a bit more time up there.
You can't play where the advantage is. I mean, if you get the kills there, I mean, you say you're playing weak side. Yeah. That did not look like weak side on Manar. That looked very different.
Okay, but the Gnar Yasuo matchup is Yasuo. So that's why I mean they changed their set pick to
it's Yasuo favoured. It's not Rhydona favoured.
Yeah. Okay. I don't want to BM, but the Yasuo is traditionally the Gnar counter pick.
Yeah.
So I mean it should be a bad matchup. Obviously I'll go him low quite a few times. Carth's eventually pick up a couple of those last hit with the ult kills. So I mean that was fun.
After the second game, you obviously had quite a decent amount of momentum. If I was going into the final game of a best of 3, I'd rather be winning game 2 than going 1.
Yeah, no, definitely.
What do you think stopped that momentum?
I think again I'll come back to that triple kill on Caitlyn. I feel like we were feeling very confident up until the comms were clean. As soon as that went, the mood kind of dropped a little bit because our comp wasn't built to deal with a fake Caitlyn, you know? Yeah. We could play front to back on even footing. I feel like we won that. We could win those fights. But when the K gets bigger, we don't have the backline access apart from potentially Azir shuffle. It's difficult from that point.
Yeah, I feel like you guys played really well across those 3 games. Definitely had strong coordination. It seemed actually across sort of most metrics you look like a lot stronger a team. But
yeah, I feel like we do play very well together. I mean, none of us knew each other before we formed the team. But we get along really well. Our comms are clean. We have a good time when we play together. And so I feel like our team fighting. We normally do draw for team fighting, so I feel like our team fighting is quite good. But we do sometimes make those mistakes, especially in the first game. I was constantly calling not to fight and stuff people, but the comms were a bit scuffed. And they had a much better big game time. We could scale into the team fights, but we kept taking stupid skirmishes, which set us further and further behind, and we couldn't get to that late game point. And I feel like it's similar in that third game, where we just kept taking fights which weren't necessary. We could have played around the 4th dragon, but we kept taking silly fights when we didn't need to, and eventually our comp it didn't get to the late game point we needed to.
You mentioned that you were calling quite a lot of the shots, so when we were complimenting the jungler on these amazing trades that he was making,
he does call a lot as well. Okay. I mean, I feel like comms are quite good, but have good communication. But overall map play, it's generally third jungler and myself make a lot of the calls. But
It feels like you had like a really sort of strong core of getting that sort of jungler in about where he needs to be, very efficient, high tempo, and that's one of those things that can be really hard to coordinate as a team.
I mean, especially as Carthage, you don't expect it. I think it was similar in the semi-finals maybe, where we pulled the Carthage out in the third game, and people, you know, you expect the scaling, you expect the slow tempo, but he does make those early plays with the Carthage and makes it work, gets fed early, and it really snowballs the game from there, because you do win the scaling. So if you can get ahead early, then it's easier from that point.
Yeah, that second game really went the way of that third game that you had, where the Carthage, for some reason, he's a late game pick, but he's winning early game, and then after that, well, there's not much you can do. If you lose the scaling and you're also losing early game, it's like, what do I do from there?
So do from there. But in any case, thanks for coming in here.
Thank you very much. No, it's a good experience.
Really good showing there. Really close game. I wish we could have gone to best of 5,
best of
but
5 would have been
coronavirus.
Obviously,
you know what you're gonna do.
After losing the third game, would have loved the best of 5, but you know,
great.
unfortunately, you can't help it, though, can you?
Yeah, well, in any case,
thank you.
Thank you very much for coming on.
Good.
Great work there.
Thank you very much.
And I think we're going to dive into an interview with Rydona Carry, Mastermind, Portsmouth.
Hell yeah.
Portsmouth coach, jungler, support, top laner, plays every role in the game.
Yep.
Master of D4, more LP than Magic Felix combined. It's just all on like 50 accounts in D4. Wagwan.
I have so much LP.
Either.
No, not really.
Just your D4 1 LP on like 70 accounts. Honestly, it's more than me.
It's just two friends interviewing each other.
It's more than I've got. Alright, game 2. Yasuo, what happened there, mate?
Just getting
I mean,
straight into it.
just limit testing, aren't we? You know,
Oh yeah, you're on.
giving it a go. No, we kind of like trolled the draft a little bit, and we got a bit thrown off by the proxy picks that were a bit like we didn't really know what was going on.
Yeah,
we just kind of panic picked, but.
Oh yeah. Blame the draft.
We thought it was the best of 5.
And so did we. So
like,
everyone.
We were like, if we drop one game, it doesn't really matter. And then we got we were like,
it was a tactical loss.
Yeah, I mean, it was all planned.
Yeah, bring it back in the third game.
That second game, you sort of everyone fell apart. It was one lane died and the other one died, and then we sort of couldn't keep up on stream because there were so many crossnuts playing. And then at one point, it wasn't just the weak side that was losing; it was the strong side as well. I mean, once you got to that point, was it sort of just like FF15?
Yeah, I mean, once Carthage was 4-0,
yeah,
we were just kind of like, okay, we'll just think about the next game now. We were just like talking about what we're going to pick next game, what we're going to change. We were kind of like not invested in that game anymore. So yeah.
It's like you go on into the third game and. It seemed pretty close actually between Surrey and yourselves in both the first game sort of early on, but then even the third game, like for the first like 15-20 minutes, that seemed like it was almost going in Surrey's favour. They were having good things here and there, and then just one or two good fights, really getting the ball rolling onto Harry and the Machine. So was that the plan? Was like, okay, we'll just keep this game going as it is until we can just get massive amounts of gold into Harry, or?
Yeah, I mean, like it's always been an issue for us. For our early game has been very. Coin flip, if you like. Sometimes it goes well, sometimes it falls apart.
Is it?
Yeah, but our team fights have always been consistently good, like always, like for the last few years. So we would just bank on that, especially when it's a need to win game. We're just play for the team fights. We know we're going to win. So.
I'll say it's like luck. It's pretty lucky that Flo gets 2 triple kills in those fights. Just happens to last hit each skill.
I mean,
first and second games.
I mean, we're screaming like leave it for the Caitlyn and stuff.
No, leave it for the Caitlyn. Leave it for Rat. Where was this Penta?
Yeah, true.
Impa, where's your Penta?
He wasn't getting it.
Where's your Penta? No, you backed out. You ran.
You should have dove tower.
Should have just walked in anyway.
Nah.
Disappointing showing.
I don't think he was getting it.
Disappointing showing also. Bring that was solo kill.
You know Harry was screaming mine.
Of course I can hear that.
You know he was.
So the whole time trying to keep like an ear out. I was like, what did I hear 3 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Was it Flubber screaming mine on the Penta? Yeah, probably. In that case, well, it was pretty respectable showing, minus some light ints in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, we were disappointed with ourselves today.
Alright.
Overall, I feel like we could have played a lot better. We should play a lot better.
When's this coming to Newell? When you're tearing it up in the Newell bracket?
Well, I mean, we're in playoffs, so.
Oh yeah, you know.
Whenever that happens.
It's gonna get coronavirus, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh no. But, alright, in that case, great work. Nice dub.
Thanks.
Get out of here. We've got Counter-Strike to run.
Goodbye.
Thanks very much.
That's pretty much the moral of the story here. Oh, good lord. We are in a little bit of a rush with the Counter-Strike and the trains and the coronavirus and the whatnot. So we're going to wrap this one up pretty quickly. Of course, don't go anywhere. Just a couple of minutes. We are going to have that Counter-Strike set up. We're already getting it set up on the stage, and it looks like they're making pretty fast progress of that. So stick around for some more quality content. That is Cardiff versus Portsmouth.
Swansea versus
Portsmouth. Yeah, it's
same thing.
It's Wales. Alright, okay, yeah. See you then.
Who's that?
Breaking news. The following message is requested by the state of Modern Talk. There has been an outburst of a deadly infection. I repeat, an outbreak of a highly contagious virus. Sent through the station's emergency alert system. We have been told the outbreak was caused by 2 men who have killed and eaten the body of the deceased. To approach or apprehend these bodies as they are extremely dangerous. If you have been in contact with one of these men, please seek immediate help as you might be infected.
Ray Smithers classifies himself as an amateur researcher seeking a solution to the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle.
did this? Who the freak ate my snack pack?
Now.
Who did this? Who the freak ate my snack pack?
Now.
Never modern talk coming back with a smack. Beat marathon, I'm a killer on the track. Never modern talk coming back with a smack. Blasting fools never lost his back. Thirsty for blood, even more just like that. I'm a killer on the track. Never modern talk coming back with a smack.
Hello. Welcome to the CSGO section of the SouthLAnder Southampton event. Behind me, you can see the arena. We have our two teams prepared. We have Swansea, who are sitting on the right, and we have Portsmouth here on the left. And I believe we're doing the vetoes at the moment, so we will be getting into the game shortly. So on my right here, I have Wendy,
Hey guys.
my fellow caster. We did the qualifiers together. I'm Hannah. So we'll be getting into it soon.
Excited for what could be an interesting game of CS.
What could be a very interesting game of CS. Swansea in the Championship of Europe at the moment, I believe. They're doing
And
very well.
Portsmouth, who have sunk down into Swiss.
Portsmouth, who are on the same level as you and I.
So,
So maybe
it
we'll
could be
play them
one-sided,
today.
but we'll see. We'll see. If we're going to look at the actual qualification of how they got to the final, Portsmouth only dropped one map in the semi-finals. I believe to Surrey. Have to remember that one. But Swansea did not drop a single map.
They haven't dropped a single map the whole way through.
So definitely looking like favourites going into this.
Yeah, I mean Swansea is a very, very strong team, so we'll be looking forward to seeing them play.
But yeah, it's all just waiting on the vetoes. I don't really know what to expect. We could all expect the classic Mirage, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully see a bit Mirage.
And
probably an Inferno. Two maps
probably an
heavily
Inferno.
played by most people.
Classic
and
maps.
It's all down to the third, really. Will it be Train? Bit of Train, bit of Dust 2, maybe?
Quite
we'll
possibly.
See. We don't really know which way these teams go. So we will see shortly.
Just waiting on the vetoes to go through.
Yeah, still waiting on vetoes. We will. The moment we get any word of vetoes,
there's a moment that this game will get in the way.
We are going to be counter striking very soon.
So
very, very soon is the plan. Hopefully.
So while we wait,
have you done much counter striking recently, Wendy?
We've done a lot of counter striking.
I noticed you dropped from Face It level 10 to Face It level 7.
Well, so they should call me out on that. Of course, we've got some very high Face It level pluggers in the game. And I believe we just got the vetoes handed over to us.
We have the confirmation of the vetoes. Okay, so first, Swansea University has vetoed Vertigo. Weren't expecting to see that map. That's very rarely played. Then we had Portsmouth vetoed Dust 2. That's a bit surprising. Dust 2 quite a popular map, although after its rework hasn't seen a huge amount of play. Swansea has picked Inferno, so we will be going into Inferno as map 1. Portsmouth has selected CT side. So that'll be Swansea on T side, Portsmouth on CT. CT, in my opinion, actually the weaker half.
I mean, it'll be interesting to see how well the Portsmouth side can hold this Swansea side, who have seemed to be confident.
Then we had Portsmouth has picked Train as map 2, so
interesting.
That's quite a nice map. I quite enjoyed that myself, so that's nice to see that one. Then Swansea has picked CT. I would argue the stronger side there. Swansea then vetoed Nuke, which I didn't really want to see, so I'm quite glad that's out of the way. Quite an uncommon map. And Portsmouth then vetoed Overpass, so the third map will be Mirage. We were expecting Mirage in there. Quite nice to see the old classic back. What do you think? Will we get to this
I think it's a pretty standard veto. Surprise Mirage was the last one. You see a lot earlier coming out.
Inferno, Train, and then Mirage. It's a bit surprising, isn't it?
But it's always nice to see Inferno come out first. Exciting map. I think playing against the stronger side, of course, starting on the T side, they can really dictate the play.
Swansea makes a really big, hefty T
but
side.
If Portsmouth can get the momentum going, can get a good CT side going, winning a pistol will be vital.
Yeah, I mean.
And you can start stringing together some rounds, and you can start settling the
interesting.
The on paper stronger side. Of course, it's a LAN environment. Anything could happen. The nerves could get to you, and seeing your opponent just across a table from you could be.
It is a LAN. They're all looking at each other. Should be no screen cheating. They all have ear defenders on, or should do. They can't hear us.
But yeah.
And we still haven't started the game. I believe we'll be getting to it very soon.
Just waiting on everyone to ready up.
We have the vetoes. We know what maps they're playing. It's going to be Inferno, Train, Mirage. Once again, this is SouthLAnder, the Southern England University tournament.
Of course, the first season.
Very first.
Always room for expansion of more teams.
Legends casters said earlier today. This is the very first one.
The inaugural. And of course, there's always room for next season, next year, an even bigger one.
Well,
and with the
next few hours, we'll know who's the winner of this year's SouthLAnder CSGO, and we'll have to wait at least a year to find out next year's.
And I mean, as everyone knows, the university scene changes every year. You throw new freshers coming in, players graduating. You're ending up with
Wendy's Wee World. That's a team to look out for, and
of course.
Freshers CSs.
And I do believe we're getting closer.
Move it
The
closer.
game started
I don't know.
soon.
I hope you guys can hear me fine. Should be able to hear Wendy fine as well.
I think we're just waiting on the spectators to ready up.
They need to ready as well. Okay,
And this
we should be
game
starting
will be underway.
momentarily.
Momentarily.
And we might actually be able to play some Counter-Strike, which I've been waiting for all day. I've been
Give
here.
it a minute
I've
and
been
we'll
here
start
since 8 a.m.
Counter-Striking. Hanno,
I've been waiting for Counter-Strike for at least 6 hours.
before the game starts, Hanno, how about you tell me, who do you think's going to win?
I reckon it's going to be a strong Swansea defeat. I reckon 2-0 Swansea.
2-0 Swansea?
I think 2-0 Swansea.
They're going to clean sweep the whole competition, are they?
I think Swansea go 2-0, Portsmouth knocked out, and be a very short event. Swansea will be,
that would be very
on the
impressive.
train back to
It would
Swansea
be
University
a dominant performance,
well before
and would that
6:45.
make them, Southern champions?
They will be Southern champions probably. I mean, I would argue that Southampton probably the better teams. But
And here we are going into the game
we got
now.
knocked out.
Onto the pistol round with Portsmouth University on CT side, Swansea University as a terrorist side.
So going into round 1 T side has bought very little in the way of utility. A few flashes on Fetis.
You can expect.
CT side, 1 kit and nothing else. And but 1 smoke.
Looks like Fetis is going to hold down towards bottom banana, and the second mid presence from the T's, waiting for any pushes from the Portsmouth side. Looking like Portsmouth just want to take top banana, don't want to commit too far, and don't.
But Swansea is pushing aggressively second middle with 3 players towards A on Portsmouth's side. Swansea might get a nasty surprise. All going apps, there's no pressure middle. This could be...
First contact for Fetis on banana. They spotted 1 player, but are they going to know that there's 4 players in the B A apartments ready to flash out?
The old waterfall strategy.
It's the old waterfall strategy.
We've tried it a few times
With the
ourselves.
flashes,
It's not always successful.
Well, the flashes and smokes are going to be placed at middle, it looks like.
Vital.
So they're going to go out dry into the A apps, going on down on the site. Tedbot's going to get 1, Taz is going to get another, and take out the site player. And Little Faith is going to go down. It's a clean
King
take.
Hassan Pinu against the entire Swansea side. This is looking
And it's a
5-0 sweep for Swansea, taking the first round of the SouthLAnder CSGO Grand Final.
That was a bit of a slaughter flying out of apartments. It's a difficult shot to hit. None of those shots were hit.
Tedborg with 2 kills there, and the entire CT team with none. They have got very low money, but going for a force here. Do you think that is the correct play here? Going in with a force in the second round.
To be honest, with
CT
the new
side.
economy, I think going into the force is the best play that you can do.
Probably the best play.
And I think, particularly on the CT side, you don't want to get the terrorists get too far ahead of you, economy-wise.
Yeah, well, here we see Tedborg pushing into apps. We've got, I can't tell who that is, Kizak's?
Kizak's already taken damage, so we'll give up that position. Looks like the terrorist side pretty much given up the entirety of the map, it looks like, apart from top mid. Already taking top banana. Hazard's looking for the fight. I don't think he's going to quite get it. Smoke goes down. Tedborg again in apps has spotted one, but he's not going to be able to get a kill out of that.
They must be aware of the force here. They've seen plenty of utility towards B. They've seen a little bit of utility towards A. They must be aware right now that the City side has force. They will be using Deagles and 5.7s and all sorts of...
All the pressure's here on Devil. How much info he gets. He spots one. You don't know if he's going to spot the entire team. 3 players coming at top mid. He hears them coming. All the pressure is on him. He spots coming CT, and he goes to Deagle shot and misses.
That's 3 towards CT now. But they're wrapping around towards an A push. Somehow, Kizax has made his way through the middle. Pick Hazard, but Hazard takes him down. And that is Noj taking out...
And again, the Portsmouth side has been absolutely destroyed. Not a single trade, not a single kill yet in this game. I know it's only the second round, but you're forcing a game without a kill. You've got to feel a little bit bad after that.
Yeah, that's a lot of money wasted.
I mean, when you have a player walking up mid, 0 trade intent, you leave a guy in pin, try and take a fight. He's not going to have a crossfire, so even that kill's virtually impossible.
Well, King gets the very first
He's actually going to get 2
kills for Portsmouth. That's a lot of economy damage done to Swansea there.
Is he going to be able to save?
Rifles left. The big question is...
Oh no!
This is very bad.
Oh!
Fluff takes the kill, and Hazard standing a little bit forlornly there with his
I
knife
guess
out.
I think this time you say you hate to see it.
You hate to see it.
You hate to see it.
You hate to see it. It's just... It's not Counter-Strike.
He's not going to get
a couple knife kills.
He's not going to get a knife kill with a rainbow knife.
That's not going to happen. Maybe later in the game. We'll see. We'll see.
And Portsmouth
Going into
being
the third round, Portsmouth on a full save here. They brought a little bit on a couple of players to buy down to about 2k, but Swansea with 4 rifles and a max 10. They're expecting to be.
As someone might say, they could be playing with pots and pans, pretty much.
They could.
And Haz is just gonna
down instantly.
He's just gonna tap out King Haz. And that's the B site open up. I'm not sure if they're gonna converge on this site already if they're going to get some more info on A, where the stack currently is.
It's a full stack A, but there's no one B.
I mean, we're 10 seconds into the round. There's literally no point committing to a site. So, and here we go. Hazard confidently taking the B. Gets team flashed, but not an issue.
Spamming it, but they're not seeing anything. They should be going to the plant
And
here.
although, looks like Devil has pushed up middle with the Deagle. Is he going to be spotted?
I don't think
Because there's a chance for at least one kill here.
None of them are looking towards Banana. This could be, Devil could have an opportunity to get 1 or 2 frags here, which might give them the opportunity to,
although,
you know,
I think he might
some
become a Devil
damage.
sandwich, as
Well,
the Swansea players are looking for him. Although,
they don't know he's there, but will he turn
Devil,
around?
he's going to get one. He's going to get the seed off. Spams, doesn't get the kill.
Devil is taken out. Fetis looking CT. The last surviving CT players sitting in A with nothing really to save. No armor, just a P250 on Pinu here.
I mean,
it's barely worth saving. Since next round they should be going into a buy round with rifles and armor and all of that jazz. All 4 CT players not intending to hunt. Back down towards B. They're not giving the CTs a chance to take some guns.
And of course, there's no reason to. Very well disciplined from the Swansea side.
CTs with 3 kills the entire of these 3 rounds, which is not a good start. But with their first proper buy round, they've got an AWP on Blue Faith. They've got M4s on everyone else. Plenty of utility. Well, I say plenty. A little bit of utility on everybody. They should have the opportunity here to break the Swansea rampage. Fetis taking a little bit of damage from his teammate there.
I think someone threw a nade and scored. It didn't work out.
Nades down middle being effective.
Mid Faith is going to get the first pick with the AWP.
And this could be the opportunity Portsmouth is looking for.
That's the
Swansea's
AWP
had
down
a
for
strong
Swansea.
first 3 rounds. Now with an initial pick, it's 5 against 4. They should be, you know, confident in their ability to take this round.
And of course now Swansea being allowed to take apps with Portsmouth with the advantage. I think Portsmouth can quite content to let them take apps. They don't want to contest it just yet. And it looks like they're going to boost up into top mid onto a quad. But the Swansea side going towards B.
They are looking towards B. I mean, there still are 2 CTs there, but are they going to be able to hold up against a full push from?
I mean, of course, they only have 0 utility pretty much on the. They have a smoke. That is it on the CT side. So when the nades come in, it's going to be raw aim that's going to carry them through. King is not going to get the kill. He's going to get 1. Pinu's going to trade back, and it's a 4v2 for the Portsmouth side.
Little Faith looking towards site. Their front
another.
bomb is going down. This time falls back. Kizak's and Devil pushing up Banana. This should be an interesting retake here. Hazard. Hazard takes down
that was
Devil.
A kill they just
and
needed.
Tedbog is looking towards construction.
Tedbog in the 1v2.
Tedbog with the 1v2 pulling out an excellent.
He got 1 kill in construction, spinned round to get the ICT.
I mean, that's an excellent.
I mean, that was
right there. They lost too many members.
I mean, that was a 2v4, 2v3.
Yeah, exactly. Well played from Swansea there, showing off some individual skill on a few of their players. But going to the next round, we will have a bit of a half buy from Portsmouth. If this goes the way as the rest of their non-buy rounds, this won't be a very interesting one.
Again,
with very few
default. Little Faith wants to go towards middle. Take a 5 second.
It does take Tedbog down, but it was a little bit of a whiff. Siege 2 middle taken down. That is 3 CTs left. Noj dropped backwards, looking towards A. The bomb is at T ramp. They could be going anyway. They are unaware that B is actually open right now, and
I don't know if Devil's going to spot
CT
the player.
No, John has heard him. John is aware he's there, and Devil goes down. With just Pinu left, I don't think he's going to do much against this 2 SGs, an AWP and an AK. Not really much you can do in this situation.
I mean, he knows the guns in second mid. Is it worth going all the way back to pick it up?
I don't think he'd make it.
Don't think he's going to make it.
Pretty sure John is watching it.
I mean, so far we're 5 rounds into the game, and Hazard has taken the top banana every single round.
Swansea 5-0 already.
5-0.
Strong start.
Portsmouth not having a fun time so far.
They are not, with 3 of their players on just 1 kill 5 rounds in. Suppose we will see as this match progresses.
But of course, Fluff and Hazard, as I said, Hazard doing a great job of taking top banana comfortably, even on the anti-ecos and the force buys. So far, nothing really challenging with the lack of utility on the Portsmouth side. but now they have a little bit more with double AWP. We've got one AWP going towards short and the second AWP on top banana. But it's the fast gameplay straight out of apps. Little Faith's going to get one to go down. And another, and Devil with a boost up. I think Portsmouth, another 4v2 chance to win up. And there's 2 rounds left. And Portsmouth have their first round.
Well played.
I do appreciate the round of applause from the crowd here.
Crowd is clearly cheering on Portsmouth, who are historically Southampton's greatest rivals. So I'm not sure why that is.
Oh, looks like we're going for the triple AWP. Portsmouth celebrating in style, getting their first round, feeling confident. Never mind, throwing it away. And they go back onto double AWP. See, Swansea decided to go for the fast play. Didn't quite work out. Little Faith not flashed at all, and was able to pick up 2 kills.
I mean, this is Swansea's map.
This is Little
so
Faith.
we are expecting them to perform since they have selected this.
I mean,
they knew they would be playing Portsmouth.
It shows they have lots. They have lots in their locker. Again, they're taking top B very comfortably. I think King is just going to take it.
2 T's.
Oh!
With the next smoke. Killed with the smoke.
Absolutely filthy.
Left. This is looking like another one of Portsmouth's rounds with 5 CTs to 3 terrorists. We only had the bombers coming up banana. It looks like it's going to try and be a B take, but they've held this side quite well so far. I think Portsmouth might be in with a chance of making a good row of rounds here.
Well, they should know that they're on a double AWP setup, so they have enough smokes and utility here for a full setup. They could potentially get the bomb down and get themselves, in the best case scenario, 3v3. But that body's going to go down. 10 ball's going to go straight through it. They're not going to spot a single player. Portsmouth are quite keen to just play this retake. They feel quite confident in it. And like, smokes aren't going to stay there forever. It's actually going to get 2 to go through the smoke. And Tedbog is going to trade us down into a 1v4.
And Tedbog gets Faith, but Devil takes him down. And that is another round for Portsmouth, making it 5-2. Well, it's not a clean cut as hard as we thought it might be. Double AWP, yeah. It's very strong on CT though. I got a lot of respect for that play. Yeah, just flush peeking into King House there. He just gets taken out. I mean, maybe they'll start using utility a bit more effectively, but it did look like a bit of a... It could be. 3 teams looking towards A. Fluff goes down on banana. One player left. Hazard, but he takes down Kizet. This could be his opportunity to find a weapon, but the city side is closing on him. Hazard flashing out. Does he know where Little Faith is? If he can make it up to Graveyard without Little Faith spotting him, but Devil's behind him. Do they know he's in the smoke? They must be aware. There's only one place he could be, and they're very much aware here. He's... They don't go for the but that's the round there. 5-3. Still Swansea 2 rounds ahead. Yes. These AWPs are clearly being very effective. I think Swansea would quite like to win a few rounds and remove the ability for the CTs to buy AWPs at all, because they really don't stand a chance with their dry peaks and utility usage not being very effective. Swansea's lost a lot of their economy, but they are still buying. An aggressive push. Hazard pushing up B. Little Faith taking some damage in the middle. Fedis looking towards short.
And again, King has with the AWP. We're going to take down Hazard.
One down top B.
Again, you wonder, it was that peak really necessary? Was there a flash supported? It looked like it was a dry peak.
Yeah,
of course, can't see, didn't see.
Going on here.
But that was a peculiar choice. And again, they're down to a 4v5 because of an AWP. We're just going for information picks, which perhaps is showing how fast the reflexes are on the Poppy side.
Yes. 4 terrorists left against 5 counter-terrorists. I mean,
Fluff walking in.
Fluff solo
Is he going to
pushing.
space? He's not. He's going to go
aware,
straight
taken
down.
out. That is 3 terrorists left. Tedbog on 21% HP. This is not looking like another Swansea round.
Look at Little Faith rotate.
Portsmouth chaining together quite their fair few number of rounds here. I think this could be a 4th round for them. Fetis and Tedbog taking quite a bit of damage. Little Faith is taking a lot of names with that orb. But yes, they're looks like an A push here. Fetis somehow has a Zeus. I'm not sure that's going to help that.
Scopes the timing. He's going to re-peek into it.
Little
He's going to fight. No, he's not going to fight. He's going to miss the shot. Not just going to. But Little Faith doesn't miss second time. And down he's traded. He's a 2v4 now, 1v4.
Fetis towards. He's taken down by Devil.
It's almost. I mean,
it's 4v5.
These last 4 rounds, you wouldn't say Swansea have looked like the better side.
No,
They've been
sure
4v5.
This is Swansea's map pick.
Essentially, last 3 rounds, Swansea have been 4v5. They've had.
Well, maybe Swansea wait
early.
to pull out a commanding CT side, but 5 rounds on T side, I just don't think it's enough here. They need to.
I mean, I quite like the look of their B take. Portsmouth seem quite happy to want to play retake. Would they want to do it again with a 5v5? Probably. Little Faith's going to peek middle. He's going to hold it. King Has as well is going to peek banana. He's going to take one on Hazard. It looks like Portsmouth again. Oh, a collateral
big
for
plays
Haz.
From King Has with a triple kill.
Straight to 5-7. Pinion's going to get one.
That is pushing up alone on Banana because all of his team has been killed. King Has taking 3 names. And Pinu as well. That goes down with a 4k for King Has. These AWPs are being incredibly effective for the CT side here. The Ts are dry peeking, they're not using utility. It's just free kills.
It is free kills.
I mean, King Has, Lil Faith, currently the 2 top fraggers on the team for good reason.
I think Portsmouth Portsmouth get confident, wanting to take top banana, taking those fights, taking the additional engagements now. I think it's Little Faith is getting confident peeking middle.
The first 5 rounds, Portsmouth were a bit scared, a little bit, maybe the pressure was getting
going into apps. Is he going to go for this peak? How far is he going to go? He's going to find one. He's going to get another early kill. Again, 4v5. It's only been 10, 15 seconds in the rounds.
These AWPs are proving, like kryptonite to Swansea's team. They just aren't aware how to deal with them. Little Faith with a huge amount of money left. Even if they lose this round, they can keep buying on for days.
Portsmouth understanding the fact that they could play retake now would be you would think Swansea would go for a nice B take here. And they should be able to take the site. That would be the best player, they would think, and see what we can see. But through the smoke they go, onto the B site. Spray down, not going to continue. And he has stuck on the site, he's going to get one with the AWP. Now with the 5-7. He's going to get another as Hazard goes through the smoke. A bit too brave for Hazard.
Binu takes one down, Fluff takes another one down. That is Fluff against 3. Knows once construction gets taken down by Little Faith. Yet again, these AWPs, even on the retake, they're proving masterfully.
It's almost
no problems with money.
It's almost disgusting in that I think was it King Has on B site with the banana with the AWP was able to get 1 kill with the AWP and run back into the smoke and away construction from site without getting killed.
Yeah, I mean he didn't
without getting traded.
He didn't get mollied. He just walked out of there. Especially with the recent AWP nerf, this guy should take a shot and he should get traded off, but it's not happening.
And here we go.
Little Faith going into apps again, maybe
not going
for an alley peek here. Tedbog pushed up middle. 4 Ts looking towards apps in middle here.
I like this Portsmouth decided to take top mid. I really want to hold it. And they seem quite content with how much B they've had. They don't need to go all the way.
Swansea here with a light hold on B, and he gets picked. King Has, he's got the information. There's no one else banana, just the one. And Little Faith with another pick on 8.
I think you say King has his number.
He has his number. He does have his number.
Quite literally on that banana now. And the confidence of how well he's taken. He's gone all the way.
Devil's burning.
All the way. Devil's not get away.
Kizak's looking towards long. There's 2 CT players looking towards long, and Fluff and Fetis here. I don't think they've been able to make much happen. 4 CTs now heading towards A.
I mean, Portsmouth don't have to show themselves at all. Swansea just have to push into these crosser. Kixel wants to flash his way through. Maybe for Pinion. Pinion's going to peek with him. Kixel's just going to peek him out and kill him anyway. And now it's a 5v2.
Fetis long takes out Kizak's. This could be his chance. Does he know Little Faith's in kit though? He flashes out.
I don't think he's not going short.
He takes the guy out short, and he missed the shot. But Fetis in a 1v4, I don't think it's going to happen. If anything, he'll save the rifle here, but it doesn't make much sense because his team has no money. He'll probably try and take an AWP off somebody. But he's in a bit of a sticky situation here. Portsmouth's up 1 round, and Swansea not looking like they're going to make any headway in this game.
I don't think this is the Swansea of the first 5 rounds.
This is, I mean, the moment Portsmouth got their hand on Orps, Swansea was unable to deal with them. I mean, I'm excited to see how the second half will go, but it looks like Portsmouth is taking a commanding lead.
Fairness is going to
one,
but he has no time. Is he going to die after time? He has $600 in bank. I don't think he's going to make it.
There's Portsmouth now up 2 rounds on Swansea. 5 rounds in a row for Swansea, and then 7 for Portsmouth. This is quite the commanding, you know, very back and forth game in that one team gets a row, and then the other team, once they have Orps,
I mean,
amazing.
You think about what can Swansea do? Swansea have been picked the first round far too easy by Orps, with 0 trade potential by another Orb. It's like, what do you want to do? You want to creep up and go for a fast pay on fast pay and apps? That's what they kind of want to do. But
Hazard gets burnt. King Haz holding the angle, Pinu with the Molotov kill on Hazard. Now the rest of the team's side is very hard. King Haz almost going down to the smoke. 15 HP. Tedbog taken down. That is a key player taken out. That with that AWP down, maybe the T side stands a chance at winning round, but Devil takes 1 down through the Isaac takes another. Pinu takes 1. The they push through, and that is an easy cleanup for the CT side on B, with the T's getting only the 1 kill and leaving one of the players only on 1 HP. So that is very disappointing for them. With only 2 rounds, in fact, this is the second last round of the half here.
You got to wonder.
So 2 rounds left of the half.
Again, this was
Portsmouth, commanding lead.
This was Swansea's pick.
This was Swansea's pick.
And Swansea seem to have run out of ideas on their T side
already, which is quite disappointing considering they should have prepared for this map if this is what they picked. It's going to be interesting. The next map, the next half, he's still a good kill
again.
Little Faith, he's getting
Little Faith are enjoying this. Little Faith, another one in apps.
The third is try peeking him yet again. He just can't stop.
He actually got
yet again.
Tagged him. Tagged Hazard, and Hazard's going to go down.
Hazard gets taken down. Fluff taking out Devil. That's 3 CTs left. This is probably the closest Swansea's gotten to a round in quite a while. Gets taken down by Fluff. That is now a 2v2. But King Haas, still a brilliant player with the AWP towards the A side. Taken out in the back by Fedis. And it's only Pinu against Fluff and Fedis. Fluff takes down Pinu. That is round for Swansea.
Finally, Swansea have a round. That was a must win when it came to that 2v2. I might have expected from the first few rounds. So going into the last round of the half, again, double AWPs for the Portsmouth side with a single AWP on Fluff. And Fluff is actually going to get the pick. And this may be the first round in a long time that Swansea had an immediate trade coming in. You would think that this would favour the T side though, in 4v4. They could really explode here. Little Fave exposed him. Head pop again. Easy kill him. He's going to get it. And the A side's all on his own. He spots the player jumping into pit. Takes damage down to 50 HP. Find one in the smoke and get the kill. So as we had the first half, 8-7. Looked like many times it could have gone different ways. The first 5 rounds go to Swansea. Quite convincingly.
Then the next sort of 7 going to Portsmouth.
And
no, sorry, 8 going to Portsmouth.
7, yeah, 8.
And then 2 more to Swansea, which is a very strange half.
But yeah, you gotta wonder what are they gonna bring Portsmouth on this T side.
So, it being Swansea's pick, I'm expecting them to come into this CT side with a lot of strategies, a lot of positions, and a lot of confidence. This is their map. They should know what they're doing.
I mean, they look like a team that does play with confidence going into dry peaks, getting taken out early.
Yep.
Little Faith and Devil, and King Has enjoying their AWPs. It'll be interesting to see how much confidence they can keep going into the second half.
I mean, John here, with only 4 kills, but if we look at the top, Little Faith and one of the Portsmouth Swansea members, both on 15. You know, Fluff here and Little Faith with 15 kills.
Anyway.
So I think it looks like a pretty similar skill level in both teams, but we'll have to see in this CT side from Swansea.
Yeah, going into this pistol round, Portsmouth going for 2 sets of utility.
4 towards A.
And 5 sets of armor on Swansea. Looks like they want to go for a similar sort of play in the players in second mid. Question is how much utility they want to use to get up here. Fluff's going to early info. He's going to take King Haz out with 1 shot. He's going to attack another one. And he's going to struggle. He's going to get back. Opinion's going to shut him down though.
It's 1 for 1 right now. An advantage G side here, because if all 4 of them push here, there is only 2 CTs to stop them.
But the bomb's walking towards B, where they have left.
They've baited out a retake from John here, who is in CT. Wrap around B push. John takes out 1. He's looking for the second.
It's all on Hazard on the B side. How much can he get done? As Devil attempts to take him on.
Pinu goes down. It's just
Noj is on the work, and the cavalry's coming in CT spawn. It's an absolute slaughter of terrorists in the CT spawn.
1 versus 3 from Devil here.
Ooh.
Takes down 1. We've got Fedis in construction, and Tedborg looking from Banana. Can Devil make this play? This could be big for Portsmouth if they could secure the very first round of this side.
He's looking
aware of Devil. He gets taken down by Fedis, and that is Swansea's first round of the second half. Swansea making it 8-8.
That's 3 rounds in a row for Swansea. Are they going to have another 5?
Yeah, I mean, with the first pistol, obviously pistol round isn't as effective as it used to be. Doesn't give you quite as much the economy advantage of your opponent. But an interesting buy from Swansea here with a Negev on hand.
I wonder how he's going to take this. He's going to take this onto Banana for the absolute slaughter. It looks like it, when it's going to be a full eco on the Portsmouth side. This could be disgusting, is what
this could be. I mean, yeah, it's full glocks. If Hazard gets a proper spray down here,
but
this could be the end.
It's like Portsmouth know better than to go mid. They're going to try and take top Fluff with the max 7. Here comes the spray. Hazard's going to get 1.
Brutal. Takes down 1. He's spamming the smoke, but yeah. The Negev, not the best money maker. I believe it doesn't give you.
But style points, Hannah.
I mean, style points.
Style
of
points
course.
anti-ecos.
I would never dare
Hazard
use
gets
a
another
Negev.
one.
I'm not cool enough for that. Tedborg taking some name, taking some money, making their economy pretty, you know, irreplaceable, pretty invincible here.
And overall, a pretty disjointed eco from the Portsmouth side, going towards B, going towards A, looking for any pace. Hazard, he's going to get a 4 in the next potential. And he does.
Pressing mouse 1, and Hazard takes 4 kills with the Negev. That is quite surprising. We did say amazing things can happen with that gun.
I said it'd be disgusting.
I wasn't expecting that.
I think it's kind of disgusting that you're hiding behind a pillar and it's just straight hellfire.
Yeah, he just keeps clicking. Like, Counter-Strike is normally game back clicking heads, but if you've got a Negev, you can just click anywhere
just hold heads.
and just hold it down.
Just hold heads.
And hold heads. You look at the head and
again,
you hold it.
Hazard's going to take
and
it down to
eventually
Banana.
they'll die.
Hazard's taking it down Banana. Hazard, not sure how much work he's going to get done this round against the full guns.
Yeah, against
Lots
AKs
of utility
and
on the
SGs,
Portsmouth
I think
side.
the Negev will go down rather quickly, because although it doesn't have the power of the one-shot headshot from the SG and the AK. But Hazard not spraying when the guy goes through the smoke. Little Faith takes him out. Not John with the trade, and another one onto King Haz. This is quite a good hold on B site here. Bomb is towards T ramp, and the 3 terrorists are all towards A site. Although I think Kizax is heading back. Will John spot him? Tedborg taken down by Devil in apps. That leaves John still sitting on Banana. Kizax has collected the bomb. Terrorists, moving together, potentially looking towards an A site push here. What do you think, Wendy? I mean,
they could isolate. I think it's Fluff on his own here, potentially, and get this down into a 2v2. And again, if they get it quick enough, get it pit. And now you've got to look at it. It's very much winnable for the terrorist side, depending on where they go. If they're
Are they aware of the second man on A
if
side?
they take this fight together, they can easily get this kill. Fed is going to get 1, and he's not going to get traded. Again, the bomb's going to go down.
He is planting.
And he's going to force himself down into a 2v1.
Fedis hiding, but John is coming up in apps to help him out. Kizax spotted him out, takes 1 down. He's unaware of John behind him, and John takes him out, making it 10-8 to Swansea here. With quite some nice CT rounds from Swansea here. Portsmouth hasn't made any particularly amazing moves so far. They've been close rounds, yes. John with a 3k hit, but Swansea is taking the lead in this CT half.
I think if you're looking at that T side, a 2v2, when they had the player in pit, it was a 2v1. Take the fight together, they have a big chance of winning. Of course, we have the luxury of knowing that he was in pit, that they should have taken the fight together.
It's a big mistakes taken there.
Here we go, going into the 19th round with a half buy on the terrace side. Looking like they're going to go flying up banana. Hazard's going to go down with the organic spray. He's going to get two, one with the fire.
Big
He's going to
damage
maybe get
from
another one
Hazard
here.
there with a
So
3K.
3K with the AUG. King is going to get another one up in middle. And it's how much.
Looking towards Hazard. Doesn't take him down. Managed to get him through the wall there.
And again,
King has the trade
2v2.
on A.
Lots of guns taken away from the hands of
Devil
Swansea
on
University.
1 HP here. Can he take out John? Unlikely, but with a Deagle, you never know what can happen. We're looking at a Deagle and M4 against an SG and an M4 on the CT side. This could be quite a close round. The bomb is at the top of the mana. I don't know if the CT have seen that. They're taking out King Hass on A. But John isn't rotating. They still believe it could be B. That rush onto A site didn't convince them of much. Devil might think that everyone's rotated and just rush onto site to plant, but he's taking it very slowly. On 1 HP, will he look CT in time? Will John? John's fallen back. Doesn't spray through the smoke. He knows Devil's there. He's heard him. Will he let him plant? He does. John's gonna get the Devil's gonna get the bomb down here. John is waiting for his teammate Tedborg to meet up with him. Not to risk, as you say, the last round, the 1v2. Should be a quick and easy trade from here on in.
This would have to take something incredibly special. It's going to be tough to be a 2-bullet 1v2, 2 fast 1-digs.
Could happen. John coming up behind. Is Devil aware? Does he know where he is? He's going to try and go for the... John swings out, but gets taken down. And Devil swings out, sorry.
I mean, I think we're going to look at that and think a slightly messy anti-eco from the Swansea side, pushing down middle. That was a very close round at one point.
At one point.
At one point. Taking it down to a 2v2 isn't bad for the force buy. Anyways, we go into the 20th round. Portsmouth University finally going to get that AWP on kicks out. With King has all Little Faith not on it, instead kicks out on the T side decided to use it.
It's a big nade from Swansea there. Almost every member of the Portsmouth side.
But they're going fast up middle. We're looking to take fights. I think they didn't see Fluff. Fluff can line them up here. He's going to get one kill. Gets one. He's going to get another one.
But Kizak takes him down. But that's still big intel. Fluff pretty much saw them all there. So the entire CT side is very much aware that terrorists are pushing A here. Hazard just hanging around in CT. Keeping an eye on long.
I mean, it's a very strong...
Looking towards T here. Not seeing much.
It's a very strong short setup from the CT side. You can't really see him losing a player without a trade coming through, particularly if they do go up that short.
Fedis looking up towards Apps, but not seeing much. Pinu is there, but not a huge amount coming out from the T side here. They're playing very, very safe, waiting to see if anyone's going to push.
I mean, they're not peeking short. They're just wanting to play for contact. Smart play to make when you have the stack on A.
3 CTs are waiting on A for the push. And Hazard might spot the bomb here and take out Kizak if he's...
I mean, Hazard
King has
go
taken
down.
Hazard takes down. And Pinu's down as well. That's another round for Swansea, making it 12-8. This is a very strong Swansea side.
Is this 5 rounds in a row from Swansea again?
I think, yes. Are
we going to have a repeat at the first round?
This is amazing.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, 5 rounds on the CT side.
5 rounds CT side, 7 rounds in a row so
if you believe in omens.
A very strange game. We've had 5 rounds from Swansea at the start, then we had 8 from Portsmouth, then we had another 7, 8 from there. It seems to be very one-sided at times, but Swansea taking a lot of volleys towards Portsmouth. Yeah, the mic's gone. Okay, Tedborg looking towards middle here. King Hass sitting in boiler, but there we go.
We had a bit of a mic problem.
We had a mic problem.
Tedborg again holding mid with Fetis holding long in the 4v4. Using that molly very early, very low utility now on the Swansea side. Not much again on the Portsmouth side. Enough for maybe one smoke and 2 flashes. Potentially could go for a B. Smoke CT and go onto the B site. Smoke short, go up long. There's not much they can really do. They could already take fights. It's little Faith.
Set up for
And
B though.
Faith is actually going to take down Fluff. It's now a 1v1 on the site with Noj, and he's actually going to take him down as well. Little Faith tearing open the B site.
King has creeping up A. He hears the CTs, so he knows they're not rotating
The
through
CTs.
to B, so he may go for the kills here. But
the CT side, wise to save, and the Portsmouth University have no reason to push. They need the money more than Swansea do at the moment, Portsmouth.
They certainly do. So this might be the first T side round to Portsmouth here. Swansea, I don't think they really mind. They've got a big amount of rounds this half. Their economy isn't as strong as they would have liked because the T side has taken quite a few names over the course of this half. But the rest of this half should be interesting with Portsmouth showing they can actually win a round on T side. Finally.
Well, it's really just boiled down to that 2K from Faith just pushing onto the B site.
Faith did very similar to what Swansea was doing on T side. He just swung out, dry peaked with very little utility at the start there, and
just taking fights.
Took headshots.
It's a very
heads. He clicked heads.
It's a very scrimmy sort of style, going out, taking fights, and that's exactly the way these teams want to play. It really favours
I have noticed that Portsmouth
their strong aim.
I'd say making better use of utility on the T side than Swansea were, even though they are not winning as many rounds as Swansea did.
This time Devil's going to take top Banana, pretty comfortably going to burn in his own fire, not much damage on, he goes down to 76 HP, he's going to take top Banana comfortably. And for Portsmouth,
Devil burnt himself a little bit there, but
it looks like the Portsmouth side's also going to take top mid with Faith again, looking for another kill. But Swansea playing very passively on the short as they look for Eddie Picks. Goes into the crossfire.
Devil and Faith taken down, Pinu taken down. Swansea 3 members up over Portsmouth here. Kizax and Kinghas aren't really going to be looking to get much done here. With Fluff holding the other side of the smoke, I don't think they're going to spot him. Fluff is just waiting. He sees one. He sees the other boiler. Gets him below. Kinghas on 16 HP. Flashes out, falls back. I think rightly so here. He's looking to save the weapon because his team is not in the greatest has the greatest economy here.
I believe it was Faith walking top mid, walking onto short, got stuck in that crossfire. It's an almost impossible kill.
13 rounds to Swansea. We're getting quite close to that magical number 16. You know, they're 4 rounds up over Portsmouth, and they only need 3 to make this a very clean game for Swansea here.
And again, it's forcing Portsmouth onto their last buy potentially.
Full buys on both sides, but no AWPs coming out, so we won't be seeing those little Faith picks that we were so used to when he was on CT side. But yeah, without this, if they lose this round here, this could be very difficult to make it back into the game.
I mean, you sort of wonder what Portsmouth got left. Have they really gone for a set execute yet?
They've done a couple, but nothing with lots and lots of smokes and lots of utility. They've spread out a bit, they've tried a few fakes, but we've yet to see a full-on commit or a proper rush on a buy round.
And again, Fluff taking a very cheeky angle here. I think he's going to find one player walking up mid. Potentially.
Ready with the Molotov though.
He's going to go back.
Collected the bomb. 3 terrorists looking towards B here. 2 T's holding upper middle, but very relaxed. It looks like it could go either way. The terrorists, very undecided. They're looking for a pick. They're looking for a bit of contact. They're not trying to make too many moves. But Swansea, they're not giving them any ground. They're just holding what they got.
A kill in apps, and also taking away the molly as well. So it's looking like Swansea are going to commit to the A site.
4 T's pushing Banana.
And it's just leaving Hazard alone with the SG. He's got 1 smoke that he's used.
Noj is falling back though. They think it could be a fake. There's now 2 CTs looking towards it. Hazard takes 1, gets the second one low. Mollies himself off the site. With 3 T's on B now, Noj and Hazard on. Noj takes 1 through the smoke. Hazard takes another. Noj takes the 3rd, and that is 1 terrorist left. He's down Banana, but the bomb isn't down. This is going to be quite a clean round for Swansea. No, Kinghas takes 2 with 15 seconds left. Only 1 CT on the B site. Does he have time to kill him and plant the bomb? I don't think it's going to happen. Hazard hiding behind knee box. Kinghas can't get the bomb. That's a round over. And he gets taken down by Hazard. That's very little money on the Portsmouth side.
It seemed to be a very weird CT smoke. Potentially, why they didn't push onto the site. It was too shallow. It allowed the CTs to really push, and they were all the back of their mine. You look at Swansea, Portsmouth, and why they weren't pushing onto the site so quickly.
Swansea on 14 rounds. Portsmouth still single digits. This could be a very short game from here. If Swansea takes this round, Portsmouth's going to be forcing yet again with 3 SMGs to their name this round. This isn't looking great. It's going for a full
Hazard's going for a
rush.
full spray. How many's going to get? He gets 3.
Hazard takes 3.
The
with
nade
Nosh taking
stealing the
4th with a
kill.
nade. Hazard looking for the 5th. He's very low. They smoke him out of 1 behind.
So John and Hazard.
Swansea on 15 rounds. This is match point Swansea here. This is looking like they're very much their CT side. Hazard on 27 kills in only 24 rounds, which is quite the achievement. They have been going B quite a bit, and he's been taking, every time they push, he's taken 2 or 3 of them with him.
Hazard having a very good CT side.
And Kizak's here on single digits here, but T's on full loss bonus. But still, they can only afford 2 rifles this round, which is the very last round of the game if they lose. And Devil only on a deagle, which I don't think he really wants here.
No. And he's going to get taken down. Going for a very aggressive second mid pick. And Portsmouth are going to take this. They're going to go fast into apps with that, into top mid, but that molly is going to stunt their progress. And actually going to claim the life of 1, which is going to trade it back into a 4-4. Tedbog stuck on in apps.
Big nade on
Thetis is going to pick up 2. And that's going to be 69.
Another one. That is Swansea winning the first map, which was their pick. Unsurprising, but well done Swansea there with a massive round. Making that 16-9. 1-0 to Swansea. So next we will be having Train, which is Portsmouth's map pick. So Swansea, I think, have selected
Swansea side on the CT side.
That'll be interesting. Take a few moments for the server to swap over. But yeah, then we'll be starting on the second map.
I think we're going to switch into a break. While we wait for the maps to load and the players to get ready. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Very shortly.
Alright, welcome back. We're going into the map 2 of the SouthLAnders Grand Final. First map, Swansea took very convincingly in the end on their map pick of Inferno.
Yep. 16-9.
16-9.
Quite the scoreline.
I mean, if we were going to go through the map, we could say it's just all about momentum, which is pretty much like a fundamental of Counter-Strike. You think about it.
We had 5 rounds for
5 rounds
for Swansea. For
Swansea, and
Yep.
And we were thinking, wow, they're actually playing some confident Counter-Strike,
well
going into these peaks with, try not to say confidence again, but that's exactly it was, a bit of mojo, a bit of flair, was what they were doing. Then the AWPs came out on the Portsmouth side, were able to punish them, and what was it, 7 rounds in a row?
I think 8 rounds in a row. They got 8 rounds in a row after that. It was
And
5, 8, and then they brought it back to what, 7 rounds in a row there.
Yeah,
They
and
went
I was
to
trying
12,
to say,
they went 12-9, and then all the way to the end it was pretty much 16-9.
and that first sort of comeback, which you kind of thought for Pompey would be, you know, what would propel them perhaps to steal the first map, was the double AWP setup.
Yeah.
The amount of rounds that started purely on just a 4v5.
Because
that
one of the
favoured the
players
CT
would
side.
just get a pick, and Swansea couldn't deal with it. They didn't flash, they didn't trade, they kept getting killed.
But then again, and then when Swansea switched to their CT side, again,
the moment Swansea got on CT side, they looked a lot more dominant.
a lot more
Their
confident.
T side was questionable, but the moment they got CT side, they swept the rug from Portsmouth. They only gave them, I think, 1 round in that entire half. They swept them.
I think it got to a point on their T side where they were just like, we don't know how to kill the AWPers, what do we do, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Ran out of plans, ran out of ideas, didn't know how to properly execute and take them out.
Yeah, they weren't dealing with these.
But on the
AWPers
CT side, they could dictate the play, and they were quite happy to bring out the Negev on the second round.
Yeah,
quite
bring
happy
out the
to
Negev and get a 4K with it. You know, that B banana hold with the Negev was pretty strong.
Pretty strong.
Pretty unyielding as well. Didn't bring it out again, sadly. City knifes that game. We saw a couple of potentials. Hazard hiding in the smoke, but whoever, I think it was Noj behind him. Didn't go for the knife. Hazard tried to get a knife early in the game. Just didn't happen, sadly. But you know, maybe next game.
So I asked you for the game what you thought the score would be. I think you said 2-0 to Swansea.
I said it would be 2-0 to Swansea. Now, what did you say, actually?
I think I said 2-0 Swansea as well.
I think you did. We're expecting a Swansea dominant side here, but this is Portsmouth's pick. This is Train. We don't know how well prepared Swansea is here for Train. This might be one of their permanent bans that they didn't manage to get through before the second pick.
I mean, if Swansea don't have their T-side setups, these AWPs on the Portsmouth side are just going to run rampant. Of course, Portsmouth will start on the T-side.
Yeah.
So they're going to be going into this Swansea side, who, again, their CT side looking good.
Yeah, I mean, well, Portsmouth starting on the CT, right?
No, Portsmouth chose the map.
Portsmouth chose the map, sorry, yeah. So Swansea will be starting CT.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Swansea have a really good chance here to get the momentum going and to close out the series, a potential 2-0.
Potentially, and then go home.
Yeah.
With all their prizes in tow.
Win the game, go home.
Win the game, go home.
GG, well played.
Spend all that prize money.
I think we're just waiting for all the players to ready up at the moment. We've got all 5 players on the server.
And there we go. I believe
I think
the
we're
round
in the
has
game
started.
now, going into the pistol rounds. Match is live. Of course, Swansea University on the CT side, going with the 4 sets of armour, probably with a kit on fetters. The Portsmouth side not buying anything yet. Not buying anything yet.
Not buying
anything at all, which is...
This could be an interesting round.
Is this the way the economy works nowadays?
Plant B, use that money then to full buy next round, no matter if they lose or win. This is a very interesting strategy.
It's not working out at the moment. They are going to get the bomb
But they're getting the bomb down.
They're going to be rolling in money next round.
They're going to have a huge amount of money next round. This could be incredibly interesting here. With the T side on 2 of them had kills already. That's 1100. With bomb down and the round going to end, they're going to end with a huge amount of money. Even though they lost the round, they should get a full AK's armor and utility out here, which should give them the edge over the CT side, who may not be aware that they did not have armor.
I mean, it's just a set of tactical genius
This
to
is
go for the full
tactical
eco
genius
on the pistol
from
side
Portsmouth here.
on trade.
Portsmouth on 3.8k and 3.5k respectively. This gives them enough money to get AKs and full armor on 2 of their players, which is a lot more than the CT side have, with a couple of M4s, MP9s. We'll see what Noj buys in a minute. Another M4.
Of course.
But I think Portsmouth, with his AKs, could make a lot of stuff
It's a
happen.
lot of pressure on this Portsmouth
It's
side.
a lot of pressure.
If they don't win this round, you're going to start thinking they've just thrown away 2 rounds, essentially. They've thrown away the first.
Exactly.
But they're going to go fast out A. They want to get the fight. Little Fave already out. Devil's going to go down with the Mac 10. And it's looking like they just want
Bluff finds Faith. That's 2
to
AKs
just be
down.
decimated in the A
Mac 10.
yard.
King Haas sitting back with the Mac 10. Portsmouth tactical genius strategy has not worked out for them this time.
They haven't.
Swansea absolutely destroying these AKs, even with their full armor. King Haas, he's aware of Hazard right next to him, but he's going to get the frag.
I mean,
He's looking for it. But a little bit of
he's
trading
going to
going
go
on.
down, it
He's
looks
on
like.
10 HP. I don't think it's going to happen.
And down he goes.
King Haas goes down. That's 2 rounds to Swansea.
I mean, it was a very fast play from the
Very
Portsmouth
fast
side.
play.
The plan was maybe just flash out, run out A, and take the fights with AKs.
Swansea completely disassembled them.
The Mac
Portsmouth
10s got
did
close,
nothing.
but got destroyed, and the AKs couldn't trade. And
Portsmouth
you asked the
down.
question, was it worth ecoing on the
Was
pistol?
it worth throwing the pistol round for that one chance the second round?
I mean,
and they did only have 2 AKs. If they'd gotten a couple more kills, those other
Potentially.
AKs would have been very useful. But here we see Portsmouth going out with a 4 spy with Deagles. No armor on them. They're looking for guns here, really. Devil taking a lot of damage. Faith going down. King Haas, a lot of damage. King Haas going down. CT side, 4 against 3 with Devil on 4 HP. Looks like another clean round for Swansea here.
looks like they're only going to get the 1 kill here, Portsmouth.
As looking towards the top, takes out Kizax.
Pinu left in a 1v4, and he gets flanked by Noj.
That's 3-0 to Swansea. Portsmouth looking a little bit rough around the edges on their map pick here, with the first 3 rounds straight to Swansea.
Able to
doing a lot
rebuy,
of
of
work
course,
here.
into this round, so maybe they'll go for a slower play. They should be able to afford utility this time. They can go for a full execute if they prepared any, and they can play this a lot slower. There's no need to go and play something really fast at this point.
Yeah.
Maybe just try and see what they can get around the map. They of course train a difficult map. Maybe they can look around Ivy. Maybe try and go and pick up A
But they're
again.
going
Little
straight
Faith
out
wants to go
again.
fast out A
Same
again.
strategy from the second round.
It's like Hazard's
he's
on the
aware
site.
Reeboks.
Devils going to get 1. Hazard's going to trade back immediately. Instead of repeat again, it's just kills on lighting up the kill feed in blue.
Noj takes 2. That's Pinu left alone against 3 CT players. The bomb is down the other side of E-Box. The CTs know exactly where he is. They don't. Fluff's unaware. Fluff's taken down. Fluff looking towards Noj. Fet's taken down. That is quite a rough round for Swansea. They lost 3
So far, what
players
have we seen from the Swansea side? We saw the eco on pistol, the second round fast out
there. The
A
Portsmouth side.
with just flashes,
Yes.
and then an eco with trying for picks on A, and then the 4th round.
They threw the pistol for the chance at the second round. I believe we've got a technical pause here. Some FPS issues going on with the Portsmouth side, but we'll get back to you in a minute on that. But yeah, so let's break down these first 4 rounds. So we had the Portsmouth save strategy at the start. Nothing really happened there. I mean, they essentially threw the first round. They had no armor. They had no chance of really trading with CT players. For the chance to get just 2 AKs out the second round, and then they lost those AKs quickly.
I mean, what can you say? If your plan is to go at AA, just go for straight up aim fights, go for it. But you got to win those aim fights, and they didn't look confident at all. They just got traded out immediately. I think it was it Hazaron stuck on the A site, who just managed to mow down 2.
Yep.
Without a single trade, with not a single bit of utility
Hazard
thrown at him.
has bought an M249 here. Now, we saw Hazard pull out the Negev on the Inferno match, but this is another level of BM.
And then
really.
we got the 5 nades on the Portsmouth side. What the hell are they going to use these? Looks like they're going towards main to throw it towards stop
Fluff
side.
takes down 1.
Not going to do much damage with that.
Running it down. Are they aware he's there? Fettis takes him down.
And Hazard with the M249.
With the M249, looking for the kill. King Haas is in
He's going to
hell
get one.
right now. Grabs the M4, taken out from
And down he
behind.
goes.
Hazard, without the opportunity to use the MT49, I would have quite liked to seen him use it. Because you can tap with that thing quite well. But that's the first 5 rounds to Swansea, which is the exact same thing that happened last game. So now we're likely going to see Portsmouth with 8 rounds in a row. That's what I'm expecting.
And that's exactly what we're expecting,
That's
right?
exactly.
I mean,
from
everyone
past
knows that's how
experience.
Counter-Strike works.
This is how Counter-Strike works. Wendy and I play a lot of Counter-Strike over our time. That's how it works. You can't win more than 7 rounds in a row. It's just how it works.
Again, first round that Portsmouth aren't going to go fast out A. They're just going to look for picks.
Or are they?
Fluff is going to spot one getting out into Olaf. I believe that's Faith
They
looking
know
for
where
fights
Fluff
again.
is.
He's
King
going to
has
get killed.
takes Nosh down.
And the A side looking a little more open. Tedfog behind the smokes, trying to spam and get any damage. He's not going to get anything at all for his bullets coming out of his gun. And little Faith is going to spray back in return. And I think we've got a stalemate here with just a map advantage.
Hazard goes
side
down. That M249 lost to the CT side for a very long time.
And when Portsmouth slowed down the play, actually looking for picks, they're able to take it out.
Portsmouth gets a round win.
And a kill on every single player as well. Team ace. So this could be the 8 rounds.
This could be the start of the 8 rounds.
Convincing.
They've
was
only
good.
got 7 more to do, and it'll be a complete repeat of last game.
Well, they
yeah,
were
we
able
see
to...
the auto sniper on Hazard here, which is very bad.
I guess some could say that some
insane.
people want to get this trophy and go home.
Yeah, I mean, Hazard is clearly...
he's a man on a mission, is what he is. He's a man on a mission.
He has no respect.
Faith, though, is going to be looking. He spots the guy in connector.
Anyone trying to stop him.
Where's Hazard gone? Hazard's taken the auto into heaven, it looks like. So if this fast A play is going to come out, it's going to be slightly disgusting. Unless, I mean, if he doesn't get at least 2, the investment's not worth it. But little Faith, is he going to spot the player up on top of green? Tedford, he's going to see him pop the head, sprays him down, he's going to get the kill, and it's going to go down to little Faith. Is he a shot mid-air with the AWP?
Shot mid-air. Well, Noj holding Ivy. He knows Devil's there. He heard
the chance for a trade here. Oh!
Misses the shot and Devil takes him down.
And Devil with a crouch.
Nasty.
Fluff going down. Here's Hazard stuck alone and only gets one.
Instantly down. It's Fedis alone against 4 players. Although King is only on 13 HP. Could be doable, but I think he wants to save the gun.
I don't think there's a world where you can save here with Kixel. Looks like he could have flanked.
His teammates don't even have $1,000 to their name. In fact, him plus 3 of his teammates don't even have $1,000 to their name. So,
I mean, at this point, it's going to be Swansea are going to be stuck on an eco next round. Whether they have this rifle or not, it's going to make a huge amount of difference. It's whether how much he can take out of the which looks like maybe just the 1 kill.
Is Fedis aware of the second? He's not, and he goes down. Portsmouth taking 2 round wins. So we've seen Portsmouth the last time on the Inferno. Swansea took 5, Portsmouth took 8 in a row, and we've seen most of that has just happened with Portsmouth taking 2 of the suspected 8 that we reckon is going to happen this half.
And of course, with the 2 wins for the Portsmouth side, they were able to gain so much money that they can't really be broken in the next 2 rounds, which is probably just shows how dominant those 2 wins have been, just going out onto A, taking fights. I mean, it's at this point where, like, you got to say maybe the going out A is working for them better than anything, like I said, execute.
Yeah, we see another pause called out. Can we turn off the chat? Maybe. But yeah, another pause coming out, having some technical issues. We're gonna have a quick swap off the game as we try and fix this issue.
Which will hopefully get resolved quite quickly. I see a lot of people.
A lot of people moving.
People moving out of seats.
People moving out of seats. Stuff is.
There's some admin problems going down.
We'll see what happens. Hopefully we should be getting back into the Counter-Strike very shortly.
Back to Counter-Strike.
It's quite an exhilarating game. I mean, this could be the end. This could be the last map.
And
Swansea,
we're back in the game anyway, so it's a short break.
Already back
it's
in
all
the game,
okay. Problem solved.
5-2.
Swansea on
a very small buy here
half buy here with a scout only on Tedfog.
Looks
like he's taken that into Ivy. Tedfog's actually getting the first kill onto Devil, and it's actually now 4v5 in the favour of the CTs as they push into Ivy. And they're actually going to get another kill, isolating the players. And Swansea might have just turned us around on its head with this half buy. Tedfog getting the first kill.
Fluff has managed to secure himself an AWP. Tedbog with the scout. He should be able to pick Little Faith here.
Fluff is going to get the
takes
flick.
one, but gets traded. Little Faith looking towards Ivy. 11 HP. One tap from Hazard's pistol would kill him, but Hazard picks up the AWP. Tedbag, is he aware? Tedbog goes down. Noj, Fedis, and Hazard alive. Little Faith and Pinju with only 38 HP between them. Fedis could 1v2 this.
Oh, and Hazard's going to get
down.
another one. And this botched buy, this half buy.
Very botched buy. It's clearly pulled off for Swansea.
And down they go.
Going down. That's 6-2.
Well,
Swansea breaking the chain.
I wasn't sure, but
Portsmouth was
did
going to get
Portsmouth send their AWPer down into Ivy alone, and they just got isolated, couldn't get a kill?
I think the word is roasted.
He did get.
He got roasted, Wendy. And well, we've got Noj with an SG, always strong on the CT side. Loving having an SG on the CT side. Holding his angles is just so much easier. We see again, Hazard pulling out the AUG, another unconventional weapon after its nerf.
Which is how Poppy going to dust himself off after that round. Again, must-win round really, where their money will probably go down to a half by Tedbog's actually to get the kill in Pop Dog. And now it's immediately a 4v5. Fluff going to get another one. Now it's 3v5. But Portsmouth with one player already out onto the A. Devil, how did he get hit? Gets a double spray, maybe goes down. And it's just kick-sold down out of the 3v1. That's a big round for
Swansea there. They've secured their economy. They won't break on the next round if they don't buy. Well, they will actually. But yes, Portsmouth back towards either a half buy or an eco, I think. Swansea's secured the round. Yeah, Swansea secured their economy. They will be able to buy the next 2 rounds in a row, whereas Portsmouth looking a bit lonely with Glocks, SGs. Brought out a couple of AKs here, but they don't have a lot of money to fall back on. Very little utility. Devil with a full selection. Pinu with just a flash. And Kizak, so though he has the money, hasn't bought anything. 7-2 still with 5 rounds.
And it looks like they're going fast towards B. The first ever, is this the first B presence since the pistol round that they've gone for? They're going to, Molly's going to get dropped by Fetters. He knows they're there. He's going to call for this backup and slow the Portsmouth aggression down. But down they go, down B round. Fetters has all the work to do. Gets one. Knows more coming. He's going to find another one. He is. Hazard's going to help and support. And it's all falling apart for Portsmouth on this B take. Little Faith's going to get one to take him back to a 4v2. Or they're going to get the bomb down. No, it's down, but it's a 3v2. And they're bringing this back. King has a Little Faith bringing it back into a 2v2. 5 HP on the Fetters player.
They're aware of Tedbog behind, though. He thinks he might be able to surprise them. But I think King Hass is looking. He's waiting. Fettis sitting down, looking oil train, but yeah, Tedbog, rightfully so, is not pushing. But he gets caught.
He's going to go down. He's going to whiff the shot, and Tedbog's going to get the kill. It's now 2v1. Both
Swansea can easily get this round.
Both on one shot. They're going to get the kill.
Taking out King Hass as he turns around to look towards Tedbog.
Very close. Those SGs doing so much work for the Portsmouth side.
Huge amount of work.
They brought it down to what felt like it was, what was it, 4v2? They brought it back to a 2v2, just fast kills coming out.
Brilliant play from the individuals on Portsmouth, but they couldn't secure the round. Swansea up 6 rounds on Portsmouth. You know, not even into the second half yet. So it's quite a commanding lead from Swansea. Portsmouth on another half
as they get stuck.
His teammate there, so.
Looks like
this man is a mad lad.
Oh, they're going to leave the B site because they know that Pinu's gone out A. As they're looking to take fights, Hazard's going to take down Pinu with the scout. And again, Portsmouth University just looks to be outclassed on the A. The A yard.
The A
yard.
Devil just walks out and takes the kill. 2 players right next to him are super low. Is he aware of how low they are? Even though Fluff and Tedbog only had 13 HP between them, they take him down, and it's 9-2. 7 rounds up.
For Portsmouth's pick this map,
CT side.
They haven't shown.
Portsmouth's pick, yes.
They haven't shown an incredible amount of
T-side versatility.
Versatility. It's been a lot of go at A and just see what picks we can get and give us.
Yes.
But they've been
multiple rounds in a row. They've just run out A with very little plan. But we'll have to see their CT side.
I mean, the trades haven't gone in their favour.
Write them off.
There was a nice round which they did win when they played kind of slow and just got into Olof.
Yes.
Yes, they got a bit lucky getting to Olof, but the Swansea side didn't want to regress and kill them, so they let them have a little bit of map control. They got punished for it in the end.
Yeah.
Perhaps that's something they could try again, but they played kind of slow.
It's nice to see Portsmouth not going for just a rush A here.
Going towards.
It could be a rush B.
Spreading into B. Is this with full guns as well and full utility? They only have the 2
Making a
three,
lot of noise.
He's gonna
Bettis
spot
is
the
aware,
players.
he mollies it down. Bit of a whiffed molly. But all 5 Ts are looking towards B. All looking short, with a couple of them now looking up towards upper here. CT side being super aggressive on A. They're spotting out that there's no one here in Ticon or Ivy. They might be looking to try and
On
collapse
the
on
terrace
the
side,
Ts in,
they're going to go down into pop here, trying to
apps.
regain some map control, it looks like. Maybe try and fake towards
Double
A.
drop. Don't find anybody.
But Tedbog, this all is just wasting
He's
time.
behind him.
Because Tedbog with the massive flank, he could get 2, 3 kills here.
4 kills here.
Potentially, he's going to spot the players. His info's going to be enough. 2 players on the site are going to be so prepared. He's going to get 1. He's going to find another. That AWP is looking scary. They're going to go down onto the B side.
They're pushing B hard here. But Bettis is ready for him. He's taken out. Tedbog takes down 2, gets taken out by Kizax. That's a 3v2. Kizax planting the bomb. Little faith in Kizax in a 2-on-3. Fluff and Noj coming from CT, and Tedbog is still behind.
I think it's a must-win round for the Portsmouth side to get anything from this team.
They might be able to regain that momentum.
But
We've
it's
seen
got
before.
down
Noj
to
takes down
2v1.
1. It's just little faith left, and he's behind Tedbog, but Tedbog isn't aware yet. He's still mulling. He might not be aware that Little Faith is directly behind
the
him.
Molotov
But
on
it smokes off, and he gets mollied. They certainly is there. Tedbog hits him up, but doesn't kill him. He's on 16 HP, and they get the defuse. Swansea with an 8-round lead over Portsmouth here.
They went towards that B, and Swansea chose a good time to go and push into T-Main. They had, well, it's the first round that's been literally, I don't think there was anything thrown towards A. They gave no indication that they wanted to go A. That gave Swansea the confidence to walk in and, well, Tedbog to go for that big flank. That ended up pretty much forcing Portsmouth to go down into B and get, well, slaughtered in the end, it felt like. And again, they're going to go back to their trusty fast out A. Faith is going to get 1.
They go down.
They get traded by Fluff.
Another one goes down. Portsmouth getting absolutely destroyed in this A push every single
Fluff
time
hitting some
they've tried it.
clean shots.
Completely dismantled here. With King Hass, they don't know where he is.
Do they know he's gone all the way?
Fluff
They've spotted him
held the
out.
angle. They've spotted him out. King Hass very defensive here, trying not to get picked by that AWPer.
He has a chance, maybe it's going to kill him. Fluff showing himself, there's a little bit of damage. Holding the angle now.
Bit of a desperate spray there from Molly. He's not really sure what he's doing. He's spamming through the smoke. He doesn't really know where any of the CTs are.
If he gets 1 kill here, potentially it opens up.
No kill for him there. King Hass goes down, making it 11-2 to Swansea. This is the
dominant Swansea that we were expecting.
I mean, we called it at the start, Wendy. We said it would be a 2, and it's very much looking that way. With some high headshot percentages. I can't see, but
45, very, very high, Hannah.
Very high.
Very high.
I can see.
Anyway, Swansea sort of expecting maybe a B hit here, going towards B, and 2-2 going to push Ivy. This would be the round for a fast A, perhaps. But with Hazard pushing in, he wants to take a fight on Devil. He's actually going to push it and get the kill. Faith has pushed all the way out onto A, into connector. And Portsmouth have the sight into a retake. Fluff is able to just walk out to Ivy and get the kill on Faith, who was looking a little lost on the A side.
Hazard takes down 1. Fluff looking towards King Hass, takes him down. It's just Kizax left. He's sitting towards Popdog. He takes down the diffuser, but he's back in Popdog. Knows exactly where he is, and he goes down. That should be another round to Swansea there, putting them 10 rounds up of Portsmouth at 12-2. Coming into the last round of this half,
I don't think
we could see a 13-2 lead.
I don't think Portsmouth could believe their luck. They went out A and saw no one. That's what it was like.
But it seems to be their only strategy. They go out A, they get killed, they repeat.
But they ended up just walking too far into the A yard, saw the Ivy players killed them, and perhaps overextended too much. They were maybe surprised by the lack of A presence by the CTs.
It is interesting how tactical genius their minds are.
Over on the Swansea side.
The Swansea side is dominant on Portsmouth's pick.
And again,
Hazard killing Tedbog there. A little bit of friendly fire, but Opinion capitalising on that, taking out Dodge.
Nice
2
tap.
against 3. Hazard playing aggressively here, looking towards Ticon.
Oh.
That timing though.
And he's going to repeat.
He's
going to go down to a 2v2.
Is he aware of the top of green train?
I think he does know. He's going to peek into him. He's going to lose out in the 1v1. Portsmouth have a 2v1, and if they have any chance going into their
Bettis can
CT
hear them,
side,
though.
they have
He's
to.
on A site. He
They
hears
have to
them
find
heading
Bettis.
towards Bettis. Can he pick up King Has?
He's going to get one. No, he's not.
He messes
King
his
Has is going
spray
to get
up
the
and
kick.
doesn't take the kill. That's 12-3 to Swansea. Portsmouth not looking great here. I mean, Pinu doing well, but the ADRs speak for themselves. Swansea with a 90 ADR, Fluff with a 90 ADR, Tedbog with 131. This is a very, very impressive side from Swansea. Consistently getting opening frags every round.
So going into this, Portsmouth, uphill battle, it looks like.
You can say that again, an uphill battle.
No mistakes. They cannot make a single mistake. It feels like.
They cannot make a single mistake. But again, we saw Swansea's CT side. You know, they were really strong on CT side, but a bit like Inferno, they had a poor T side and they had a really strong CT side. So if their T side consists of rushing A every round, as Portsmouth seem to have done this half, we might see a complete flip, and Portsmouth may put it back. But we'll have to wait and see. Going into the pistol round of the second half.
I mean, if there's an important round to win
Swansea,
in this game,
yeah, it is this one.
This
Swansea
could
not going for the old Portsmouth strategy of not buying any armor.
No,
they are,
I mean,
they are bringing
it's not catching on.
It's not catching on.
And it looks like they're going to go towards A. It looks like Hazard carry the smoke's going to throw from above Pop Dog onto the A site, I believe. Maybe going to fake towards B here. Definitely an interesting strategy. How many players can he pull off? How many players can he pull from the A site? Looks like he's going to pull one. Kickstall's going to come over into connector. Only 2 players on the A site. They're not going to spot anyone. And as Swansea walking out onto A, Fluff taking fights. Not going to find heads. Going to find one head. Going to pick Kickstall in connector. And Portsmouth are going to clean up as they rotate back. And into the 4v2. Haxter's going to get one back. But it's going to be a Portsmouth win. The fake did its job. It was able to clear the back.
So
just wasn't the picks.
With their first round in rather a long time. Portsmouth making it 12-4.
I mean, there was a strong retake as they came out through connector. Not afraid to take those fights. Perhaps Swansea gave them too much respect in that regard. I don't know. Maybe a bit of miscommunication. I don't know who it was on site who was on his own, it felt like, who just got picked off by like 3 people in connector.
Not buying a single thing this round. They've gone completely bare into this round with Glocks and, well,
but don't forget the one flashbang. One flashbang.
The singular flashbang.
This one flashbang
that could change this round.
And they've heard them push Ivy, and this could be a.
This is an interesting
Have they
strategy.
heard the B and they think? I don't think they know they're Ivy. They're not looking towards Ivy. No, Pinu's not looking.
They pushed through.
They have no
How
idea.
on earth has this happened?
Not a single idea. Hazard could get an easy kill here. He's not going to get the easy kill. Pinu's going to get 2.
Hazard gets taken down, and that perfect play from Swansea there goes disastrously wrong. Noj does get a kill, but
maybe that was the time
really
to go for a
threw
knife.
that round. Hazard could have had the knife there, but I don't think he could quite get the back of him.
I mean, the Glock it's a 2. He needs 2 digs to get the kill. Maybe
2.
between the digs he got the
I don't think he got a singular dig.
aim punch.
I
ruined
think
his aim.
Hazard feels like the kind of man to go for the knife, and that's what I think he was trying to do there, because he's tried to do it before. He's failed every time. But yeah, 12-5 to Swansea here, going into the first proper gun round here, although Portsmouth looking a bit low with Famasses, and
Fluff
they did have an MP9, but they do no longer.
Fluff's going to get 2 as just picking them out. Going to go down from Fave, and an easy trade coming out from Fetters as he comes up Pop Dog. Is it just King Haas alone on A? It looks like it. He's going to get 1. On 44 HP though, you don't think he's going to last here for long. He needs to get at least 1 more kill. But it's Devil
pushing up Green Train.
in Pop Dog.
Is he aware?
Could make a play here.
Noj takes the kill, and
they're
they're
down.
making it 13-5.
13-5.
Noj and Hazard getting a couple of kills there actually. Yeah, so Swansea have taken a couple rounds this side.
I mean, it was Fluff taking those aggressive A fights, not really getting traded at all, but he was having very nice clean shots, and eventually his team came out to support him when he did die. Of course, Portsmouth did have for Masters that round, so they didn't have the most ideal buy, and this round is certainly far from ideal with 2 Deagles, 2 M4s, and 1 for Masters. And is this going to be enough to hold the B? It's just Devil with for Masters. He's just going down with the Mac 10. He's only going to get a dig on Tedbog, and it's not going to look like it's going to be enough. And it's going to be a 5v4. And Pinyu's just going to go down on the retake. You have to say, I think it's a save for Portsmouth. Save your armor, save your guns, save what you can. They're going to get one kill.
It gets taken down.
I think this is going to be 14-5.
I think it could be.
They're going to
don't see Portsmouth getting a retake here with a Mac 10 and 2 M4s. They don't have the firepower that I think
Although
is
they
required.
are looking like they're going to go out and try and get some kills.
They only have the one kit, and that kit is dead by Oil Train. Kazak's last live with a Mac 10, a Flash, and a Deagle, and that's it. I think this could be 14-5. Very soon. 14-5.
14-5.
Swansea looking to get potentially 15th round, forcing it either to be overtime or a Swansea victory.
I mean, if we were to look at the Portsmouth money, they really have nothing.
They have absolutely nothing. They have not barely a penny to their name.
And they're going for the force buy as well, so they're buying all the way down to 0. It's the Hail Mary play. They're going for win. They go for the 16-14.
They're going for the 16-14.
They don't have any time for overtime.
Or they could go for overtime.
Well, they could do, but
they
they're
could
not.
Force Swansea to lose by forfeit by dragging the game out for ages. But I don't think that's going to happen.
Pinyu's going to look for the fight here. Fluff is going to go straight out. King Has is going to deck him down. And the trades are just going to go back and forth. And it's actually going to go Portsmouth's favour. Tis is going to pick up another kill. And it's just a 2v2. Again, but still only pistols on the Portsmouth side. Devil, already with 1 kill to his name, knows where one player is in Ivy. And Little Favour's going to get a nice 1D. Doesn't spot the player in Ivy. Or did he? And now they're going to be walking. Tedbog has the bomb in a 2v1 situation against 2 Portsmouth players. Only a 37 HP. I think it goes without saying, absolute must-win round for Portsmouth. I think starting to claw it back. Some nice 1D, some nice shots coming out from the Portsmouth side. It's the Hail Mary play certainly working out for the Portsmouth side. So as we go into the 21st round, both sides are going to have full weaponry. SG's on the terrorist side and two SGs on the Portsmouth side. Of course, yeah, Fluff looking good with this AWP. Again, not being given anything yet. He doesn't seem to want to go out too far. Will Pinu extend? He's been spotted by Fluff. He's going to go down. That's an easy pick, but Fluff's going to go down immediately by Little Faith. And immediately it's a 4v4 going into the round. And Haz is just going to go peek into his crosshair. And it's... King Haz flanking. Is he gonna get the kill? He is. I think we got some hand sanitizer issues in our production. I feel a little bit exposed right now to coronavirus, not gonna lie. We go 22nd round. Swansea looking like they're now the ones worst aware on the money. A Glock on Noj and Mac 10 and Deagle they have. Portsmouth looking to farm some money with Haxel on the MP9. Looks like it's going to be a fast B play. Again, it's just going to be Devil holding B. He's not getting any info at the moment. He has the molly ready to drop. He's going to drop it down early after the first step he hears. Only has a UMP. Tedbog's going to get a kill and pop though. And maybe they're going to rethink going towards B. The bomb is down. Fluff just walking out up at B. Looking for the kill. He isn't going to get it. And now it's a 4v4. To buy into next round if they die as they go into the B site. It's Noj who's going to get the kills up in upper, and it's now a 3v1 for the bomb B side with Fetis with all the work to do with a Mac 10. The bomb down is probably the best result they could have hoped for in this round. It's maybe just a matter of how many kills can he get.
Fettis 1v3, not
The
possible.
flank going to come in for
Goes
Pinu.
down. That's Portsmouth pulling it to 14-8. Now, this game is looking a lot closer than we originally suspected. I mean, Portsmouth had 2 rounds to their name when Swansea had 13.
The first couple CT rounds for Pompey looked rough.
Yeah, I mean,
And
Swansea has taken 2 of the 7 rounds this half. So, if they can just take a couple more, they can secure this game and secure the victory of the entire of SouthLAnder themselves. But Portsmouth isn't making it easy. Their CT side is doing well and is looking pretty consistent.
Again, Fluff on the
Swansea
AWP.
with very little money left.
Fluff on the AWP. They're going to walk out. Fettis going to go out. I don't know if they know he's here. 4 players on the 8 yard. He's going to find one. He's not going to go down. Faith is going to pick him. And it looks like it's going to go in the favour of the Pompey side. Fluff is going to miss the shot. Again, he's going to miss the shot. Has going to come in. It's now 2v3.
Swansea been pulling out the Portsmouth strategy of just running out A. And again, it doesn't work. But Hazard takes one. Does he know about... He must have seen Pinu or Devil there. Poking from the top of the train. Hazard has the bomb.
Is he going to take it to the B site? Or is he not going to go back? They heard the steps above Pop Dog. He's got a minute of time to play with.
He's got plenty of time to play with. Hazard, a master of deception. You know, quite the troll. Pulling out all sorts of different weapons, from the M249 to the auto sniper. He's baiting his way back towards A. But Devil's staying in Pop Dog. He's not sure whether he can push up or not.
In an ideal world,
Hazard going to look?
In an ideal world, he's going to be able to grab a 1v1 kill here against Devil.
Devil's about to
the right way.
Is Hazard looking? Hazard's looking, but he looks away just as Devil peeks out, and that man just got CS:GO'd.
Fortunate timing.
Fortunate timing
if
for,
you're Portsmouth
for Portsmouth there. Yes, sorry for all you Portsmouthians out there.
And it looks like we're down to another half buy for Swansea.
Swansea struggling to close out this game here. Portsmouth taking multiple rounds in a row, not giving Swansea much at all. Devil here with the M4 and the Molly going to take up his classic anchor B position. Swansea looking like it's going to be another quick A push. Pushing out, Kizaks takes one. Devil not seeing much on B. Looks like very much just a standard A push again. Another Portsmouth strategy Swansea's incorporated, and all of them are going down. This just isn't working. The fast A clearly does not work. We've established this multiple times.
It hasn't
this
looked good.
game.
Although Hazard's found his way onto the B site.
Somehow.
Potential for one or two kills here. A knife kill.
Hazard, he's the man.
He's got to get past Devil.
They don't know where he is at all. They have no idea that Hazard is right behind them. Although he does only have a Mac 10, he's going to be looking for the quick knife into an M4 into potentially a spray down of somebody else.
Oh.
But
he's spotted
no
one
one's
play.
seen
He's looking for more so he can find maybe 2 kills. He is going to get 2
he
kills.
He gets 2. That's a big play from Hazard. 2 versus 2. Hazard and Fettis against Little Faith and Pinu. Little Faith sees Fettis, but turns around. They're keeping an eye on Hazard. Do they know that he's fallen back to CT? They don't see him cross. Pinu unaware of where Hazard is located. Hazard picks one. It's 2v1 to pull it to 15-9. Pinu alone at stop sign. Hazard should have had the call from his teammate there that he peeked out. Fettis only with a deagle. Pinu on 82 HP. Fettis is going to have a hard time here taking the shot. But Pinu taking a little bit of damage, but he's still a 2-shot for Fettis here. Fettis goes down, making it 14-10. Portsmouth really pulling this game back here with 10 rounds to Swansea's 14.
All that work from Hazard. The 2 Mac 10 kills, that M4 kill.
Hazard did everything. What more can I do?
This map. This is the comeback from the Portsmouth side.
This is the comeback. Portsmouth could be making it, as you said, rightly so. The moment Swansea hit 14, you called Portsmouth with Cav for 16-14, and we might just be seeing that this game. Portsmouth with a rough bye, but it's a good one nonetheless. Only the one FAMAS, so hopefully Kizak should be able to pick something off one of his teammates when they inevitably, well, not inevitably in this case, but when one of them falls. A lot of nade. Tedbog taking out Pinu for free.
And they'll take that 4v5. They could do literally anything they'd like now on this map. They could go just about anywhere where they choose. Looks like it's going to be Devil holding the B site alone as the Swansea side look to choose well, the B side to go to. He's going to be under a lot of pressure here. He's going to be.
Doesn't see
He's
connector.
going to get one actually as they go down ramp. He's going to get any more. He's going to spot their heads. He's going to go down from up, and Fluff is going to get the kill. It's now 4v3 as Portsmouth go in for the retake. And kicks him from behind. He's going to get one, but he's not going to get another. He's going to dig Confetis, and it's now 3v2. Ted Dog looking like he doesn't want to lose this game just yet. Now 2v1 for King Has.
King Has, the only Portsmouth player left alive. Fetis, the only Swansea. Is King Has going to pull it out? If he can secure this, this will be a massive blow to Swansea's economy, and Portsmouth could really be in with a chance of winning this game. Swansea, if they can secure just this one round, they can pull it to match point.
He gets a clutch on
Fetis gets the clutch
HP.
on a 1v1, making it 15-10. This could be the last round of the game coming up here with match point Swansea. It's taken them a while to get here, but this could be the end of the game.
They were just teasing us a little bit.
They were just teasing us, yes.
I mean,
drawing it out, making the final seem a little bit more tense than it was.
Perfectly in that 1v1. Didn't peek, didn't show himself.
He just held the angle.
And came out.
King Has had no idea, in the end, how to beat them.
And so Swansea going into what potentially could be the last round of SouthLAnder.
It could be the last.
Fluff goes to the peak, going to get the
Fluff
peak and connector.
kill.
Fluff is also going to go
Swansea
for the next
off to a great start.
And it looks like there'll be a massacre on the A site. Only one left for Pinu, and that's it.
Swansea, the great victors of the first ever SouthLAnder event. That is excellent play, really, from Swansea there. Beating Portsmouth more decisively on their own map pick than they did on Portsmouth, but the first half was absolutely, completely in Swansea's favour. Portsmouth did nothing. They got 2 rounds in the entire first 15 rounds of that game.
It was rough. Definitely a rough half.
It was rough. It was a rough game. But there you go. That is the final counter strikes have been played. I believe we shall be talking to a few of the players potentially about their experiences in game. But yeah, that was interesting. We never got to see Mirage. We wanted to see a bit of Mirage.
We're looking forward to it.
We never got to it.
For Swansea that they were able to go for the whole of SouthLAnder, even for the online events as well, without dropping a single map. Swansea
clearly the dominant force in SouthLAnder. I mean, we predicted it. We predicted a 2-0. Swansea wanted the 2-0. And they pulled it off.
They had moments where they didn't look like they wanted the 2-0.
It's true. They had a few misplays there. I mean, Hazard making some big plays, but his team just wouldn't let him get the victory.
But the game was
putting out the M249, the Scar, all sorts of other strange and odd weapons, but they still managed to pull out quite the victory.
So, yeah.
Right. I believe we shall be coming back in a couple of minutes with a couple of interviews with the captains of either team. Thank you for watching, but we'll see you in a minute.
Alright, welcome back. We are now going to interview stage. We have now got the champion of SouthLAnder, of the Swansea captain Fetis.
Thank you, thank you.
I've got a couple questions for you.
Of course.
Talk us through Inferno. So,
Okay.
of course, it was your map choice, right? And you started very well, the first 5 rounds.
Yeah.
How did you feel when Portsmouth had a little
Sort of
a little
7-8 round
stint?
streak.
Yeah, we're a bit worried because we don't practice much, so we know everyone's going individually.
Yeah.
And as soon as they had AWPs on Banana Long and Apps, there's nowhere we can really go.
Yeah, we
so
saw
they just
that.
they kept cutting us down. So we just grouped up, traded out, and then
it looked rough.
won
I mean,
2 rounds.
Yeah. And then,
So,
question from me, on train,
Mhm.
when Portsmouth just kept running out A and running out A, what did you think about that? Because that was a strategy you then later adopted in your half on T side, which we couldn't understand why either of you were doing.
well, the thing, I find train is the worst map because it's either do map control, rush A, rush B. That's it.
Yeah.
I don't really see any much. I guess you can vary it with smokes, but there's not much. That's our first ever train map. We always ban Vertigo. It's the first time someone's picked it against us. We were happy. We weren't really happy, but we could do it.
still
And
pulled off a
then
victory.
people play pugs, so it's pretty much the same as that.
So you went for pretty much a puggy style on train.
Yeah.
And it worked out. It got a little
Yeah.
close towards the end though.
It did, yeah.
They started putting quite a few. I mean, your first half was 13-2, I think.
Yeah.
That was brilliant. But then after that, Portsmouth got to 10 rounds on you, which was a little bit scary. But then you pulled it off, which is brilliant.
Personally, I'm not that worried because I know train is such a CT-sided map. Like it will go this 14-1s, or from 14-1 to 10-5, like a vary of that. So I knew that obviously they were going to get some rounds, but as long as we had Fluff on an AWP, we can pick.
Yeah.
Then,
was that the strategy? We just telling Fluff to was he just feeling it?
Oh yeah, I just said just go team it every round.
The amount of times you just peek out connector and
Yeah,
get the kill
exactly.
on that
Was
season.
it the last round of the round? The last round just came out, killed that connector, killed another one.
Yeah.
And you guys just collapsed on it.
Yeah.
And it was
great.
And it was just a simple counter strike at that point.
Yeah, perfect.
So yeah.
Well played. Well, you're a reigning champion, SouthLAnder 2020. Maybe
Thank
we'll
you.
see you or some of your team back next year for SouthLAnder 2021.
We'll see.
But yeah, well played. I don't think you dropped a map the entire tournament.
No, I
So,
don't think so.
There you go.
Yeah, quite happy
Swansea,
about that.
dominant victors of SouthLAnder 2020.
So you'll be back next year to defend your title, perhaps?
We'll say yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll go for
We'll
it.
see. Well, thank you very
thank
much,
you.
Fetis. We'll
You're
now
welcome.
get on the Portsmouth captain, I believe. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
And hope you catch that train.
Thank you.
Train, yeah.
Do you shake hands?
All right.
Thank you.
Woo.
Well played there. Right, who is the captain?
Are we
from
going
the
straight into
team?
Portsmouth?
Talk amongst yourselves. Talk amongst yourselves. Talk amongst yourselves.
Oh, I thought like.
Please.
Oh, feel free to come in. Feel free to come in.
Hello.
Hello.
Scary. We
Oh
don't
god,
bite.
hell. I'm too tall for this.
Crouch down.
Yeah, I'll have a seat.
How did you feel then? I mean, your map pick train, and it
Well,
didn't go your way.
I'll give you the rundown on our sum total of our preparation for this event.
Yep.
We learned 4 smokes from a map that was insta-banned.
Is that
So,
Vertigo?
yeah, Vertigo.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, so that was a bit of a rough one considering Fetis had my number from day one. But nah, it was it was alright. Like we were a bit Like, we didn't have anything on Teesside trainers, and just, as I'm sure you know, we're just running out.
Yeah, we saw that. It was questionable that you picked that map yet with no strategy.
Well,
what about the Mirage was open? That got picked last. Why didn't you pick that?
Have you seen Fetis run at you on Mirage? It is not fun.
Okay.
It is not fun. No, it was going to be a rough one either way. It was always going to be a rough one. But we played quite well. I'm happy with 19 rounds across 2 maps.
Yeah.
Especially against one of the better teams in University Counter-Strike.
So your Inferno CT side. Was Inferno or CT side?
It was CT side. Our CT side.
CT side.
Our CT side we got 2 rounds.
Sorry, I'm trying to remember which I came back on.
CT sides on both maps you did well, but
it's because when they run at us, we get a chance to kill them. But when we run at them, they just absolutely destroy us.
Yeah.
Like,
there was a lot of multi-frags from them.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you, Kismet. It was.
Will we be seeing you or some of your team back for SouthLAnder 20?
Definitely some of our team. I'm joking. Yeah. No, it's a joke. It was fun. Yeah.
Well, you made the finals.
Yes, we made it to
finals. You got to visit the great city of Southampton.
Absolutely. I cannot think of a better way to spend my Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a question, Wendy, or?
I'm all out of questions.
All out of questions. I'm all out of questions as well. Well, thank you for.
Perfect.
Thank you for coming up.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Coronavirus. Thank you.
Coronavirus. No problem. Yeah, we'll spread it everywhere.
Hand sanitizer if you need it.
No
problem.
Perfect.
Yeah, feel free. Feel free.
We already shook hands, but feel free.
I'll just clean it off. Lovely.
I'm sure it will all go away. Thank you. Right. So I believe this is going to be.
Alright, sorry, I was distracted. I think it's time we wrap up the stream.
Thank you everyone for watching. We've had like around 50, 60 viewers this whole time. It's been nice to see, a lot of people out there watching the stream. League of Legends earlier, thrilling game. CS:GO just now, thrilling game. That's the end of SouthLAnder 2020. I'm sure Wendy and I will certainly be here next year.
Yep.
We'll hopefully see most of you next year at SouthLAnder 2021 if that ever happens.